方禁用英雄，请天辉方挑选英雄。
Hello, guys, everyone. I'm slightly panicked. My alarm didn't go off, so just woke up 10 minutes ago, just barely in nick of time. The internet was gone for the briefest of seconds as we were starting the lobby. No further introductions. My name is Dragon Drop, joined by Stan. The drops is going fast. This is DPC, China Division 2, in the craziest possible circumstances.
No, wildest, but you know what I love about this, right? This just shows the dedication that Dragon Drop has. Even without the alarm going off, his blood was boiling, telling him that something's going on. Chinese Dota is happening right now. I can't be missing it. So we know that y'all can't either. So as he said, we're in a draft. The teams are not going to be delaying us at all. And this is going to be, you know what I'm hoping for here, Dragon Drop, right? I'm hoping this is the kind of game that we've seen before from YBB. Extremely exciting, extremely high pace, you know? We've got to get our man woken up. Who needs coffee when you've got some Mars opening to Chinese Dota? We know it's going to be lit already.
You're absolutely right. I mean, Mars always a fun hero to watch, always a great stable laning hero too. Add the Bane to that, and you've got a pretty good recipe too. They're not necessarily going to end up in the same lane, but they're both stabilizing factors. You know, they're kind of hard to trade into. Bane, of course, because of the brain cell, because of Nightmare, and they're just clicking away at people. Razor Disruptor, though, also the Lightning Bros, you know. Always nice to see them together. A lot of team fight control, a lot of circles to play with, and Razor especially with the refresher, the moment he gets that, his damage output just goes up to ridiculous levels. If you've been watching yesterday, the Liquid game, the first one, I think it was the first against Team Tickles, Liquid was on the back foot for the longest time. Like, they were casting all their spells, but it just didn't have enough damage. The moment Matama and Razor got that refresher out, people were just melting left, right, and center, right? Because you've got two different lightning storms going that are zapping away at the same target, and both of them are reducing armor as they go along. So it's actually ridiculous. So we'll see if we get to see that this game.
Before we talk about the rest of the heroes in the draft, I just want to set the stage for everybody who hasn't been, you know, along the journey, watching all of these teams with us. As it stands right now, this is a very scary game for CDEC, and they'll definitely need the prowess of this Razor that you're talking about, getting that double storm, because as they are at the moment, they are at the very bottom of the table. They've lost every single series they participated in, even against Neptune Gaming, and they've been the only loss against Neptune Gaming thus far. So if they lose here again, it is then looking very, very likely, and I believe mathematically, like, certain that they're going to find themselves being relegated and having to qualify yet again. And for a team of the caliber of CDC, you know, this is an organization that in the past have gone to great heights. I mean, this is a podium finisher back at TI5, so we definitely know that this will be a very heartbreaking situation if that happens. On the other side, though, for YBB Gaming, you know, this open qualifier team, we saw them on the come up. We were wondering what they're going to be able to make happen here in the lower division, and they've looked extremely good. With the exception of Aster.Aries, no other team has won as many games as they have. Team Magma is tied up with them, but I would say that YBB, their opponents that they've beaten already, have been a little bit stronger. And, you know, they were the only team thus far to also take a victory off of the newly formed Extreme Gaming, you know, and it's not like there's weak players on that team by any stretch of the imagination. That's a team everyone was expecting to wind up almost automatically into the upper division. So YBB is certainly a team that's looking to make their mark, and they're making it so far, Dragon Drop, looking very good. If they win here again, the path is very easy for them going forward. And of course, they're making that life easier because up until this point, they didn't really have good pushing potential. It was going to look a bit wonky, seeing how they're going to get forward in the map. And they pick up the Shadow Shaman to help them out in that regard. However, it seemed that CDEC also recognized the lack of pushing on YBB, pick up the Tree and Protector. The base defense is now prepared. We're going to be here for a while, I think, if the Tree has his way.
Yeah, I always like seeing Tree and Protector. It kind of changes the dynamic of the game if the team manages to use it well, because it slows down any sort of push by extreme amounts, you know. And YPP with the Shadow Shaman, they have ways to actually deal with that, because Shadow Shaman allows you to basically make a push work in one go. You know, you just group up as 5, you go to the tower, you drop the Serpent Wards, and then yeah, the tower's gone. Twin Protector cannot raise towers from the dead. That's that's an axe upgrade if I've ever heard of one, but not in the game just yet. So
Please don't give Ice Rock any ideas here, Dragon.
but yeah, we'll see how that one goes. Terrorblade and Kunkka on the other side.
Interesting because this Kunkka could go anywhere. Like we saw yesterday, in fact, when watching the Western EU DPC, that this Kunkka hero can be played in a variety of different roles, safe lane or mid. The same is true of the Razor as well. So I think they have a little bit of time right now on the side of CDEC to decide who's handling what, right? Is Xiaofu going to be on the Kunkka? Is he on the Razor? Or is there still another Xiaofu hero to come? What's MKS going to play in the safe lane? What are we going to be putting middle? Erstwhile for YBB, it's a lot simpler. And, you're already mentioning how their strategy for taking down towers will, in some sense, want to ignore the Treant Protector because they'll dump everything from the Shadow Shaman. Terrorblade helps out with that as well, keeps that push going. Also the kind of hero that right now, sure, you do have this Razor anti-carry on the side of CDEC, but it's not that easy to get to the Terrorblade and drain away all his health or all his damage output. In this game, I could easily imagine Bane just stopping him in his tracks, or Mars, you have to get past him pre-BKB. And that entire time, Terrorblade will be right-clicking you and the rest of your team. And of course, later on in the game, we have things like Terror Wave that come out as well, make it hard for the Razor in that situation. So this TB, kind of liking how it looks right now in this game for young Lu here in the safe lane. And I do think that CDC, they don't have that much burst at present. Like what, Kunkka is their only source of somewhat physical burst, but even that, without the added lockdown that the rest of the team will need to bring to bear, they can't really stop the Sunder. If he buys BKB, he's no longer worried about Static Storm. It's feeling like a very good game for the CB, and CDC have a bit of pressure now to figure out exactly how to counter him with this last pick.
Yeah, he has to worry about Static Storm until he gets at BKB. He's probably still wants a mana on top of that against the Treant Protector ult, just more dispels. But eventually, once Terrorblade has all of that, he's going to be extremely hard to stop. So CDC, unless they can find some sort of miracle last pick here that can really counter out the Terrorblade in late game hard, they're on very much they're on a bit of a timer here. And even though they do have some anti-push / slowdown with the Treant Protector, they don't have the greatest push themselves, which is slightly concerning, right? You have to see CDC winning this game right now once the Terrorblade gets farm, especially with the kind of backup that he has that you were talking about.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see what they do with this last pick. If they can figure it out for themselves, is it going to be some additional tempo? I actually wouldn't mind some additional tempo for themselves. I think like a Lina or a Leshrak would be, Lina's banned. They get Pango. All right, so that looks like the Xiaofu hero here. If that is Xiaofu Pango, then that would put, I would imagine, Echo on the Razor, and then MKS plays the Kunkka. I don't know. Personally, I'm not actually a fan of safe lane Kunkka, so I'm hoping that that's not the case. But it just feels a bit weird to me to have Kunkka middle and then Pango in the off lane. Both of these heroes that I want to be on the map simultaneously doing stuff. I don't know. One thing this does give them, though, this is a lot of chaos, not just in the middle of the fights, but during arena as well. YBB won't have that insta usage of the spell that gives them complete area control. At the very least, Pango can interrupt that. It is better in the laning phase than what Kunkka would be able to do against the Terrorblade. You can buy Maelstrom eventually, get past some of these illusions from Lu, but I don't know. Yeah, but it's, okay, I'm glad that Echo is not safe lane, but I'm still, like I said, I'm not really a fan of Kunkka mid and Pango off lane. And with Storm Spirit being picked up by YBB, this is if I'm Storm, right? The Storm Spirit and the player Storm who's going to be playing the Storm Spirit lol, I'm the happiest camper in the world. I'm like, okay, the only threat to my life here is this Disruptor. Outside of this Raptor, what am I scared of? I'm going to buy BKB at some point. Actually, I don't even need to buy BKB in this game. I just best buy Yules and get away with that, and that'll be perfectly acceptable for me. This feels like a very free Storm game in a situation where CDEC don't have tools to be able to deal with him. They don't necessarily have the kind of hero as well that can contest him when he starts popping off. And to make matters worse, they don't have the late game either, right? So it's not like you can say, well, we'll just wait until our own carry heroes get to the point where they deal with the enemies. The TB Razor matchup, unless Razor's in the TB's face draining all the damage, TB wins that 100 times out of 100. They have ways to be able to interrupt that happening. Feels like YBB, I really think they have the outdraft here, Dragon Drop, and I think CDEC, they have a difficult one on their hands now. They're going to have to figure out a way to make sure that these lanes in particular go incredibly well for them.
Absolutely. Like, Very glad the Storm is the one playing Storm Spirit and not his lane opponent, because otherwise that would be very hard to cast indeed. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Pangolier, I think it fits what they need to do, but I don't think it's necessarily going to be enough, especially with, again, this very limited extra lockdown up against a Storm. But they need to play aggressive, you're absolutely right. They need to basically come out of the lanes swinging and swinging hard, and they need to make sure that Terrorblade doesn't get to a point where he's feeling comfortable engaging into these fights. That's the only way that they can really even think about winning a game here, I think.
Yep. It's a very difficult game for them to be playing out, and especially because, like you mentioned, whenever there's a game where you have to come out of the lane swinging, that means that there's pretty much no room for error in the early game. And we have seen often, especially here in the lower division DPC, that errors happen all the time, and they just generally tend to change the way that the early mid game gets played out. In this game, I can easily see a situation, for example, where this Kunkka doesn't get off to as good a start as he wants to. Although he should be fine playing into the Storm Spirit. It's a pretty decent matchup for him, but if they don't all come out swinging, then suddenly somebody's saying, wait, guys, I need like 2-3 minutes to be able to play catch-up. The first item comes from Pango, but they can't go for a move because Razor's still building BKB. You know, these small little cascading effects that just delay and delay and delay you. And by the time you feel confident making a move on the map, you've been completely outstripped by YBB. So we'll have to see how it goes. There's a lot of pressure on them. I don't think they get de-warded middle. That's going to help. Because I think one of the last games we saw when they lost against Neptune Gaming, there was that horror situation where they lost like 3 bounties and got de-warded mid. So at least this time around, it's going to start okay. It's going to start fine.
At least not yet. This Dire ward came out a little bit earlier, but I think Kunkka placed his own ward like from the tree line. So it's... unless they do some math and saw like the Kunkka walk over there, over to the left, they might not necessarily know that that Radiant Ward came out where it did, so should be safe in any case.
Also, that I just realized here, Dragon Drop, how on earth have we avoided making this joke? You know, Rain and Storm are on the same team for YBB. I only realized this now, and it's like, wait a second. The memes write themselves, come on, you know.
Okay.
So the Rainstorm, we'll see if it drops down onto CDEC. At least a nice standard trade, 2 bounties apiece. No wards have been de-warded. Very nice defensive ward here for YBB to try and ensure that they get this protection on this high ground as well. They are playing with Terrorblade, so this triangle is super important. They need to make sure that they stack as often as possible, protect the small camp for the Storm Spirit as well. And we have seen more and more often when these dire sides are picking these carry heroes, the increased emphasis that's going on to protecting the triangle earlier. So we just have this laning phase getting underway.
Yeah.
Things for now.
I'm gone again.
As just having a small hiccup. Don't worry about it. Everything. Here we go. We are back in line. We're back in action. Nothing's wrong. One of the things I'm interested about in seeing is whether or not for the side of CDEC, whether or not they're going to be able to find any aggression down in this bottom side of the map to get a kill or two. There is actual kill threat here. Like Nature's Grasp with Drain from Razor and a couple right clicks can bring some of these targets down, but it's all about positioning, right? To be able to find yourself in the place so that when you make that kind of move, it goes super well for you, doesn't drop off, and you don't end up losing out randomly, and you don't end up losing out on the farm that you need as well on this Razor in the meantime.
Yep. All right. Yeah, I'm just trying to get the lay of the land in this game, while also checking to see whether my internet is the same bloody bull. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that word. It did last week, in which case, I mean, this time around we have a bit of a different setup where I can restart my router and still cast going. Albeit technically without the clean feed, unfortunately, but hey, at least we could get that going, but I will do that once things get too bad.
Yeah. For now, we do live in this online era, so nothing is perfect. You know, hiccups will occur every now and then. Still seems stable for now. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. And you know what's not fine though? You know, I was actually about to bring up this middle lane and say this is not fine. You know, Echo is having a bit of a rough time in this one. Struggling a little bit here against the Storm Spirit. And look at the CS differential here, Dragon Drop. Yeah, some of these are coming from side camps, but wow.
Yeah, he just took the small Cobalt camp, which is 5 blasters for the price of 1, so it's still fine-ish. But Storm is making a bit of headway. Like, he is getting an advantage, even though it's a bit inflated with these small tank creeps. It's like you would expect. Kunkka not the worst against Spirit heroes, especially that are close to melee range. Like Storm Spirit kind of wants to go in, use Static Remnant at times to secure CS, and also maybe a bit harass a little bit, get in range for a right click with the Overload. But Kunkka, he can also manage that with the Torrent, with the Pipe Ring, of course, in the face. So. Didn't get enough out of it, but Storm, yeah, he's a touchy overall.
Just doing his thing, you know, but like you said, Kunkka, he's just fine. It feels like Kunkka's often, he's in this weird place in the meta right now where there's not that many games where he feels very good, right? There's games where it's like, oh, Kunkka seems fine here. There's practically no problem having this hero. The few occasions that we've seen where he does feel really good, there was that one Medusa game we saw where his primary contribution was just helping out with the Coco Rum to make sure that she doesn't get brought down. Honestly, lately I've been really enjoying off-lane Kunkka, more so than I've been enjoying mid Kunkka. Whenever I see this hero mid, or God forbid in the safe lane, I'm just like, fine. Doesn't really feel like it does as much as it can do when just buying utility items. And I just think of like the average build-up of this hero, right? If I just tell you there's a hero that wants to build phase boots into armlets, into halberd, into BKB, and then a shard at some point, you know, that doesn't sound like the current crop of mid heroes right now.
Yeah.
Everybody else building very differently. It sounds exactly like the off-lane build, right? Mars is going to go for a very similar build-up in this game, so just occupy this role, fam. Do the right thing.
Well, in mid, you at least get the experience to go with it for yourself, so you can be greedy and you can get all the levels that you could possibly want. Just farm up those items, is Rain. Locking out those ones, and dodges the Torrent, walking the other way, still can't inside a kinetic field right now. This will very much be the first blood, especially with that Soach coming out. Echo throwing it in style.
First blood, and here come the sharks.
Alrighty, so...
Right about the same timing that we see a lot of the first bloods here in the end of Division 2, I want to say. It's just,
No, you're definitely right. Most of these first bloods have been coming quite late. It feels like the teams are much more concerned with making sure they get like early CS, securing bounty runes, and this first blood will come around this time when there's already rotations moving in from the supports around middle. So it's been actually quite interesting to see how much later and later these first bloods have been getting pushed. So another thing I actually wanted to talk about, right, and get your opinion on in this game, this Razor. He's going to obviously be going for these power treads. At some point, he wants the refresher, and he definitely needs BKB playing into the Mars, playing into the Shadow Shaman, and needs to be the one to close down the Terrorblade and get past Storm Spirit. But is this a game where somebody on the team should buy him, or he buys himself a Lotus Orb and or Lincoln Sphere just for some assistance against Bane? Because it does feel like Rain is just going to be a massive spoiler to what the MKS Razor is trying to do in this game.
yeah, if you can fit that in, it wouldn't be too bad. Otherwise, you'd have to... You can rely on the Treant Protector, kind of trying to stay run around the back lines, but then you'd have to keep the Overgrowth, you know, just to cancel Fiend's Grip, which is not great, or you just rely on the Pangolier. Like, someone's gonna need to deal with that. Maybe the Disruptor, like, if you can just give Vision, the Glimpse can just cancel it too. It's not a requirement, I would say, but it would be nice to have just more options to make sure that you can do it in any situation. It's also great against the Shadow Shaman, of course. You can't really use Shackles on you. Cancel immediately. So there's a lot of utility in here. The Storm wants to go for an Orchid, which he does. So.
Oh, this feels like such a good Orchid game. All of these heroes on the side of CDEC want BKB, but they don't want it first. So, oh, we see the first arena of the game drop down onto Ignis down bottom. Treant Protector will end up taking a tumble. And Razor really can't help out in that situation. That is one of these very nice things sometimes when you're playing these offlaners, you see you have this ultimate as soon as it comes off cooldown, and the support wanders into your range. Always feels quite nice. Ionet is going to be quite happy with getting the free goal to start the game with.
Especially when your master get back into the Treant Protector, you know, you just cut through so many trees at the same time. So you're not worried about him escaping from you. Having the tree cut on the field. Very useful indeed. But with this pressure on bottom, Echo's actually made his way up top. The tier 1 tower very low. There's no similar response on the other side. They got the kill and then they resumed laning. So they basically lose this tower for free right now. CDC are playing as fast as they need to.
Absolutely. One major drawback of the YBB lineup, they all need farm, they all need experience. None of them really want to be making moves across the map. And I think actually that brings to mind for me why I think we see less Storm Spirit than we see a lot of the other spirits, even Void Spirit, the hero that we've both soured on. And I think it's in large measure because Ember and Void, just with a couple of levels, are very happy to move around the map and can still make something happen elsewhere and be quite useful. Storm Spirit absolutely needs an item or two before he moves around. Otherwise, you just zip in once, you're like, well, I've wasted all of my mana. Unless the entire enemy team is underneath the tier 1, ready for me to kill them quickly. It does feel like you need a bit more in the tank before this hero starts to be useful. And YBB with this on the Storm Spirits having Terrorblade as well. You know, Mars has had a decently good time, but he just wants to stick bottom. Because of how long it's going to take them to bring down the tower, he's somewhat kept away from making big rotations. Xiaofu just brings down Rain. Bye-bye. Quick kill. That's a nice freebie there. You know, and that's something that they're allowed to do now. They have that additional space to play with. Anytime a support wanders top, they can do that. Although for Ionet, he's always going to have to commit arena if he wants to be getting kills at this stage of the game, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's not the longest cooldown, but if you basically want to start killing cores with it. It's right around the sweet spot of 90 seconds, where you don't mind using it if you get something valuable out of it, rather than just a Treant Protector over and over again. So, let's see if they can make that happen. Shaman. A little bit further away from level 6, so before they have to Serpent Walls, they're gonna have a much harder time bringing down these towers. We already see it bottom. Just park the Treant Protector here, you can press Nature's Grasp to kill the Treant Wave, and then you can also heal up the tower. And this one's just not gonna go down without a concerted effort. It's not like, oh yeah, just chipping away at it throughout the laning stage, and then rotating the carry for a minute to bring it down, like we did on CDEC. Nah, it's actually needs a big commitment here just because of the Treant Protector. So CDC maintaining a lot of map control.
These towers, CDC are gonna. The towers are basically asking everyone from YBB, what are we? You know, you have to commit for the towers. Ignis, okay. Well, it's a lot easier to kill Tech Tower if the person keeping them alive is just dead immediately, you know? So they get that quick kill, they get that quick grab, they allow themselves to pick up the tower as well. Although Storm Third get left behind inside a Static Storm, they drop a bolt onto his face. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That was not supposed to happen. That was not supposed to happen.
Yeah. It was not.
Oh. Why did he stay behind? He stayed behind for this Cobalt camp, but looks like he got a bit greedy, gets caught out, finds himself dying, and you end up, you know, in a situation at CDEC where you'll take it, right? You get to kill the Storm Spirit. Yeah, sure, you lose the tier 1 tower middle, and that's not really a great situation, but honestly, at this stage, right, with how things are going, anytime you get a big kill onto a core hero that delays them, knowing full well that they still need to farm, and knowing that you're a little bit closer to fighting on the map, because look at Echo's build here, Dragon Drop. Not going for Omelette, not going for the BKB or Halberd, he's going for the Orchid, so he's going to match the aggression of Storm, and Storm doesn't have, it's a lot easier for Echo to kill a Storm Spirit through silence than vice versa. Storm is not the tankiest hero in the world, so if they have to trade silences between each other, Echoes is going to be the one that wins that trade every single time, making life difficult for Storm in this game. I kind of like this, and they now have the double silence between having Orchid and Static Storm for themselves.
Yeah. Very nice indeed, of course. Not a revolutionary build from Kunkka, it's not like we have not seen this before ever. But it's certainly a very situational one, and you're absolutely right, in this game it is extremely valuable. And also makes it that it's more, this item is looking more like that of the mid hero, right? So that is probably with it also. It's concerning. It's still come in with a nice smoke rotation. The blink reveals from the Mars.
Yep. It's
Really
a
good one.
fairly early blink. We sometimes see these come a little bit later after an additional +1 item, but it comes at the perfect time. Reigns also was trying to go bottom to maybe snack out Ignis, but they don't manage to find him. Very good situation to reveal the blink onto this Kunkka, who they were minutes away from smoking themselves on the side of CDEC to try to utilize this Kunkka's Orchid with Xiaofu having Rolling Thunder available. Being able to forestall that. Now you get to group up as your whole team around bottom. Although you know that they want to try and make some kind of smoke move, you have so many heroes nearby that you always have the ability for reinforcements to just stream in immediately. And they also now have level 6 here Dragon Drop, so they can drop down these snakes at long last and challenge this living armor and say, let's see which wins, snakes or armor. I think, spoiler alert, it's probably going to be the snakes.
Yeah. Red going down. No one else rotating in here to defend this one, so Ignis can snag up a 1 or 2 here. But he can't really show himself. Meanwhile, mid though, that's a silence over on Storm Spirits. They have the glimpse back into the Static Storm again. This should be that, especially with the boat on. What the hell? What happened to him? Just got back there. Nightmare, he's still alive. Storm turning this around.
You know what happened to him? You know what happened to him? The very, very sad plays that happen when you have Disruptor and Kunkka on the same team. He got glimpsed and X'd. Had that kill for sure, and if they get that kill, it's very likely that they can follow that up by sieging onto the tier 1 tower as well. But not being able to get it, having to contend with the fact that you've used all your ultimates in the attempt, failed to get the kill, now you have to back off, right? Because the potential is always there for Storm Spirit to get a little bit of regen from a bottle and then turn a fight with this Orchid being available. Sadly, it doesn't end up happening. Tier 1 will stay alive. They do manage to back away, but that also means that their first big rotation that they made on the map with this Orchid doesn't really go anywhere. So they have to try again, and they immediately combo up for a smoke behind this tier 2 tower, because they know that you don't buy items like this to just sit back farming passively. You need to use them aggressively on the map, so they have to go for this fight.
Yeah, they have another Static Storm available here. They could catch both supports. As the smoke breaks just in time for them to actually back off here. So the big prize will not be gone. It's back. They counter-initiate here right onto the Pangle there. Need a bit of extra control, and they cannot stop the ultimate. Nice little Static Storm here to cancel the feed script, catching him all inside the boat, inside all of the ults. Burst down the supports after all.
Okay.
Overgrowth in the middle of that too. That could have gotten much worse if they get that burst on the Pango.
That is one of the best fights that CDEC could possibly have taken. Not only do they find the target and Lu at first, and he backs away and he comes back, but when he returns, he brings his supports. They think, you know what, we should have the overload here. We're bringing in a Storm Spirit with a double damage rune and the silence. We're going to come in with Terrorblade. We have Mars in the offing. We've got the Fiend's Grip out onto the Kunkka. But Static Storm puts pay to all of it. Allows them to get off the Rolling Thunder on Pango. Allows them to counter the play for Mars. He has to back away from the fight. Mars might end up dying here. Silenced up by this Orchid down bottom. Come on, man. Level 1 Bulwark, that's not going to save you. Or it might.
Is it?
Tidebringer Cleave goes the wrong direction. He blinks away while he blinks into Xiaofu. Xiaofu's like, thanks, man.
Whoops.
Here with the shield crash, does get the kill. He also clips back Rain into the torrent. This time, there's no X to save him. And Xiaofu with another shield crash sets up for another kill. 2 heroes down bottom that they win again. And CDEC, that's the best part about all of this Dragon Drop, is YBB are playing with Lu still being in the area. MKS is completely off somewhere else, doing his own thing. He's been farming by himself. He was top, he came down to this mid lane, has completed the BKB, has Falcon Blade, and probably going to start queuing up this young refresher orb so we get the double Eye of the Storm. And this is great. This is the kind of progression you would love to have on your Razor, especially when he's 100% not involved and your team is still progressing sheerly off of kills for Echo.
Yeah. Good point, like Razor. Yeah, where the hell was he? He was not there at all, just doing his own thing. When you turn back, make that realization, after winning team fights and getting these pick-offs, like a Moxie doing great work with the glimpse there, working overtime.
Step lively
Not just setting up the mass kill, but then also the follow-up on the Bane. Especially with Mars also jumping into Zhao Fu, just shooting up the Spirit Vessel. It's always great. So yeah, they're keeping the pace high, which is, again, exactly what they need. Storm also in a lot of trouble here, just doesn't know it until this very second, and not going to make the same mistake twice, bursting down this time. Not enough to say.
Power's already been taken, and this map is slowly but surely starting to seem very CDEC favored. They're about to get this BKB for Echo, so he's going to be prepared to fight much sooner than the Storm Spirit is. And, you know, eventually Terrorblade does become this massive threat in the game, but right now he's not really that scary. They can still run him down despite the amount of gold that he has. Even having this Manta online does mean he's not susceptible to being orchided, but nothing he can do against the Static Storm. Very little he can do against Rolling Thunder from Xiaofu. And we also love this build that Xiaofu's gone for. Getting himself the Spirit Vessel, the combination with Spirit Vessel and Orchid, it's a lot of damage in a very short span of time.
No. 9 to 8, he wants the Hex and then the TP out, but Moxie got there in range. But hey, the turnaround with the Serpent World's committed. It should kill him. Disruptor is just a Razor up here by himself. He can't BKB and TP out, or can BKB and fight against the Storm. He's dead, but it was a bait into the Fiend Scrub here. That is a kill, and now Bane controlled up, Axe back, nice no dodge actually, but only delaying the inevitable. Making sure that he's the one who's being focused with Terrorblade. He needs the Manta, he needs to Sunder something, and he cannot get it. He needs to Sunder's friend.
Oh no.
If you want to stay alive, Ignis very wisely staying out of range, out of vision. That was quite the fight.
That was a very, very wild fight at the end, and CDEC definitely come away the better off for it, right? Being able to utilize this Razor in this position where he gets forward, he thinks he's looking to die, but he just stands his ground, turns around, gets up all the damage that he needs to here, Drag and Drop. And the rest of the team from YBB, they come in looking for revenge, looking for a way to save him. But that's just not going to be what ends up happening. At the end of the day, he ends up losing his life massively, and we see here in this replay that things just went crazy as that fight went forward. And unfortunately for them on the side of CDEC, they will find themselves, or fortunately rather, they'll find themselves having gotten yet another good fight. Echo gets involved. Echo gets the kill on the TB. And we're seeing now the power of this early BKB. If Terrorblade is the only one there, can't Sunder through Magic Immunity, just has to stand there, watch and be like, please let the BKB end, let it end, let it end. But it ends too late.
All right. Paul's coming out as I'm not the only one having issues, apparently. Alright.
Ostensibly not. Yeah, we can see that our feed brethren sometimes having problems as well. These things do occur. Game is hard, man. Game is hard.
Yeah.
Right now, though, the game is not hard for CDEC. You know, game's going pretty well for them overall. They are enjoying practically everything that they're doing on the map. There is no fight that they've taken where they've really felt second best. They've delayed a lot of these timings that come in from YBB. And they've made sure that Storm Spirit hasn't had the free game that he was hoping he was going to have, you know. We were talking about how the only threat really is the Static Storm. But Static Storm has proven to be a pretty big deal so far. However, now that he does have BKB, hopefully that is going to help him in that regard, make life a lot easier so that he doesn't encounter these problems all the time. I'm also interested to see now that we have this Blink Dagger from CDEC on not just one, but two additional heroes. Xiaofu has Blink, and they also just got the Blink onto Ignis. And we saw in that last fight the impact that this overgrowth can have. Prevent, just get a quick kill on Bane in their own jungle.
Yep.
So a little bit of extra gold for themselves in the back pocket. Always nice for Amox to get. The closer we get to... He's actually going for Blink Dagger. I thought in this game he might want to go for the Aghanim Scepter to make sure that he can delay.
That's a great kill up top and find the chain stun over on the Razor. Bursting down the fucking come in. Xiaofu thinking about trying to maybe trade, but 9-8, nice and dodges. Let's as the BKB and Storm caught inside the kinetic field and Static Storm. Ironically enough, get that high value kill. Didn't have enough mana to really zip out. He teleported too late.
Oh,
no. Just, how many kills did they get because of that?
I I feel like actually Disruptor has been involved in every single Storm kill up until this point in time. Like all the time, this glimpse, the static storm has just been a problem. And you hate this, right? Because you bought BKB to avoid that exact situation. You use the BKB to kill a hero that you actually didn't need to use BKB to bring down. You know, Razor probably dies in that situation anyway. And when you do pop the BKB, comes a little bit too soon, expires too soon. Now that's a 9-second or gone. Even though you got the kill onto this Razor, and it is a pretty big deal, you still hate using your first BKB charge and dying in the immediate fight afterwards. In CDEC, they know that the BKB is still going to be very high on the duration, so they're going to do their best to tick that duration down. Running up a quick smoke right now, or maybe they just want to get a kill so they can lead into the tier 1 tower bottom. It's the last tower remaining on the map that they haven't claimed for free just yet.
That would be extra. Like, there's just no running away from this team. At least it's just a shadow shot. You got by that.
Was it supposed to end in your death?
Feels bad. Feels bad. Well, we're at that point now, I think, where despite all the good things that have been happening from CDEC, right? You know, earlier we were talking about how they're taking all these good fights without Razor being involved. MKS is just doing his thing, farming. Now we are getting closer towards AC into the refresher orb for that obscene amount of damage. The one thing they haven't really managed to do is put that much pressure on Lu. Lu has still been allowed to get all his farm on the Terrorblade. Got the Eye of Skadi now, building into the BKB. Still not fully ready to fight just yet until he gets BKB, but once he does, Dragon Drop, once he does, this is looking like a very scary TV with a lot of HP. His team, provided they can just back him up once or twice. Ionit, is he out? Oh, no, he's not. You know why? Glimpse, good spell. Very good spell.
Don't have enough to actually kill him afterwards. Very weird things happening here on my connection.
Was it just being up and down?
Like this time it's just my OBS that just doesn't want to stream.
Oh wait, is it? Oh snap! Ooh snap! I wonder why. Wait, is it like not streaming at all, or is it just jittery?
At all.
Oh
Now
god.
it is again. All right, all right.
Let me just let people know to please refresh your stream. But right So now, we're it's not back. really that scary. They can We're still run it online. down, despite the amount of We're gold. virtual. We're visual. We see CDEC taking a tier 2 tower in this top lane and slowly but surely trying to set themselves up to not just get this outpost, but Roshan. They definitely don't want this game to just keep going forever because YBB will start to claw ahead. We already see them occupying some high.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
The jump. Actually, but Wolf almost safe inside the arena. Controlled up, still getting the kill. Now the opener holding him all in place through the BKB. Echo fighting him against Lou. He's pretty big and scary though. Starts to wreck it away, kind of lacking the damage up against Echo by himself. But if Disrupted, nicely found a follow-up stun here onto the Razor. Controlled up, burst down. Ignis is next. Double kill for both of the cores. And even though weren't able to catch the Conquer, there was nothing else he could have done there. Casting spells and then having to walk away from the fight. And well, I don't want to say that we predicted this snare, but I think Terrorblade is getting there to a point where you can't deal with him.
Yeah. It does seem like the TB is at that point now. Looking very healthy, looking very strong. Just showed up to the fight and, you know, just made his presence known. I think one of the big issues with this as well is the way that that fight went. Is Razor was expected to do, I wouldn't say a lot more in that situation, but he couldn't do what team needed him to do and quickly close down Lu. Instead of getting this refresher, he might be at the point where after he finishes AC, he needs to consider buying like a blink dagger or something, even a swift blink, just to get close enough. Otherwise, Lu just free this game, 100% free. Going for this Chrysalis next, the BKB charge, still at 8 seconds, so it's quite a healthy duration that's remaining for him. Just life seems so nice. I would love to be in Lu's position right now, but All he needs to do is just keep going. Doesn't have to change much. And they still have to keep going for skirmish kills for the side of CDEC, but it gets harder and harder as time goes on. Hell, even Storm now, having the Sanj and Kaya, means that the only thing that really threatens him, yet again, is Static Storm once more, but almost nothing else is he afraid of anymore. Now he's actually fairly tanky and not that easy to bring down. This Kunkka has gone for this more magic-orientated utility setup build with his team, but that does mean he's going to lack out-and-out right-click damage to help bring down these heroes that have so much status resistance right now.
Yeah. That's in the Razor. He's working on that refresher still. Went for detour for the Assault Cuirass, which is also a great item, but I'm not sure if that was the right idea. Again, because refresher is so very powerful on this hero, and that would have solved the damage issues. So AC, of course, also amps that up eventually. It's not a bad thing at all, but it's not necessarily going to help you as much if against Terrorblade, just because he has so much base armor. That -5 doesn't actually mean as much as it would against other heroes. So yeah, it is something.
Well, now we have, it's going to be an interesting situation to see what they do on the map right now just to try and help themselves out, right? Because they are needing to do something instead of just wait inside the base for a fight, but the fight comes nonetheless. They go directly onto Ignis, BKB popped by Storm. They're going to be forced to back away here. A ton of buybacks expended here by YBB, all to protect Lu's life. At the end of the day, it's 2 for them, 1 on the side of CDEC, but it's a massive teamfight victory for the lineup that was falling behind at this point, but they made a huge splash, pun intended, with the Kunkka getting active in that fight with the Torrent Storm.
Yeah, unfortunately my internet was crazy, so only caught half of that fight. We'll go ahead and try and fix it between the games. There's not a whole lot I can do right now, unfortunately.
Incredible situation, but what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? We roll with the punches, y'all. This is, as we said, this is the online world. This is just how things are sometimes. We will be working on a solution very, very quickly. As right now, YBB still ahead though here, Dragon Drop, and still wanting to try and make sure that they can maintain their position on the map. Having taken 2 tier 2s, you take the outpost from earlier, you lose a big fight, but it's not the end of the world, right? You can still go from this position, recover, and make sure that you come back and still win the game and utilize the lead that you have. Especially because Terrorblade did not die ultimately. Lu still stayed alive, and oh, they're going for a jump middle, but Kunkka X'd himself back. There's no way that that kill actually happens.
That's one of the cool things that you can do as a Kunkka, just relatively safely make these kind of plays where you extra stealth, walk up, kill a wave with Tidebringer, and then get back out. The only real counter to that is Yule's Scepter, and Iron actually has one of those. So that's worth keeping an eye on. If it doesn't BKB and the Yule's comes out at the same time, basically you have to time it where he's Yule's while the automatic take back basically comes. But of course if he's just getting himself out earlier, then that's a little bit tougher. We'll see though. CDC, they're definitely feeling the pressure though, despite that last team fight kind of going in their favor, and need to keep winning those. Smoked out.
Pretty much no option for them. Let's see where this goes. Will they find anybody? It doesn't seem like they get anybody off of this. Yeah, this one's gonna be fine. But it's still a scary situation to be in here if you are on the side of CDEC. Knowing full well that a fight could come at any time, and oh no, no, Echo. Oh. Will the X save him? Yes, it will. Okay, it's fine.
Use the creep.
And Moxie, okay.
He's dead. Down in a very interesting position here. Perfect control on the Razor with the Feastful Tansy. A beautiful torrent. It's the boat coming in, but Razor's still dead. So is Ignis, is still dying to this Terrorblade. Large and in charge, with Meta and BKB just clicking away. They do lose Storm. So it was a very bloody affair for both sides. Enough for YBB to still get this tier 2 top by the looks of it.
Yeah, they'll definitely get it. If Lu is alive, they can do pretty much anything that they want. He did so much in that fight. Unfortunately, they do still end up losing the Storm Spirit, and it is a dieback because he bought back in the last engagement, so he's out of the fight for a very, very long time. So that does mean that YBB will be forestalled from going high ground from the situation. Kind of have to retreat with Lu, but more and more here, Drag and Drop, we're seeing that this TB is sort of indomitable, can just stand his ground, and they can kill Storm Spirit. They wait until that BKB is down, that hero can be vulnerable, but otherwise, pretty much doing exactly what he wants in every aspect of these fights. Not caring one whit about what the rest of the map cares or what the rest of the map is doing, what anybody else in the team is trying to target him with. And I think they're also already starting to run into some issues here with Xiaofu, in that the Rolling Thunder is still an incredibly effective spell in these fights. We're still seeing a lot happen whenever it does get utilized, but it sadly doesn't really seem like Xiaofu is still keeping his own impact in these fights up very highly. Like, the Rolling Thunder is not that disruptive when there's 3 BKBs up. He went for this more utility-oriented build with the Spirit Vessel, so...
It's a time like this, like when Dota gets like this, and your draft is starting to lose steam, the other one's just getting better and better because you have a Terrorblade. The map gets a little bit more complicated, right? The map of team fights. You have to have a very specific series of events going right for you, and when one thing goes wrong, like you said a few times, you know, this is what it feels like increasingly for CDEC. Still have the tools, they have ways, but yeah, the Terrorblade equation is going to continue to be harder and harder to solve, just because it's going to get more and more damage, right? He's got the Daedalus now. And yeah, you can definitely see why CDEC is playing very defensive, very together as 5 here. A ton of vision right now in YBB.
This Terrorblade, I think, is also... He's going to be the one to buy a Swift Blink instead of Razor. I thought Razor might be the one to do that, but the really scary thing about all of this here, Drag and Drop, is look what he's going... Like, he's got for himself in his inventory, right? The Titan Sliver, SNY, or not SNY, the Skadi, Hurricane Pike, Daedalus, BKB, Manta. There is a lot of big tank ability, but the really scary thing about all of this is just how difficult it's going to be to keep him locked down. The status resistance, the BKB being active, and the fact that you kind of have to spend at least the first round of lockdown spells on Storm Spirit. You don't really have the option to wait until later in the fight. Really complicates life, and Moxie is very far away from having Aghanim Scepter on this Disruptor. And we have seen it be quite useful that he can blink for far forward as he can, but part of me thinks that he might be wishing he started rushing the Ags first instead of this blink. Like, the blink glimpse has gotten them a couple of kills, but feels like if he had Ags in the next few minutes, they really could put some threat onto Lu, rather than being in a situation now where they're kind of hoping that YBB makes a mistake in their forward movement.
Yep. Both teams contend with clicking away their own trees, but they don't want to get too far away from the market either. I mean, this is the second one in game ages and the free shot available. But, neither team really wants to start engaging into it. I mean, there's still a lot of scary teams, right, especially around Road Pit for CDEC. Similarly though with the arena for the other side. So we're in a situation where both sides kind of want Roche, but don't want to start it, you know. Want to have the other team start and then try and engage on the right target.
I mean, that's always the best thing, right? When you get your opponent to be the ones to do the move for you, and they're the ones that must take on all the risk. You just get to reap the rewards, but YBB, they're like, well, there's another way you can do this. We can just kill all of them, and then that way Roshan will be very easy to take as they go in. Double damage rune on the Storm Spirit right now. This is a very scary thing. Oh, they found the jump. They found Kunkka. Oh, no. 9 to 8 activates BKB to make that jump. They got down this Observer Ward, and now Xiaofu coming in, Rolling Thunder. They buy back on Echo as well. They're running down onto Rain, bringing down this Bane very quick. No buyback available for him. Storm jumping onto the background of the fight, finds Ignis. There will be no Treant Protector, and now the arena catches MKS and Echo. BKB forced out of MKS, but Lu is here with the right-click damage onto him, onto Echo. Both of them will die. Neither of them have buyback, and they also managed to found Xiaofu as well. It's a triple kill for Lu. And now they might not even want this Roshan, because suddenly they realize that with 4 heroes dead, At least 2 of them, they know for a fact, will not have buyback. That means that they have the path to the higher ground. And once they see that only Razor's buying back, they might just go for the jugular here, Drag and Drop.
Yeah.
Tower is under attack. Dire structures are falling.
This tower will go down. They know that Konko won't be coming back. They can just straight up end the game here, and that's what they figure as well. Razor buying back. This is what's going down. But
Ladies and gentlemen, and our NB comrades, welcome back here to the DPC in the lower division of China. This is going to be a continuation of the series here. It's YBB Gaming taking on the side of CDEC. One of these two teams will walk away with a W. Right now, it's looking very likely to be YBB, allowing them to extend their current run of form to 4-1 here in the lower division. However, on the other side, CDEC are struggling, having lost game 1. They might be on track to go 5 losses back to back to back to back to back. Terrible way to start the season. Terrible way to stay in the lower division. And Drag and Drop, do they have a chance? Did you see enough in game 1 to give you confidence that they might have an opportunity here going into game number 2?
Well, yeah, I think they had the right idea of how they needed to play the draft. The problem is the draft wasn't very good here because of the Starblade and because of the way it ended up shaping out, right? Because, I mean, we identified exactly how the game's gonna go, basically from the draft, right? Because the moment the Starblade becomes too strong, the moment you use BKB, a couple of damage items, and whatnot, they just don't have any solutions to it in the later parts of the game. There was a bit of a question mark with the Razor. Again, I was flagging out the strength of that refresher orb. But even that was not enough, because if Terrorblade can just kill you, then obviously you need to stay alive in the fight to really take advantage of that. So it was not enough, and I think this is where they need to start. You know, if you have a more even draft, I think CDC have they've proven that they know how they should be playing, what timings they need to hit. So if they have a draft that actually works and doesn't get countered in this late game timing, then I think they have a shot. Yeah.
We'll have to see if they can make that happen, though. I think, like, I like what you're saying there about, like, they understand what to do, right? And for me, this opening 2 picks sort of gives credence to that idea that they understand that where they were strongest in that previous game was in the earlier portion of things before things got really stuck into the proper mid game, where the Terrorblade, obviously, for Lu just went crazy. So they go for Nyx Lina, ensuring that they have another good laning phase for themselves, but also make sure that when the laning phase ends and they start participating in that early mid game, they have more tools, right? In the previous game, of course, they had the Omox Disruptor to help them out in this regard, but Nyx Assassin is a bit more aggressive of a hero. You know, you don't need to already be ahead for this hero to become effective for your team. So I kind of like the idea that CDC are at least starting to approach this by thinking, you know, let's not even bother trying to challenge them later and later. Let's go all in. We were already pretty all in game 1, but let's double down. Make sure that we win the laning phase, and from there we can just start to bully them all across the map. Because I think that's part of the issue of game 1, right? That they eventually ran out of opportunities to keep that bully job going, and YBB just stopped being afraid of them after a point.
Yeah, so they stopped being afraid. They were the ones initiating the fights themselves, right? You could really tell that was the case, right? Because they were just going in on Storm on the back of our unit's mass initiation, you know, just bursting somebody down. Not just a random support, but they also found Kunka a couple of times, you know, just taking him out of the fight. Razor as well. There was some shenanigans in the top lane at times, where Razor was kind of alone and then got caught out, turns around, gets a Storm kill. Then one by one, more heroes come in from both sides, and it's an interesting way for a team fight to ensue, but
yeah,
it does happen at times. Alright, CDC going back for this Treant.
Okay. Alright, so they still feel like the Treant, they feel like it wasn't a problem for Ignis. And to be fair, Ignis actually did do a pretty good job with this hero. He stalled the game for quite a while, especially in that bottom lane. We saw some really good usages of Overgrowth, which turned things around and ensured that they were able to actually get kills on heroes like Lu. And they also had a situation where just by having the tree, they had somebody to run forward, break smokes, be this beefcake, tank up some spells for them. So I think this, of all the heroes that emerged in game 1's draft, this is probably the one I have the least problem seeing again here from CDEC.
Yeah. Yeah, the Treant Protector wasn't a problem. He was doing his job, right? He was maintaining map control, extending the game, keeping these towers alive. The problem in the last game was that it was the exact opposite of what they needed in the draft, right? Because they had no solution to the Tower Blade late game. So I would presume that they would... I mean, Tower Blade's banned out, but there's still plenty of other late game carries here for YBB to pick up if they want to. But with Razor in the field and the Bad Rider now as well, they might be the ones who want to switch up the pace a little bit, try and go.
know that we don't?
If I know that, I will tell you. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. So, first remember what Brute does now, because the spiders are the ultimate still, I believe. They changed that at one point in one of the big patches, and then she just completely fell off the face of the earth. But I believe her incapacitating bite passive was kind of broken, so you can right-click trade, which might be good against a troll. They're...
This is so bizarre.
Wait, if troll goes Battle Fury or Maelstrom, right, he'll eventually be able to deal with the spiders relatively easily. Also got the Razor. Bat Rider is also good against spiders if he has his Firefly, obviously. I mean, we're just gonna have to wait and see how this one goes, because I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen a Brute Mother being played in competitive.
Yeah, I am
Insatiable
also...
Hunger is what it's called, not incapacitating bite anymore. Because that got taken away for Silken Bulla. But yeah, Insatiable Hunger kind of broken. Bonus damage and lifesteal. Very value early on. So it's on paper it's good laner in the sense he can sustain himself very easily out of this offlane, right?
But there's so many things that are always just so good on paper, you know? And then we get into the game itself and suddenly everything's different. And it's not working out for them. I don't know about this. Let me not pretend that I'm enthusiastic about this, you know? I do think this is not going to necessarily work out for them, but we'll see. We'll see. At the very least, it is that little deny, you know, that you mentioned, so it's fine, I guess. It's a okay way to start the game.
I mean, what it does do for CDC, like you have the Dream Protectors, you can keep your own map, you can keep your own towers alive, so you can gonna keep control of your own side of the map for the most part. What the Brute Mother also does is once you get the levels, once you get the spiders going, you still for a while soak up an entire quarter of the map, maybe, you know?
Yeah.
So this Brute Mother is gonna take control over the Radiant jungle, essentially. So unless you can kick her out consistently at that point, around the, like, what's 10 to 15 minute mark, I guess, once the lane stage starts to break down.
I don't know. I'm not very enthusiastic. We'll have to see how it pans out, though, as early on we see them off to a decent enough start here. And one of the things that they are doing and trying to make sure that they accomplish in this early portion of the game here, Drag and Drop, is putting pressure out onto Xiaofu. We see Lu and Rain. They're not going to make the mistake of leaving the spider to her devices, immediately chasing her down. They're like, no, my friend, no, Xiaofu. This is not your lane. You're not going to enjoy this game. Sorry. Fun is no longer allowed for you. And, you know, for Xiaofu, the first couple of levels, you know, when we have seen these Brood Mothers in like the last 6 months, year or so, are not often the best, you know. You only start to really get a little bit better with the bonus levels of 4 and 5. But as long as he survives at the beginning of this game here, like you mentioned, he should still be good for that takeover attempt. And having these two heroes here in this offlane between the Nyx and the Brood, it feels like it's quite difficult to reliably kill these heroes. And after a while, it stops being possible at all.
Yeah. Again, Xiaofu spin web, it also gives you that extra region inside the webs. So that's something that they've not taken away. Like, they changed the Doom around to a point where it doesn't have any inherent region anymore, but even though they gave the Insatiable Hunger as a basic ability, they did not take away that free region that you get just by sitting here. So it's, yeah, it's gonna be very hard to harass. You can already see Lu and Rain, both of them are out of mana, but Xiaofu is sitting at half health. Now he has the Insatiable Hunger, he just click creeps a little bit. They're not gonna be able to out-harass him as the levels come in, and Amoxie with the boots able to run down the courier, so
Lol.
it's some extra free gold for you.
Just some Nyx Assassin things, and in the top lane, we're already seeing some Bat Rider things as they had a wave. So I mean, look at the contestation for where these waves are right now, pretty deep in, and 9 to 8 actually might be in a dangerous position. Does get forced out, does manage to walk away from where MKS is. All right, it's cool. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. Nothing is going south. Nothing is going awry. You know, we have no complaints.
I mean, this will be a double wave, basically in front of the Radiant Tower, so it's gonna be pretty good for Iron Unit.
Yeah.
They changed that at one point in one of the big patches, then. Unless, oh wow, not sure why 9 to 8 pulled that creep wave, because it was just gonna go down the lane, and now Ignis can mess things up a little bit here.
Good interruptions here from 928. All right, so something that we need to talk about as well, right? We need to ask ourselves, are we going to have a situation here from the mid as we quickly take a quick gander in this side of the map? The CS right now is obviously going to be favoring Storm, Honor, this Razor, but as time goes on here for Echo, what is going to be the what's the big decision making, do you think, from him? Is he going to really be trying to make sure that he gets these early rotations? Do we just stick and farm here? Because, you know, these side lanes are not the easiest places to go, right? Going to kill Troll is not an easy thing with a Broodmother. Trying to kill Batrider is just not easy at all in general, especially not with the help of just like Morphling Tree. So what is the big option here? What is he going to try and accomplish for himself here on Echo as he starts to get more and more CS and farm in this game?
Well, wouldn't be too surprised to just see kind of a standard Lina build, just go Boots of Travel and then start running around. Probably want to get the Yules in this game. Just really good against, just trying to run away, just get more movement speed here. Great, just slow down the Batrider and the Razor chasing after you, and especially your Troll Warlord. So any more ways you can guide him. It's MKS up top. Dying here. He's shifting strength, but he has 6 stacks of napalm on him. So much fire.
Bye.
Water just being boiled away.
Bye. They forgot on CDEC that you can't leave Morphling. Actually, you can't leave any hero alone against Batrider, like in the safe lane, and they did. Ionet takes full advantage. Oof. Even tips. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's GG. It's done. Let's all go home. Can't recover from this. What a regrettable situation. What a kind of death to get there. So from that position, from that scenario, I am kind of anticipating that what they need to do from here, obviously they're going to try and make sure that they keep the protection on Morphling at all times and not really ever leave him alone again. But now it does put a little bit of map pressure onto them for CDEC, because in the event that people need help also on the map, they're not going to be available to provision it. And now that Ionet has gotten that early kill, they don't have the same compunction to make sure that 928 stays top. He's allowed to move out on the map. We see him now chilling, sitting behind where Echo is in this mid lane. Prepared if needed to jump in if Echo does extend too far forward and then push him towards the Razor. But the fact that he doesn't need to be here does give them so much more space, so much more freedom for their ability to keep farming on this Batrider top without interruption. And he's going to get massive levels here, Dragon Drop. He's already level 5.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's 928. He's right now in a situation where he's going to be in between Echo and a Moxie. I think he's going to end up taking a tumble here. He's trying to make it hard for them, but end of the day, there's no option. 100% death there on the Clockwork. Loses his life. Not a great situation to end up losing your life there, but you know, you at least made sure that... Did he take the bounty first? He did. At the very least, he does prevent Echo from getting regen, forces the Lina back into the base. And this is time when Razor not only got to sit in the lane, not having to leave, but also going to get bottle refreshed by 928 as well. So certainly still some premier support play emerging here from this Clockwork.
Yeah. I mean, you're not too worried about dying on the hero. It's kind of what you do. Your strength here is, you think, oh yeah, he's probably tanky and whatnot, but yeah, it's... it is what it does just because he's making these kind of plays, you know, so if, especially if you can slow down Lina somewhat, snagging away bounties and whatnot, exactly what you want out of that hero. I mean, it doesn't really need much help up top anymore, so finding a place to be on the map is always nice. At very least, Nick's Assassin was able to take over mid for the brief moment that Echo was gone, so Bit of experience did not go to waste. This what Root Mother ends up going down. Bottom, Lasso up top at the same time. Morphling is not even he is shifting, but there's 7 stacks of napalm on him, and one more click will do it. 2 more.
Got
3
him.
more. No, just the 2 more. But he also got clicked by the tower as well as Ignis. Let's not forget that Treant Protector hitting pretty hard.
No slouch at all in the damage department. He does manage to, if it's any other support but Tree in that situation, Ironit lives 100%, but because it is Tree, the right click's more than enough to get the kill. But that is a very sad situation. Another kill that solo was taken by Ironit. Sure, he ends up losing his life afterwards, but more resource committal from CDEC to try and get that revenge kill than what he committed to get the kill to start with. And at the same time, they did manage to bring down Shafu, so it's not like CDEC are getting advantage elsewhere on the map, so just YBB coming out the gate swinging here, Dragon Drop, and they're fighting very hard from this laning phase. Early kills, a ton of farm onto Lu as well. And this is terrifying, right? It's one thing if he's like in game 1 playing catch up, but they need to kill him. And that's why Echo is down bottom. They set up with the Impale from a Moxie. LSA with their Laguna Blade follows up very soon after. Quick burst, quick kill, and they needed that so badly. They could not afford for this troll to keep having the game that he was having because he was on track for a 12-minute Battle Fury here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That is very scary. Like, I'm so totally done underestimating the troll Battle Fury. I did that for a while, and every single time they still got the Battle Fury, and then they just owned the game with so much money coming in because of that. So it's yeah. He's still on pace for good timing. He's still sitting near the top of the net worth chart, and the only one who's ahead of him right now is his own teammate, so he's not going to be too worried about that either. Storm playing a different Lightning hero this time around, but 9 to 8, yeah, all right.
Bye.
Punished again, playing too aggressive. This ward helping out on the high ground.
Now they...
This troll also in a he's in position now where he can comfortably sit in the jungle even without the Battle Fury just yet, so you can finish that off safely.
We're trying to get this kill top.
Overgrow.
Ah, they got him. They got him. They got him. They got him. That's what it takes though to kill Batrider at this stage of the game. Like it requires a lot of heroes. 2 is like already pushing it in terms of what's viable, but 3 is the minimum where you're like, okay, we guarantee to get this kill. Big plays to get, especially since they've just managed to make sure that MKS finishes the full Falcon Blade. It'll be coming in. Now we can farm both the lane and the jungle a little bit easier. Get some catch-up potential towards where the Troll Warlord is. As you mentioned, Lu is still doing really well in this game. His build is going to be the Battle Fury. You were expecting that this MKS Morphling presumably goes Manta this game, unless he wants to go straight E-Blade, but I really like having the Manta option versus the Batrider, at least for that 1 split second where you make him decide where the lasso is going to go. And speaking of lasso, it's coming out middle. No, it's not, because of Moxie there with the Spike Carapace into the Firefly, interrupting the Batrider, throwing out the Impale, and yet again the combination of these 2 heroes gets them a core kill for the side of CDEC.
It's feeling the counter right now. Of course, Nyx Assassin, the classic counter to the Batrider. So pick and bat into the Nyx, I believe it was in the draft.
Yep.
That was bound to happen at one point or another. He's up top. Okay, goodbye, Rain.
Ironit wants revenge though. He's got Blazus, got the drag back.
Beautiful.
Woof. More than enough damage. Look at this, everybody else is coming.
Into lasso. Yeah.
Yep.
Ignis is dead too. Like, Ironit, I mean, he got countered in mids, but Nyx Assassin nowhere to be seen up top. So yeah, just randomly kill 3 heroes here. Or 2, I guess. Yeah.
I love how he did it so casually on this Batrider, right? He's just like, meh, I'm in this area, whatever. We're just gonna throw out these napalm stacks. We'll do the Firefly. Lu shows up too to help them get this kill. And what's crazy about this is this started from him just solo killing Echo by himself. We have to remember that flame break into last week you mentioned. This danger level of this Batrider early on really cannot be overexpressed. Echo, as a result of having died, having been zoned back to base even though he survived middle, and having been zoned back earlier on in the fight. Look at his net worth here, Dragon Drop. I've literally not seen this in my life. A bottom net worth leaner at 12 minutes from the mid lane. I literally don't know what this looks like. Like, what? How is this even possible?
It looks like this, where Nick Assassin also, yeah, I mean, he's the clockwork of CDC, right? Just kind of going in, trying to get some vision. Eventually, you're just gonna walk into a sentry and die. It's just the nature of it.
Yep.
NBD, but yeah, this is what it looks like. Lina needs to play catch up. Xiaofu sitting at the same amount of net worth here, trying to establish control over this area. But Storm, as long as he's man at least, he should be able to just deal with the spider threat.
Yeah.
Everyone else has to be a bit careful though. Like 928 cannot be here if he wants to live. Rain can't be there either. Ionits, he could. But they're all of them together. They could definitely do something here. Lasso's gonna be coming off cooldown. They have a hook shot as well if they can land it on the real big spider.
It's a difficult jump to make
Nice
here.
little catch.
They're trying to set up for us. Here we go. Xiaofu, flame break. Do they get the catch? Hookshot misses, but they still will be able to get him with the battery assault. Not looking for the power cogs leash just yet because Echo is also in the offing. Throughout the Laguna Blade onto Batrider. Does zone Iron it back. 928 gets power cogs onto Echo. Will die for this though. Somebody has to. And with this rotation, Echo with the BTs showing up to assist his team. And it is enough to dissuade them here, Dragon Drop, from going for the gank. Ionit is forced back. They keep Xiaofu alive. And it doesn't feel like they're going to be punished for this at all. Feels like just a strong response here from CDEC.
Really well played, really well anticipated from CDC. I mean, this is why Nick Assassin was hanging around there to make sure that the Broodmother stays safe. So the Spike Carapace stopping Ionit in the tracks. Good decision for them on turn to then turn around and leave the Clockwork to die, as Lina also making use of these boots of travel. So some really good movements there from CDC. Just playing around this Broodmother, playing around these webs, just try to fight where they're strong.
Yeah.
This is the way to go here.
It's almost like having advanced vision, right? When you have a ton of wards on the map that you always want to play around them, so you play where this Brood is. And look at what they've done, they've accomplished from here. Look how much pressure they put onto the tier 2. It's almost fallen down bottom. If YBB aren't careful, they will end up losing this tower. There's no comparable place on the map they can strike back. The one tier 1 that they still need to take, that's super important, is this mid tower. But yet again, we're seeing that Ignis, the power of this Treant Protector, doing a great job of keeping it propped up. And unlike in game 1, where they had mass open walls to just throw out, now they actually have to commit physical bodies on the line if they do want to take any of these buildings. Either Storm or Lu has to personally sit on that high ground, siege the building itself, and then at this point, neither of them are really ready to do that. So probably the right thing to just sit back and keep farming. But CDC, they want to bring back this gank duo. Moxie and Echo, they come across Ainit. Spike Carapace will stun him up. Impale will follow. And LSA, Echo gets the kill with the Laguna and some right clicks. Love to see it. And you were talking about how good Spike Carapace is whenever he's around the Batrider. Even Firefly, the spell that's supposed to protect you, ends up ultimately being what dooms you.
Yeah. This is gonna need that BKB, but all these deaths, obviously, to slow down his own item progression. All 3 calls for the die now ahead of him, so he also has to blink to execute up, which you kind of want. Despite having that crazy mobility and range here between the boots of travel, ether lens, even the casual windlays. Just a normal build for Batrider, right? But he cannot really feel confident going for a super aggressive plays if he does not have that BKB to go in with. Just because of the Spike Carapace, you know.
Decent spell.
But yeah,
It's okay.
space created at least for his other 2 cores, you know. Lou's got that battlefield completed for a little while. Still a really good timing, and now he is going for Manta style of zone. You need something to break that overgrowth at the very least.
I was actually thinking that potentially one of the reasons why Ainit is playing the way that he is to soak up all this attention. Because he's been showing quite a lot in the waves. He's been the one getting forward. They've tried to go for a couple of ganks. Obviously, they haven't worked out fully. But I think maybe it also might be that because Storm doesn't really feel like he wants to participate in the game just yet. Has BKB leading in towards SNY. But playing a very farm-orientated Razor here. The same as being true, obviously, for the Lu Troll Warlord. So until they get their requisite items, Ainit probably the only one that can play the way that he's playing. And yet again, we see him showing middle because somebody has to, right? Somebody has to soak up the space. Somebody has to present himself so that if another gank is going to come, it goes in this direction rather than seeking in the jungle. And in the jungle, though, they almost found Lu, but with Rain being nearby, they're like, yeah, this kill's not happening.
Yeah. Starting to get a bit worried, Snare.
Are you seeing this net worth?
Troll Warlord, yeah, he might not be a Terrorblade, but he's still one of these heroes where he just gets to farm for a while, and then it's at some point, at some timing, he's just saying, hey, yeah, by the way, I'm a hero and you cannot stop me. And then the game just ends. You know, I've seen that plenty of time. I would say it doesn't scale as well into the later parts of the game, but he's certainly doing his job. Xiaofu down bottom, caught out by himself this time around. That's the kind of play that they want to make earlier.
Nice.
With the Nyx Assassin kind of interfering, but he's somewhere else right now. Perhaps setting up for, what, a kill on Rain? That's not worth. That's all you get at this point.
Yep. Might not be worth, but you'll take what you can get. Yeah, what's available is what's available. And a Moxie, sadly, what's become available has become harder and harder to sniff out. This is going to be another situation where Echo gets involved in a kill. And Echo also has BKB now. Although this Troll Warlord, obviously not a hero that BKB will help you too much against, nor is this Bat Rider. In some regards, nor is the Razor. If you get linked, you know, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, you now don't get really completely hard countered by Clockwork. Ogre doesn't do anything against you. And of course, you can walk around during the sticky Napalm and Firefly. You have to force Ainit to commit the lasso onto you. Echo will finally feel a little bit safer, but it does kind of suck to be in a game where even after you buy BKB, you don't necessarily feel safe on the map. And you still feel like you have to be moving very, very carefully, potentially under only where your team actually has vision, or when you're moving under the cover of smoke to go get some kind of gank for yourselves going.
Yeah, this is certainly not the type of free leaner game that we sometimes see. It just gets to basically play however she wants and just do tons of damage because no one can get on top of her, right? But this one's a little bit more complicated.
Also, I'm really surprised at how good of a job YBB has done to keep this tier 2 tower alive down bottom. It is finally going to get taken out by Echo, but it stood the test of time, and it took YBB. They did this without having to have Treant Protector themselves. But CDEC, now that they do claim this, this is more area of the map that Xiaofu can play around. Oh, BKB gets popped as they want to jump onto Storm. Looking at Echo, they have the Eye of the Storm going and the right clicks, and he does find the kill very quickly. Lasso back, they get the drag in onto Nyx Assassin, as he's also going to end up taking a tumble here. Xiaofu, can he get out to safety? For now, it does seem like it. Flame break gonna be good, and okay, he's fine, he's okay, he's okay.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kind of a scary fight to come out there. And Echo, although they lose Echo, for CDEC, it's not great. Drag and drop, it's not the happy situation that they would prefer. You know, you don't have access to this Lina, she's down. You don't have access anymore to your tier 2 tower. Oh, you do get the tower rather, for CDEC, but you also get the outpost now, right? So it feels okay. It's not great, it's not lovely, it's not wonderful, but given what could be happening on the map right now, this feels like an acceptable situation to be in, right? It's Echo now. We're just on the map, hoping to see if he can get closer towards having a 4-star. This is one of those big things. Whenever you're playing against a Clockwork, it is imperative and super important to ensure that you do get access to a young 4-star for yourself. As many as humanly possible, honestly, is what is preferred. When you have as many 4-stars as you can, that way, whenever Clockwork hooks into you, it's not a guaranteed kill from the rest of the team. There's always a way out of that fight. As we see Ainit grabbing an Invis rune right quick, wanting to maybe go on an excursion, but they saw this happening on the side of CDEC. They are ready with vision as well. They've got a sentry plop down. Ironet will happily go onto the high ground, but now here's the turnaround. Spike Carapace into the impale. Will they have the damage for the stun? Not just yet. The lasso still emerges. Echo, with the help of MKS, they still do get the kill onto Ironet. Does cost them the life of this Nexus Storm. Chasing for more. He really wants Echo, but LSA will connect as the BKB expires. They've also lost this Ogre on the backline. Laguna Blade flies onto Storm. Here comes MKS with the triple kill. He now steals away the Razor Form. Chasing onto 928. This Clockwork is going to end up dying here as well. As MKS with the ultra kill on the Morphling. CDEC now inside the Roshan pit. CDEC, okay. Making game 2 much more entertaining for us, as now the Morphling has really bounded upon things, really gotten himself off the mark. With this Roshan kill as well, he'll have an Aegis to boot. From an ultra kill to an Aegis, that is a boost of what, like 2,000 net worth overall effectively for MKS. Still second to the Troll Warlord, but very, very close now to having the full E-Blade. Actually has it. It's flying in off the courier right freaking now, Dragon Drop. Morphling fully online, definitely.
So my internet went out a little bit more rapidly. Like a little bit more, with a little bit more finality. So I finally tried to restart my router. Maybe it's a little bit more stable now. We'll see. So apparently I missed YBB losing Roshan and then losing more and more heroes.
Yeah.
What happened? It was just only gone for a moment.
So they went for a fight here on the side of YBB.
MKS.
Nice one.
No great cancel. Yeah.
They went for a high ground fight because they had a little bit of vision with Inet. They looked for Echo and they found Echo. They tried to get Echo, but they lost out on everybody in the process. Inet died first, and MKS, after killing Inet, he solo killed Ogre. Then they realized, wait a second, the Storm Razor is up on the high ground here with BKB active, but the BKB is about to finish. He doesn't actually have much backup behind him. So why don't we just go kill him? And then they just went and killed him, and they got an ultra kill on the Smurf. It was wonderful.
Yeah, we talked about last game, obviously, about the Lutero Blade. We talked about the Troll Warlords in this game. But obviously, Morphling, the reason why we flagged CDC is having a much better late game scaling draft this time around, like where they can take advantage of the Treated Protector, kind of slowing it down, maintaining map control and what have you. The reason is because the Morphling is actually a pretty good hero. You know?
Yeah, it's okay.
He can scale very well with farm, and yeah, if you get a bunch of kills out of nowhere, I mean, that's gonna catapult you forward. And it's all for defense, E-Blade for offense, Aegis now for another.
Just a quick nonchalant kill on the top lane onto this Treant. Inet easily able to claim him. And Batrider obviously wants BKB next after finishing the Aether Lens. Interesting that he went for the Aghanim Shard here, Dragon Drop. Having the double Flame Break. I mean, we have of course seen in this game just how influential Inet has been with the spell, but prioritizing it so much that he's prepared to delay BKB. Normally I've seen this coming after BKB, but in this game, it's like, okay, this needs to happen just ASAP right now. Needs to be effective as soon as humanly possible. So definitely increases how much impact he can have in the middle of these fights. At the same time, they don't want to really fight, right? Having this Morphling with Aegis, you just leave his team alone. Leave them alone. Don't really come directly into them. Let them keep farming. Let them do their thing. You know, eventually, when this Morphling finds himself in a position where the Aegis is down, then you try to take a fight. But while he has it up, it always feels so risky to try and make an aggressive posture into that team. And speaking of aggression, though, they find some down bottom. They got onto Storm, impale with Laguna, but unfortunately 9-8 right there. Inet with the counter lasso. They get directly onto Echo. Lu shows up. BKB, they really want to chase down this Lina. They will be able to kill her. Does go the way of the tower, so it's a shared bounty kill. However, with the two heroes cleaned up, they try to go for Storm, but unfortunately, the Storm had reinforcements.
Yeah. Well, obviously, if the Morphling's not there and they're going in on you undermanned, then you can take a fight. Well, it's not something that CDC needed to do there, I think. I mean, getting a Razor kill right there would have been great. But it's not like he's not tanky, right? I mean, the guy's sitting at 2.7k health points.
Yeah.
He's right in front of his base. Like, that was just asking for trouble. So, lucky break there for YBB, I would say.
I mean, he also...
Yeah, still got the troll farming, and he's going for the Skadi. Skadi is amazing and required up against Morphling.
Yeah.
Who's building a Lincoln Sphere for himself just to protect against the lasso.
See them smoke up. Will they be able to find anything off the back of this? Storm. Very far forward. They see him, but oh, BKB active very early on, but he's getting drained back. He got the drain onto Amoxie. Amoxie is still gonna live, but Storm will not. He gets bursted by MKS. Last time around, they didn't have the Morphling to go get the kill. This time they do, so Storm dies for sure. And now chasing for a couple more kills. We'll be able to find Rain as well underneath the tier 2 tower. They're not done just yet. They still want to chase for more off of this. The tower itself might be in jeopardy. And this was a perfect time to make this movement dragon drop. The Aegis just expired for MKS, but he doesn't pay any penalty for having it the entire time. They don't make aggressive moves into him. He got all his farm, but sadly didn't get enough farm. How on earth has Troll been able to farm this much in these last few minutes?
Just hitting creeps, I guess. 385 last hits. Some of them will have inspired us, I'm sure, but... what's his GPM actually? 655 or so. That is ridiculous. But yeah, he's gonna need to use them at some point. I mean, it was another fight where the Razor was kind of low and thought, oh yeah, maybe I can get a kill here. Then he didn't factor in the use for the next assassin. So well timed on this. Coinciding with the BKB going down, at which point Morphling was just able to shotgun finish the Razor. And even before that, I mean, he was doing tons of just straight up right-click damage.
Yeah.
Hitting for more than 300 a pop if he's sitting at max agility.
Has Lincoln Sphere now.
Very fancy new items here. Lincoln Sphere completed. Paladin Sword is a neutral item. So it's a lot of extra lifesteal that he's got. Again, this will be counted out somewhere once Troll Warlord finishes up that Skadi, which is not too far away. I think he'll buy out for it.
Funnily enough, he also gets a...
Skadi is required, yeah.
Funnily enough, he also gets himself a young Pally sword as well. Picks it up off the creep, so... This is really nice on Troll, right? Battle Rage, or Battle Trance, sorry, gives you that lifesteal. You don't need to get the Satanic yet. With Pally sword, you just feel really good at this point. You still probably want Satanic at some point, but this feels real nice. And as a way to demonstrate how nice he feels, he's gonna say, hey team, come over. Okay, I thought we were gonna smoke and go do something, but they're like, nah, they're gonna chill. Maybe wait for this next Roche to respawn instead. Now we'll see the smoke move. CDEC. They sent a Moxie forward under the cover of Vendetta to break moves like this. And this is why you pick the Nyx, baby. Spike Carapace to prevent the chase. They might still be able to find him. Hookshot will be on. 928. Great guess coming in from him. And they do get that kill, but this is why you pick Nyx. And that's why he has the least net worth in the game. CDEC doing exactly what he's meant to do for the team. Whilst the rest of his cores, look where they are. Like, Ignis is pushing top, the dangerous part of the map, quote unquote. Shafu's in the jungle, but the safer parts where they have a lot of perspective, a lot of vision, a lot of control, that's where MKS was. He was just farming happily away, getting closer towards BKB. We see that Echo doing the same to get closer towards Silver Edge, so very happy for those moves to happen. CDC sadly are being kept on their side of the map. However, much preferred to be kept on the side than to be killed and sent on this side of the map through the fountain.
Yeah. At least being able to kick them out of their jungle and... Oh God, look at these spiders. They don't give a ton of gold, but if you kill 100 of them, it's still quite a bit of money, you know?
Yeah, it's a decent amount of scratch, you know?
Just a bit, yeah. It's also great. Broodmother has a freaking Pipe of Insight. You have 100 units or something like that with the pipe effect on them. Also looks very interesting as some bottom. Alright, this should be very dead next year. 5 against 1, a bit unfair.
It's
fine. It's not
fine.
about fairness, right?
Nope. Dota's just like an inherently unfair game. It's just never fair. But it's chilled. He did his job. Broke another smoke.
Nice.
So...
Oh. The ranged cleave to kill a bunch of them. I love it. You love to see it. such a weird thing with Troll Warlord, right? You can throw out the ranged axe, then turn into melee mode, and you get the cleave effect. It's basically a slash attack.
Dota balanced game as well, you know. On top of being very fair, it's also very, very balanced. There's no problems with it, and some problems may emerge now though because they have a full basher out on this Troll Warlord. Oh boy, hook shot. Oh, flying forward, 9 to 8. They catch the Morphling. No, MKS, will he die here? E-Blade out onto Lu, trying to get himself away from this fight. Ionet slows him down with this lasso. He got off the strength morph, but it's not going to matter. His team routed away. They're trying to run. They're trying to get themselves away from this fight. They will be able to do so. Ignis blinked away. Echo utilized the Shadow Blade. That is going to be good enough for them. Amoxie's under the cover of Vendetta right now. Might try to set up onto Storm here, actually. There's going to be the Impale hit after the Vendetta. Echo goes in with the Laguna Blade after the LSA. Not enough damage. Storm still alive, getting the turnaround here. They come with Lu on the high ground. The Overgrowth gets dispelled by the Manta Style. And Lu is falling a bit low. Does still have the Battletrons ready to trigger, but why use it frivolously as Ionet? Oh no, caught in a rough place. Lotus Orb will be out onto him. The right clicks, will it be enough to kill him after he got Jules into the air? No. Dragon Slave a few units short, and somehow Morphling died on top. Oh, Morphling's been dead, sorry. Batrider died.
He's been dead for a while, yeah.
I was like, because I just saw death happen, and I was like, wait a second.
The last fight wasn't that long ago.
I was like, Batrider was fine, right? He got away from this fight, but Nature's Grass killed him. All right.
Yeah, I was just on the very edge, so that was super freaking close.
Close.
CDEC to find a sort of engagement, you know, just getting that LSA on Storm, making Lu get out of the pit, try and take that fight, trying to be aggressive.
Yeah.
Just to protect his friend. Ionet having the same idea, but then he gets by carry paced again on the high ground. There's so much range damage flying in. He eventually gets taken out, and all of this just by enough time for for Morphling to come back and to contest this Roche, and even maybe get it themselves. I mean, there's no Batrider for 25 seconds, and this Roche will fall very, very quickly. There's a hookshot though, and they're just ready to walk in. Spike Carapace used on the Razor. Lu clicking away, trying to find the right target, and there it is. Not popping the BKB just yet. That's Justin Storm. Hookshot in the back. Catches the Treant Protector here as they bring down the Nyx. Buys back immediately. Treant does not have that luxury. He cannot return. It's now, just like that, YBB. They're the one. I didn't have to buy.
Yeah. Suddenly, they have this advantage. They get the Aegis. Lu picks it up with the Aghanim shot as well here. And he's going to be able to take this one away. This is very, very scary. Does he keep the shot or give it to Razor or something? Who's the best shot carrier here? Now he's going to keep it. Get himself that Rampage. Don't worry about it. Rampage early, available. It's online here for the Troll Warlord. We're going to see how he's going to be able to utilize this in the fights. He is choosing to walk around without the Basher. Doesn't feel like he needs it unless he's fighting. The other items will help him farm a bit better. And even with the Aegis, you don't want to walk around without BKB. But this is so terrifying for CDEC. Although they made that hold, they do not really have the ability now to fight into the double Aegis, and it's hard to bait them into a fight. They fight 9 to 8 potentially. Ionet also gets the lasso job off with the BKB. They're dragging back Amoxie, and here comes Lu cleaving through Echo as well as Amoxie. Double kill immediately for the Troll, and they're trying to chase for more. Blink away from Ignis keeps him alive for now. The Eye of the Storm of the Razor hitting various targets, doing its thing, but not going to be enough just yet. Nobody gets caught out. There's not enough stuns and disables after they've used the lasso, but they don't need them to kill the towers. Is that what they're going to do? Tier 2's gone. We were speaking earlier about how, you know, they can't really push unless they themselves physically siege with Storm and Lu. Storm and Lu are so strong right now that they don't mind doing that for the rest of time here, Drag and Drop, taking every single building that they can.
Yeah, they're not long for the world, especially with the DD. With the AC on Razor, they actually end up going for this refresher build that we often say, just purely on the right clicks, just purely trying to stay alive now as well. Reaver queued up, and just basically right clicking together with the Troll. Seems to be quite effective at this stage.
Yeah, it's fairly crazy. And it's so they have such a hard time already killing him. Now that he has Satanic, on top of having the SNY, with AC, with BKB, he's got 19 armor, 3.5k HP, still has BKB to go, just picked up a Trickster Cloak, so that means that he has, let's see how much magic resist he has, 40% magic resist? What? Okay.
Yeah.
On top of having status resistance as well. You know, yeah, he's easy hero to bring down. And he still has the Dispel from proccing the Satanic, you know, so he's easy to deal with.
So this is weird, because if you look at Trickster's Cloak, obviously it gives him plus 20% evasion, right?
Uh-huh.
But then if you hover over Razor's stats, it says 21% evasion. How's that work?
Isn't he getting some evasion from the... Actually, wait, where is that from? Yeah, because you don't get it from Agi anymore, right? They changed, there was like one mini patch.
No. This game's literally unplayable, actually, as Lou working away directs. That's the hook shot coming in. Nitrate with the second one onto Morphling. Can't quite find the right angle to push him back with the Cox. He actually goes back in himself. Clockwork is dead. Now the man fight. MKS, he cannot do this. Up against the Troll Warlord. Shifting strength, losing damage, getting some back here, but the last is to control him up to finally get the skill. He is dead, down for count, 90 seconds, no buyback. Lou on the rampage indeed, getting a secondary kill.
Ooh.
And yeah, this is just questionable decision here, just waveforming in right into the loving arms of the Troll Warlord. Obviously, Veteran doesn't care about the Lotus Orb beam as long as you can lock him down, make sure that you cannot wave him away again. That's all he's really looking for, and those are two sets of Rex at least going down. Nothing to stop them from getting the third, and potentially the game here. 60 seconds without Morphling.
No Morphling. Morphling himself doesn't have buyback. There's no real options for him to come back into this one.
200 golds. Here we go again, the refresh from his Aghanim Scepter. So much control, and that's the Megas right there. Broken up. Still the Aegis for another 35, so he's perfectly happy to use it right now. If he even needs to, Nyx Assassin just disappears. Xiaofu, no way to leave. He can delay this a little bit with the Ghost Scepter, but yeah, that's the multicast. Oh man, this game escalated quickly. The diving fountain snare. This is not alright. This is not okay.
Oh, they still have the first Aegis life inside the fountain as well. So when they come back, it's not like the troll dies. Just gonna walk away, refresh. They go again with the Battletrons Rampage directly onto a Morphling. How do you get multiple kills inside the fountain? YBB demonstrate exactly how that's done. They make it happen. They get the dub. GG, well played is called. Them with a strong 2-0 over the side of CDEC here. And it's not like we didn't foresee a game like this might happen, but this troll, Lou, my god. And this is in a game where Morphling got an ultra kill. Like, wow, this is just, honestly, just an impossible situation at the end here for the side of CDEC. They did everything that they could in their power, right? They made sure that they got the right build up on the items. The BKBs didn't really arrive too late into the game. You know, I would say that this Broodmother didn't necessarily do the worst, right? We've definitely seen worse offlaners happening from heroes like this, and they could have gone for like a setup hero. Let's say they picked like a Beastmaster or whatever, and found nothing on the map itself. So it's not like this is the worst possible draft they could have gone for at the end of the day, but YBB just played it better, right? Ironid, I feel like he's an automatic MVP vote. What do you think, Drag and Drop? Like, his performance on this Batrider was just honestly out of this world. A miraculous level of play that we saw from him. Ironid just did from the jump, right? His laning phase was incredible. After the laning phase, his transition into the mid game was great. Always finding the right targets with his lassos. Always making sure that when ganks are happening on the map, sure, he died more so than his compatriots, right? 7 deaths compared to Storm's 2 and the Troll Warlord's 1. But ultimately, he's tanking those ganks. They're coming towards him. And if he's eating those rotations, that's why Lua and Storm could spend most of this game uninterrupted, just freely farming it up. That's why this troll has 817 GPM at the end of the game here, all due to the space created by this Ironid Batrider.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised he got as much done as he did, considering that he was kind of hard counter. I mean, Nyx Assassin just on paper is one of the best heroes up against Batroid because of this Spike Carapace interaction, and it did lead to his death a couple of times. But despite that, he's been able to get so much done, especially again with the lassos on the Morphling. Despite the Lotus Orb being thrown out on him, he just doesn't care, because as long as he doesn't even need to do any damage himself. He doesn't need to drag him anywhere. As long as Lu gets to right-click away, that's all that you really need. So he was enabling the Troll Water to get these crucial Morphling kills, and that's what ended up winning in the game. Making sure that this Morphling couldn't really use that burst of net worth and fusion that he's had. Like, he spent all of these fights running away from this relentless aggression, trying to kite the Troll, but it didn't work because of the Batrider. So yeah, absolutely. I can go with that MVP decision anytime.
Sadly, though, as much as this is jubilation for the side of YBB, they win their 4th game. The only game that they've dropped so far here in the lower division of this China DPC is against the current pole position team of Aster.Aries. No other team has been able to take games against them. They've done a really good job up until this point. But for CDEC, unfortunately, 5th loss on the bounce here. What can they do, Drag and Drop? Like, this team, they're very, very close to a point where they can't really recover. I feel like it's, like I said, it's mathematically guaranteed that you're ending at the bottom now. You're not going to get into the upper division. Elimination is probably on the cards for you here. What do you do to keep your spirits up as a team? What do you do to make sure that you don't give up and don't just say, well, it's over now, it's time to disband immediately? How do you keep the pride going in an organization such as CDC with such a storied history? What's the team conversation like to keep them all together right now?
Well, as I said, with an organization like that, you'd imagine that they'd have staff and coaches to help them out, and gotta work together with them to try and figure out, all right, what is going wrong and how can we fix it, and then go from there and just accept that you've not had a good showing these last couple of weeks, and then with the remaining matches, just try and go back to basics. Try and do your best. Try and play some Dota. Do what you enjoy, and basically, they're in a situation like Neptune Gaming was, where you kind of are happy if you can walk away with a victory, with something. Just use this as a learning opportunity. Use it as a reset to say, all right, we got absolutely thrashed in this season so far, and and that's a true test for any team, honestly. Just being able to work through that to try and identify, all right, this is what's going wrong, this is where we need to fix it, and then identifying steps to make that work. That's going to be the true test.
Well, we will see whether or not YBB is up to that, CDC, excuse me, is up to that immense task of being able to do that. YBB, of course, have shown and demonstrated that they are up to the task of performing under pressure, performing well, and the open qualifier team is looking very, very much like they have potential to go all the way into the upper division. So for now, we will give YBB their flowers, let them go and rest as we continue the day of Dota 2. We are not done here, ladies and gentlemen, and our NB comrades. With this matchup being done, I mentioned Aster.Aries. They're the team that's currently sitting in pole position, 4-0. They have yet to drop a series. They have now another opponent in the form of Sparking Arrow Gaming, who will be coming up just after this, and they'll be applying their trade there to see if they can make it 5-0. Or will Sparking Arrow Gaming get to 3-2, put themselves on the map, and be the first team to deliver a loss to Aster.Aries? We'll find out the answers to all these questions very shortly. Well, I say shortly, but it's going to be a little bit of time, about an hour before the game itself gets underway. So go take a walk, stretch your legs, grab some water, grab some breakfast if you haven't already. And of course, make sure, the advice I give everybody at the end of any game, open your phone right now, open your computer, look in your house even, find the nearest person to you that really is important and matters to you. Let them know that they're important and matter to you. Let them know you love them. And let them know that their existence makes life worth living. And right after you've done that, come back here, give the channel a follow, be seated, present, and available as we continue with some incredible lower division Chinese Dota action.
best teams in this bracket so far, as it turns out. So does it really mean much? Maybe not. But they also took one game off Magma and Shenzhen in the 2-1 losses, but they did end up losing those series. So Sparking Arrow Gaming, if they want to have a shot at, I don't know how the math works out, but if they want to have a shot at being promoted to Division 1, they need to win a bunch of games now. And it's not going to get easier from here. As we said, Aster.Aries 4-0, and with a very strong opener here. IO Night Stalker, that's a lane that you cannot bully out. Like, Night Stalker is going to get his CS, and he's going to be able to control the team fight just with the vision advantage that he gives. Just pop your ultimate, you fly, you see everything for miles and miles, and then you can go on whatever target you want, catch a disruptor in the back before he can really start messing with you or stuff like that.
It's a fantastic way to start a draft as Aster.Aries. And, you know, the question you're asking about, do Sparking Arrow have a chance? I believe that given the history we've seen in the last 2 seasons of DPC, no team has managed to get qualified with more than 2 losses. So that seems to be the upper limit of what's possible, and Sparking Arrow Gaming are at that point right now. Fortunately, they do have Disruptor Razor, these 2 lightning bros that we've seen have some solid success before. Obviously, didn't necessarily work out that way in the previous series, but definitely want because of these 2 heroes. Great in situations against, like, when you know that with the relocate is coming, you can set up for a static storm catch on that place. Razor, we don't know what the matchup is going to be for him, whether this is a mid Razor, off lane Razor, safe lane Razor. But if it is safe lane Razor, you can still stand your ground in the lane against Night Stalker. You don't get bullied out of it like Night Stalker does to a lot of other heroes. As the game progresses, you also have solid counter carry option, the refresher build that we've seen in recent times. So there's hope, and we still don't know exactly how they're going to be configuring the rest of their draft here. One thing that I'm very curious about as well is Aster.Aries, what's going to be the hero that gives vision? Because generally speaking, when we've seen these Night Stalkers get picked, it gets picked in a team that has like a Disruptor, a Beastmaster, some kind of other hero that gives you free vision. IO can take advantage of vision, but not always the best at finding it for you. Might even see like a Hoodwink or something. I think we saw that the one day against the Snapfire. Just any kind of option as well that will help them being able to get damage out onto the back of the fight, get some sneaky vision into the trees, but also somebody who could help out in the laning phase, because the Snapfire is going to be putting a lot of pressure into whatever off lane they end up playing into.
I mean, what you want with the IO on the field is something to, 1, get vision, and 2, to also set up for the relocate coming in. I mean, if you don't have any stun initially, you can still relocate, obviously, but then the other team just sees it and then runs away from it, which makes it ineffective. But yeah, a Hoodwink would solve that issue, right? You just go in aggressively, maybe sometimes die, but then you can start off with a bushwhack, link them to the trees, and then relocate comes in with Night Stalker or whatever carry they want to pick up, or the TA even. It's also a pretty good combo. They can bring in that extra damage that you need to secure the kill. And yeah, it looks like the Treant Protector, he can fulfill that role as well. You've got a good slow, you've got the overgrowth, obviously, to keep people in place. So that might be the idea. You know, Treant Scouts, IO relocates somebody in, free kills, and then you just snowball from there. Turns out the team fights, you have the Night Stalker for vision control. Damage-wise, though, very single target right now on the side of Aster.Aries, so gotta watch out for that.
Yeah, they have some damage issues. Like TA also, more than just the damage issues being single target, it feels like TA is the only real damage dealer, unless Night Stalker has like a blistering start in the game. Still going to be possible, though. We have seen them, especially from that offlane, play with that hyper aggression from Aster.Aries. I do like the Beastmaster response, though, from Sparking Arrow Gaming, because you always want to have some vision control yourself when you have Disruptor in the team. That way you can play on the front foot. Some BKB piercing disable for the Templar Assassin, a way to be able to shove out lanes and just have presence elsewhere on the map, and somebody that you kind of have to focus on, right? It is a bit funny that they do this right after the Treant Protector. Normally, chip damage doesn't really work against towers, but with Beastmaster, once you get to Helm of the Overlord, living armor feels meager at that point in terms of being able to keep structures alive. So Aster.Aries will have to fight to make sure he stays away from those buildings. One thing I don't like, though, from the side of Aster.Aries is right now it does feel like they have this window in the game where if they don't have a good Night Stalker, say we get to the early mid game, right, and Night Stalker just has nothing, like no Blink, no Echo Saber, no BKB, nothing. He just has like an armlet walking around. Does feel like they're a little bit light on the jump aspect of things unless they relocate very deep into the fight. So as Sparking Arrow Gaming can definitely try and exploit that. And I'm expecting that whatever hero they get lost for Aster.Aries needs to be a hero that covers that hole for them. It feels like it actually might be a safe lane, a mid lane, excuse me, coming out here at the end. This TA could go safe lane as well. I feel like they could really use a spirit style hero. Like that Puck ban, I think, is a really good one. But any kind of hero that can go forward, create space. If it's not Puck, then what else is left? Lina, Queen of Pain. I really don't feel like they should get another safe laner who just wants to sit back and farm, because they're going to need somebody to allow them to be a bit more active in this mid game.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
yeah, I agree.
5 seconds remaining.
Now I forgot what I was gonna say. so I'm gonna try and find a different strand here. Of course, Aster.Aries, they've last time they picked up against Neptune Gaming, they actually also had that IO and Night Stalker opener. They've also had the Treant Protector. The carry pick was the Ursa, which obviously in this game is not great against Razor. They ran it out with the Windrunner. With the TA already here, I don't see Windrunner being picked now, unless you want to do something weird. Because Windrunner was mid in that game, I believe. So, still looking for a carry. What if you just want to go like Drow and just go all in on the physical damage?
They banned
They have
her.
a bit of frontline for it. Oh, they banned her. Okay, never mind. Yeah.
A lot of heroes I would actually love to see them pick have been banned already. They're just like, nope, sorry, no space for this hero in the game.
What about the Troll? Do you want to see a Troll here?
For Aster.
They've not been running it, I think.
Troll, I could see it. Feels a bit greedy with the TA as well, but TA can also really get that super farm, and then she just walks around the map playing with the Night Stalker IO, open up space for the Troll. And I could definitely see that. It is a hero that Razor would just love to walk up to and link, and that is also one thing that we have to think about, right? Is for Aster.Aries, they have to be thinking about who to pick, because who they pick, it's Wind Ranger. You know, earlier when you were talking about Wind Ranger, I wanted to almost meme and say I unironically would not be sad to see her, because her being in this game right now gives them that tempo that they needed. It's a blink buyer that can open up the game earlier. TA goes into the safe lane. Like I was mentioning, I would much prefer that than having her mid in this game. And of course, because we have this Wind Ranger now, this is going to be the hero that plays up and ahead of, apart from the TA, right? Creating space for the relocates to come in. And with this hero as well, these supports do not do well against Wind Ranger. Like Disruptor, Snapfire, they don't have like hard disables. The burst is available, but this hero can buy BKB. If you buy BKB on this Wind Ranger, what's the threat on the side of SAG? You never get Razor linked, because you're always going to have the Wind Run. You can turn around with damage in the middle of the fights, and buying Maelstrom, that also increases the amount of magical damage that's coming out in the fights, which up until this point they were lacking substantially. But it now won't really be a problem with this last pick Wind Ranger. I really wish I could go back in time and be like, yo, I wouldn't mind seeing it, because now people won't believe me that I was thinking that.
Exactly.
Feels sad. Feels sad.
Well, at least I got partial credit for bringing it up, because again, this looks, apart from the Templar Assassin replacing the Ursa, this is the exact same draft that they had against Neptune Gaming just a week ago or so. But yeah, of course I said that I did not expect the Windrunner, so I can't really claim full credit. Either way, yeah, it will be a bit weird, because you have two heroes that are generally in mid with TA and the Wind Ranger. One of them's going to have to take up that one position, you would think. So
I think TA goes safe lane.
We'll pick Phoenix Wind Ranger, alright.
Yeah. Put the TA safe lane. It's also the matchup. I think they were waiting first to see where MS would go on this Razor. And that's primarily what this was all about, right? Because if MS decides, you know what, I'm going to be playing the Razor, I'm going to be playing, Kunkka, right? And then we put Razor in the mid lane, then suddenly it's not really tenable for us to go for this pick. If MS is like, yo, I would actually prefer that we make sure that I play, well, okay, it can't have been anything else besides Kunkka or Razor. So if it's D-Stones going middle, then it's tenable to run TA anywhere. But if MS was especially going middle, then you really can't run TA in that position. Otherwise, that lane is just too poor for her at that point in time. So now she's on the complete other side of the map from where this Razor is. Never has to really encounter him, can just play her own game. far apart from MS. And Phoenix, this mid lane, very, very, very fine, right? It's Kunkka, you know, Kunkka does okay, but Wind Ranger can have an exceptional time in this kind of matchup. So she's going to be good, going to get her items going so they can make the space on the map. I'm fine with this.
Yeah. Gonna have to wait and see how much Windrunner actually has to spend on regen, because you can't really avoid the Tidebringer hits. And that's one thing I'm a bit concerned about. Like, D-Stone should be able to stand his ground with that, should still be able to get a CS. And Wind Ranger right clicks early on, they're kind of very meek, very weak plings, you know? Not great. I mean, Phoenix should still be able to get CS, especially securing range creeps with Power Shot and whatnot. But I don't imagine that these stones will be too unhappy here if you can get enough Tidebringer connections.
Also, D-Stones is playing with Disruptor. I wonder if they were watching the previous series to be aware of the order of operations when they want to use these spells. Otherwise, terrible things could end up taking place.
Yeah. Oh god. That was terrible. Just saving Storm, you know.
Oh.
There was also Bay Nightmare there to dodge onto the damage, I believe, to just interrupt, but yeah. The Axe back was definitely big, and this is also quite big. Nice last hit there.
Okay.
I mean, these balls early on, it's not a ton of gold, obviously, but it's 60 experience. This time it was shared between everybody. But you gotta be really careful of not feeding too many of those away in the laning stage.
Yeah. I mean, we speak about it often here, Drag and Drop. Dota 2, game of margins, and you don't want to find yourself in a situation where the margin goes too far away from you. That little bit of experience, you know, can be the difference. We've seen it so many times, right? Where you get at the very last second level 2 or an additional point of experience that allows you to get the necessary spell that saves a fight. So that experience might come back to a Horned Flyby. But we're getting underway right now. And this is the big one. For Sparking Arrow Gaming, they couldn't do it against Shenzhen. They couldn't do it against Team Magma. If they have any hope of seeing themselves in the upper division, where they started their DPC journey, they have been demoted before and they stayed demoted. It has to come here and now. Let's see if they can get themselves back up there.
Yep.
And as we see the game starting with this mid lane matchup, Phoenix versus D-Stones. This is where it's really going to be at, right, for both of these players. Both of these teams are going to rely very heavily on these heroes doing well. We already saw in the previous game that Kunkka doing well at middle allowed his team to open up really well into the mid game. Does he build similarly going for Orchid? But he's not playing into a Spirit, right? So the Orchid, the Silence, not as valuable as it would be in that game.
I would not be too surprised to see him just go for the Armlet or some other utility build like that instead. Because Orchid is very situational again, I mean, it would be helpful against the Wind Ranger, but I feel like you've got plenty of tools against her before the BKB without the Orchid. Because if you do catch hold of her, if you do just use your normal combo on her, she is going to die. Because she is quite squishy actually if you get a hold of her, if you can wait out Windrun, or just ignore it because it's all magical damage with the boat and the torrent and what have you. So yeah, I don't think Orchid is required here.
Speaking of magical
just
damage,
get the Armlet into Sanj kind of things. Maybe get a Halberd in this game would be very great against TA actually.
there's two pretty decent Halberd targets on TA especially, but Wind Ranger also somebody you would like to see not right-clicking. And speaking of heroes, we do want to see right-clicking. Top lane, they're going to start this TA damage out onto Flyby. They almost managed to kill the boar, but it does get denied. Son Goku with the Scatter Blast prevents them chasing, but this is a lane where, you know, Ulu just farms. No real way for them to threaten a Templar Assassin in this situation. Sure, once you do get a point into Lord Shredder for Son Goku, then you do instantly get rid of the Refraction, but you know, it's not really the most effective spell in the laning phase, and it's not consequently going to be leveled up just yet. But that means that there's literally no pressure on the TA. Free farm, and we've already seen what can happen when TAs get this kind of start, and so far it's looking very good for Ulu.
It's so free, Ulu didn't even need feel the need to skill refraction at all. Just meld and Psyblades. Meld as well, also quite useful if you try and burst down the ball, like we're trying to focus it down. If you can just keep clicking away, it does prevent the double bore from coming out. The lane gets so much easier against Beastmaster in general.
Beastmaster will
Let's see how
have
this one develops.
his work cut out for him. He probably wishes right now that he also had the backup of an IO, because, you know, we see here down bottom, Night Stalker having a fantastic time here for Shang-Chi. So far, the way that this game has been going has allowed him to get quite a bit of CS. Good TP out, knows that there's zero possibility of them having a glimpse. Just goes to the tier 1 tower. He's been drained away. This is normally where we see the prowess of Razor come through in these melee matchups, but with the assistance of Io, they've actually managed to keep MS's CS relatively low for the position that he thought he'd find himself in.
Yep. Handful of denies, but just the pressure, you know, just playing very aggressively means that MS is not having nearly as fun of a time as Ulu is on the other side, and this is not really going to stop, even at daytime, just because TK is here. Unless you can take care of TK, stick charges and a tether across, that's barely enough.
Got him.
Oh no! I think if he ate the tango with a branch, he would have been fine.
Yeah, I think so too.
Damn, just the last stick of damage there from level 1 Thunderstrike enough to get the kill. Meanwhile, Chain Protector dies up top as well.
Okay, that's a pretty big deal.
Interesting.
How did that happen? That is one of those kills that's not supposed to happen. That's why they're tipping him.
I was not ready for that at all.
The tips come out because the team is like, yeah, that buddy should have done better than that. Sadly, that will mean that we do not have the survival of that tree. Ulu's still going to be unbothered, but now free gold for flyby. Makes life a lot easier. Already has access to this Helm of Iron Will, so the hood of the Helm of the Dominator is going to be coming just now. Should be perfectly sustained. And we should start seeing Son Goku potentially move away from this top lane, but he is terrified about what might happen to Flyby if he even takes a single step away. Grasp into right clicks from TA with the level 2 refraction, so she does now have that bonus damage. Would definitely hurt in the lane.
Yep. One thing that we have to also keep in mind in this game, of course, Beastmaster going for this Helm build means that he's gonna hit a pretty strong timing with that, especially once you get the Helm to start having these ancients to work with. But if you actually look at Nightstalk in his shard, Hunter and Knight, if it's at nighttime, you can consume a creep.
That is true.
Instantly killing it, restoring 35% of your own HP, no matter what creep it is, and a bunch of your mana on the 20-second cooldown. So, yeah, you have a counter up against the big Helm.
I would love for Shang-Chi to buy this. Please, my friend, you gotta do this.
Yeah.
Please buy this Aghanim shot.
You should,
like, Helm of the Overlord is like, what, 5k gold in total, right? So, being able to counter that with a 1400 item always feels super, super good in a game of Dota. Like, countering economy is one of these underrated aspects of the game, where you always try to make sure that you are able to be more efficient with meager amounts of farm than your opponent is. And speaking of efficiency, top lane, Son Goku, being efficient right now, stacking some of these camps. He doesn't have... Oh, he missed the stack. Feels bad. Never mind. All the praise was gone, Son Goku. I was about to gas you up, my friend, but none of that for you anymore.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm actually going to double check whether I can find out whether you can even kill agents with it. I believe you can.
You should be able to, because it does say any creep, right?
Can be cast on any unit except for heroes, illusions, clones, creep heroes, and Roshan.
It can't target these creeps in nighttime though, or in daytime rather, the ancients. As we see him just taking a tumble down bottom, getting run down here by SAG, MS, getting initiation and help from D-Stones from the mid lane. So the first Kunkka rotation, very, very effective here. We don't see the same commensurate movement from Phoenix, as right now he's still a bit more concerned with CS and farm, but it's a great way to start the game as does Kunkka. And it looks like he is going for this very util focused build, not even going for Omelette, Spirit Vessel, baby. So two, not unique, but versatile builds that we're seeing back to back today on these Kunkkas.
It's Spirit Vessel as well. Like, someone needs to build it against IO, it's just too good. This is also nice. You stack up the small camp, you get a bunch of small little creeps, then you wait until the 7-minute mark until you farm it up so you can start getting the benefit of these neutral items as quickly as possible.
Yep.
Don't see something similar on the side of Aries right now. I mean, Ulu's is getting something for himself here. Bit of mana before he sends the ring back.
Nothing great picked up just yet for either team in terms of the neutrals. The Tumbler's Toy on one side. We had a, do we have a pick pole? Yep, Tumbler's Toy, a pick pole, and an arcane ring. So we'll see some of the really cool things Of course, I'm imagining that top lane, though, they might find an initiation with this jump. X marks the spot, drags Ulu back. Do they have this kill? They commit the second ultimate. Primal Row is out, but he has living armor. Nature's Gloss back from Red Panda. He gets off the refraction, and he's fine. Sure, the Urn of Shadows will tick away the refraction, but who cares? You survived this entire thing. Look at Ulu going right back to farming even. You don't scare me.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. I mean, between Leech Seed and the living armor, he survived long enough despite the boat combo, despite the roar to follow.
Yep.
That was not great for SAG. Let me put it that way. That was gonna be such a good kill. Then the crazy heals from Treant Protector just say, nope, you don't get that.
Nope. The crazy part is he wasn't even in
with
straight
the IO, we
straights.
were expecting it, but with the Treant? You know?
Red Panda doing his job, you know? You'll remember that when you're still on Team Elephant, you know, not a lot of teams in China were picking Tree, but he was still doing it because Red Panda is just that good on this hero. And now we move towards bottom. They're trying to get something going here. Phoenix has made this rotation, is sitting underneath vision though, so they know that this Wind Ranger is nearby. Does find a chipped vest. You're keeping the chipped vest right next to your Night Stalker. Seriously? Seriously? Wind Ranger? Hello? Phoenix? Hello?
What's the region, I guess? Nah,
Hello?
You should probably pick up the ring instead of the Ocean Heart. Oh wait, Ocean Heart's on the other side. You've got the ring or the pig pole. Both are probably better.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, poor Night Stalker. It's like, seriously, this item is like custom built for offlaners and you're taking it away from me, bro. Like, what the hell?
At least melee heroes, right?
Yeah, like... Oh well, he's going in still. Doesn't need a chipped vest. We'll go in with the crippling fear. Kinetic field will zone them back. He still has a couple seconds left of nighttime, so thought he might decide to trigger it for a spell or two. You know, just have a little bit of fun.
Yep. So it's the ultimate to fall back on if required. Is up top. Trying to run on Red Panda here. He was walking through vision for a little bit with the Hawk and now what? Okay, space created. Phoenix goes in with the TPs up top. The silence lasts forever and ever. Goodbye, Snapfire. Buyback from Treant, actually. As Io falls, Momo here's from SAG coming in. The glimpse back here on the Night Stalker. Starting to drain some damage. Overgrowth falls him in place. And now Ulu starting to right click away onto these stones. He is tanky. Is he tanky enough though? Looks like it. He will not fall. Night Stalker also walking away from this extra bit of slow is... Yeah, did they just walk away from each other?
Okay.
Just a couple of supports dying. Treant Protector with the early buyback. I mean, it doesn't cost as much. Came back in, make some plays, but... Yeah, that was a bit weird that it just stopped and we're unable to actually get any core kills, but with this pressure, it looks like SAG will be able to claim this tower up top together with the catapult.
No doubt. That was actually some serious misplays from Aster.Aries. Red Panda went out too soon. He was trying to get out this overgrowth to set up for the TP streaming in. However, without the overgrowth, he comes through, trying to get it off, he comes out of vision, immediately dies. And with how quickly he dies, his team doesn't actually have an option to have him still be there, so when they come in with the Night Stalker, yeah, you have this crippling fear, you have him tethered up to the IO, but they don't actually have ways to keep the heroes in position long enough for damage to come out. Ulu and Phoenix both make their TPs in, but they're spending a large portion of that fight just trying to get into position to do right clicks. Eventually, the situation gets dire enough after they end up losing TK because crippling fear, as long as it lasts, it's not a permanent spell. They have to buy back on Red Panda, but buyback comes too late. Suddenly, the fight's already lost. And everything just goes wrong. They might have been able to defend the tower otherwise. And now he's about to die back here. Getting caught by these heroes of SAG next to the tier 1 tower. 50 seconds in the grave. No way back. And the tier 1 tower going to get taken for free now by SAG.
Yeah. Some really good movement here. Just going from top tier 1 straight to the tier 1 mid. And just pulling down these towers from 100 to 0 essentially is required when you're playing up against a Treant Protector. I mean, only has the one level in the living armor, just prioritizing the Leech Seed, but eventually over time, if you don't kill these towers, obviously they will be back up to full.
Yeah.
So, pretty good. But all of that to buy some space has been a pretty decent ancient stack here, triple stack that Ulu just finished farming up. So this Temple Assassin is very, very strong already.
Yep.
Not going for the Blink route, got the Dragon Lance for the attack range, and closing in on the Desolator, not too far away. 800 gold or so. That's where things will start to get a bit dangerous, especially with the IO linking up. You can farm very effectively across the map and still be there for the fight. Son Goku gets a TP out.
Woo. Close call down bottom, but he's okay. And, you know, it actually is a bit of a concern, I think, that on the side of SAG, right? If we look at these item builds, D-Stones went for Spirit Vessel into BKB, MS is going Yules, presumably into BKB. But what this does mean is that they don't have an out-and-out right-clicker. So this TA practically has no contestation in terms of her physical damage scaling. Provided she's not linked in the fight, she's going to be the big hero on the map right now.
Yep.
And the more she gets this farm freely without being contested, the closer she gets to that point where SAG don't really have a way to deal with her. Not that easy for them to utilize their spells on a much farmed TA, especially once the BKB emerges. So would like to see them getting aggressive now. And indeed, D-Stones and XCJ will decide to make a smoke move on the map. They want to reveal the Spirit Vessel, get some charges going for this, get a big kill or two, ideally on a TA, but they come across Phoenix instead. Really an awful target for them, but they're still going to go for this. Boat crashing onto her with the Static Storm. Morty's kisses follow through, and it's enough to get the kill. But here comes potential revenge as they're going on to MS. Ulu looking for the right clicks. Doesn't have much because he's already been linked up. At the same time, Flyby, Primal Roar out onto Shang-Chi, but they didn't have enough to get this kill. TK try to TP home, gets dragged back by the X marks the spot. D-Stones managing to catch the torrent out onto the tree as well, allowing and enabling them to bring down Red Panda, but it does eventually come at a cost as they bring down MS. Shang-Chi found him before retreating further into the trees up on top. All right, that's a fight that they finally seem to have taken, and that's gone somewhat okay for them on the side of SAG. They get the 3-for-2 trade, but it does cost them the life of Razor. If D-Stones can get this one here, drag and drop. Oh, he's trying. He knows that there's a Night Stalker nearby. There will be crippling fear. Oh, okay, he's trying to avoid getting glimpsed, but you can't dodge both. Something's gonna hit my friend, and it's gonna be the X, the boat, the Snapfire cookie, and then it's gonna be a dominating streak for Snapfire as she now claims the kill.
Yeah, I think the timing was slightly off. I think the Desolator only came in for Ulu after that fight. So slightly unfortunate. Still could have gone worse, I guess.
Yeah.
Especially in context of what we were talking about before. Like, this Temple Assassin is only now hitting that timing. So that was basically perfectly timed fight for SAG, and the fact that they didn't... I mean, getting that extra kill on Night Stalker at the end was great, but he was only in that position because he was finishing up the Razor, and he needed to finish up the Razor because TA wasn't doing enough damage without the Desolator and the Link on top of her, so things get a bit awkward as we might see another one. XCJ glimpse back as Ulu stuck inside the Static Storm, but the Overgrowth catches absolutely everybody. They're all trying to slow down this Night Stalker, but the right clicks are coming from Ulu. If she gets close here, there it is. Without Refraction, it's a little bit awkward. Gets it off now, but the damage over time is real. The backup from the team was not there. Oh no, that was very awkward.
Oof. Beyond awkward. It seemed like it was going to go well for them. They find XCJ. You know, it's XCJ and Phoenix challenging each other again. It's not so bad. Boat doesn't crash properly because we finally did get to see a Dragon Drop. The misplay happening where a spell goes in one direction with X and Glimpse, allowing the hero to dodge those spells kind of hilariously, but it ends up not mattering at all. SAG are just too strong right now. They throw out the Morty's kisses as well onto Ulu. We were talking about how strong the timing is once she has BKB, but she's not there yet. And now we see why it's so necessary for her to have that item. Just Morty's kisses, that's it. Suddenly Ulu has to run, can do nothing anymore in the fight. The rest of the team just certainly unable to fully back her up because they also lack defensive prowess. So Aster.Aries really getting put up against it right now here, Dragon Drop, and SAG are in a very good position. After they got that fight, Flyby is now also about to finish the full Helm of the Overlord. So it feels like this game hasn't really started in earnest just yet for SAG. They've still been struggling with their tower siege and their objective take. Once that's up, it becomes a lot more difficult for Aster.Aries to stop those things from happening, especially when they'll have an Aegis to boot in their back pocket.
Yep. Didn't quite see what happened to TK there, but him not being linked up with the TA really was a big problem. That last fight. Like, if you want to go in like that, if you can't rely on a BKB to keep your refraction up, you really need that extra survivability from the IO to get that damage out.
Yeah.
The damage was there, but SAG did a really good job kiting and then just pouncing the moment TA got out of position. As they realized that the rest of her team wasn't there to back her up properly. So it's Aries still a very powerful draft, but they cannot afford too many more mistakes. Like, they need to execute it properly in this. It's a great start. Now the Static Storm basically wasted the Overgrowth.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if that was necessary.
You know what happened? Ulu was right there and was like, Red Panda, ah him. Screw that guy. He got me last fight, yeah. How do you like an ultimate, huh, Snapfire? It's nice, nah? But definitely
There's no
unnecessary.
way he leaves now. He needs to be punished.
Sadly, they don't get anything off the back of this. And it's actually really funny. SAG, this area of the map where we see them playing into right now, they've actually been masters of this for like the last 5 minutes. Aster.Aries haven't been able to control their own jungle. Flyby is always sending hawks here. They've always de-warding this area. And it feels really fun to play like this because you're putting pressure on a team that is just kind of greedy. It's either this team is greedy on Aster.Aries or they're a 4 protect 1 lineup. There's no way in between. And if you're forcing them into playing 4 protect 1, yeah, sure, Ulu's still getting all this farm, but Night Stalker and Phoenix aren't. And there's fewer and fewer places on the map for them to get that farm. And it becomes a lot easier to deal with the rest of the lineup and then turn your attention back for the TA. I mean, you still do have this BKB piercing disable. This Razor still has a BKB piercing link. You know, you can still make sure that when she does BKB, she actually doesn't do anything in these fights. And the rest of the heroes aren't in the position to do anything either. So the better able they are to put this pressure on the map, the harder the game becomes for Aster.Aries, despite Ulu still being the net worth leader.
Like, Aries, they're a bit timid right now. They could have made a play on mid. Kind of setting up behind it. I mean, with 2 different observer wards. There's one side the river, a little bit older. And there's also one behind the tier 1 tower. But the fact that this one's still alive and the one on the dire side isn't, that's that early movement from SAG, bring down these tier 1 towers, is what enabled them to play so aggressive into the dire jungles. They get the glimpse up top on Red Panda, so that should be a free kill.
Yep. Bye.
And it is.
Bye.
So SAG, with this pace being accelerated, making sure that TA is the only one that they need to kind of worry about, and yeah, as I said, they have the tools to deal with her.
Yep.
And yeah, they're in a good spot to just keep going here. They're just going from objective to objective right now.
Not getting blocked off at all. There's Ancient Granite Golem joins them for this big push middle. Oh, Phoenix! Phoenix, no! Alright, you have BKB, but now you've used the 9-second charge just to escape when you could have just pressed S. Cancel the TP, no! Oh,
sometimes
gosh.
S is a better button than R. It would have been in that game.
Oh, gosh. That is... This is a problem. This is a problem. Now we have an 8-second BKB charge, the first one of the game used in that way. Ulu still at the very least has a 9-seconder, but that does mean that these 2 heroes now have slightly different peaks. And it's not like this came for free, right? Because SAG, they just went and got a BKB for D-Stones, actually smoking back in. They know for a fact that there's no defense on Phoenix, so if they can catch him, it's a definite kill. And they almost found the range for the X, literally a few units shy of being able to get it happening for themselves.
Yeah. So like this movement rather than going for the tier 1 bot, because if you kill that, yeah, I mean, you get another tower for free, but you also refresh a glyph, which makes going high ground a little bit tougher, whereas if they'd gotten that kill on the Windrunner, they might have very well been able to put on some pressure on the tier 3 in exchange. We actually got the last hit on the Hawk with a splash from side blade, so that's also very nice.
Oh, snap! MS just outplayed Shang-Chi. He outplayed Shang-Chi and TK. So he moves bottom, starts draining the Night Stalker, anticipating that the IO is going to try and get the relocate out. And IO is going to die too. TK, sorry friend, you're getting dragged. Wait, what? Oh no!
Glimpse back home! I mean, yeah, there's no way you can just cancel a TP, because it's 3 seconds and Glimpse duration is 4 seconds. And meanwhile, Ulu brought up as he pops the BKB, a couple more rankings and D-stones. He will live now, but it does refraction. Does have help from TK this time. In fact, Phoenix able to finish off the Beastmaster in turn. This time Ulu lives.
Okay. All right. Things are still fine. It's okay. That was the best play they could possibly have made at this point in time, to kill Flyby right after they'd lost MS down. They'd lost Son Goku. Oh, Shang-Chi, excuse me. Son Goku tried his absolute darndest to make sure that they did not get that kill onto the Flyby Beastmaster, but sadly it couldn't happen. So with both offlaners gone, it's a little bit worse to lose Night Stalker because he's supposed to be active right now. But losing Flyby does mean that SAG, for the first time in the last like 5 minutes, are inconvenienced somewhat, and they can't keep the pressure up on the map. But they still have both outposts here. They haven't lost a tier 2 of their own, so they won't lose theirs. So you're just getting sheer experience bonus for yourself. You're still doing a really good job of getting farm on your 2 primary cores in the Razor and the Kunkka. MS is going for a Shiva's Guard now. This Kunkka's going for the AC. So armor, the one aspect of damage that Aries have is physical damage with Ulu. But how do you deal with Shivas and AC? It's going to be a lot of armor to worry about as Ulu. This Phoenix hero hasn't necessarily built into having a lot of burst herself. So she's still only now angling towards getting the Blink Dagger. Now, like, post 25 minutes, I feel like the effectiveness of Blink on Wind Ranger is a lot lower than it is prior to this. You know, it can still get some crazy sick multi-hero shackles, but for the most part, when that item gets like unleashed pre-25, like in this 18 to 25 minute window, it feels so strong. But she was forced to itemize defensively in this game, and they're gonna force more defense. They're smoking up, but they're gonna come across Ulu and TK. Oh no, Plasma Field. Their first tether still on. TK doesn't have the need to use the relocate just yet, as they do come across Red Panda. Quick kill onto him as Phoenix shackle out onto Flyby. But Flyby's already done his job in this fight. Will end up dying, but it's dragged Phoenix so far forward that they get the Wind Ranger as well. Shang-Chi tried to flap in, but flapped into a Static Storm. Will immediately end up losing his life. TK tried to save him, try to utilize the tether and relocate, but just has to watch the Night Stalker die and has to come back and die in the same position as he will. There is nobody to tether to easily. They use you up even if you try, and you will get brought down. Double kill for Son Goku. 4 heroes die. Ulu the lone survivor, but SAG just too strong to stop right now. And this is even after the Aegis has expired, but they feel no appetite to stop the train of momentum.
It was a bit weird that they decided to take that fight. I mean, they could have just tried to run away after losing the Tree Protect. As it stands, it didn't have any overgrowth in that fight. No leash seed or anything, so... And him walking forward? Feels like they're a bit flustered right now. I mean, he gets to live as the rest of Aries is coming back, but... I was gonna say with the Blink Dagger choice on Wind Ranger, I was gonna say that Aries realized that they need to make some plays, and maybe they can make some right here. The shackles on some Goku, MS is there, the roar up on Night Stalker, starting to click away, healed up by TK, but just a little bit too much, and not enough threat there from Aries.
Wow.
That's what it comes down to. Another glimpse back, Ulu with a BKB afterwards into the Blink. Not really getting himself to safety though, and that means he's gonna be run down as well. He's just ignoring him, trying to run down Phoenix. BKB TP out, knowing that Ulu has no way to leave himself. The rest of his team can just finish him off, and I think this is just a communication issue and leadership issue for Aster.Aries right now, because I feel like they would have had the ability to keep playing this game. But they just made a bad decision that just led to another bad decision that led to them just losing at least one set of racks here, and the second one sure to follow.
Unfortunately, in Dota 2, decisions tend to cascade. One good decision can often lead to another, but the same is true of bad decisions. Well, actually, in some regard, it's more true of bad decisions. Lots and lots of things have gone wrong in a short span of time for Aster.Aries, and they've lost a full lane of racks middle, melee racks taken away in the top lane. Red Panda, like you mentioned, doesn't have the Ags upgrade just yet to raise buildings from the dead, so can do nothing to assist his team from this point. And they're gonna go towards the Roshan pit. It's not up just yet, but it will be soon. The really frustrating thing for Aster.Aries is anytime that they get caught out, they just don't have counterplay options. If overgrowth is over, it's literally just overgrowth. And potentially TK relocating you out, but if those don't work out for you, There's nothing much they can do, and especially because Red Panda doesn't have the Blink Dagger, so it's hard for him to even get in position for a good overgrowth. We saw from that one fight, oh, as they get a shackle, Phoenix finds MS. Not sure about the viability of this target, though. It's fairly low. Spirit Vessel's out onto him. They glimpse back. Shang-Chi doesn't have a BKB to save himself. Ulu, though, Primal roared up, can't deliver the right-click damage. MS is still alive. They drag back Red Panda with D-Stones as both. They will be able to find that kill. They eventually do find MS, though. Shang-Chi, what else can he get here? These heroes are all porting away. He scouts out XCJ. Really wants to chase him. Crippling Fear is out. Ulu's there as well. The Ghost Scepter tries to heal him up for a moment, but the Shackle Shot prevents the TP. And Phoenix will get that double kill. So 3 heroes do end up falling. It turns out them finding MS relatively alone on the high ground and having the Spirit Vessel finally paying dividends for the side of Aster.Aries. They keep this game going here, Drag and Drop. Look how much gold they got out of that fight.
Yep. Exactly what I was just talking about. Like, if they are the ones making plays, they have the ability to accomplish them. I mean, this would have been looking a lot easier, a lot cleaner if this was like 2-3 minutes ago. As it stands, it was much scarier than you would have hoped, but SAG a little bit too far away from each other to effectively counterplay that time. And somehow Windrainer stays on top of the Razor to finish him off at the end of it. Now they even get Roshan, Aegis, and the shot in the inventory. Now can they get out? The roar over onto the Night Stalker, healed up by TK, but still burst down. Offensive relocate, yeah, not going very far anyway, so TK will be the secondary casualty.
Hashtag worth. End of the day.
Yeah. They get away with Aegis and the shot, so yeah, this is... Considering the game state, they didn't really have any business of winning that last weird fight. They didn't have any business walking away with the Aegis there, but they did, so... They're holding on, Snare. They're holding on.
This
is not the kind of Temple Assassin game where she gets like really good timings on items, which she did, but she didn't really turn that into like a snowballing game where you just jump on targets and 3-shot them, you know?
Unfortunately, it's been the relative lack of initiation. It's almost actually kind of funny, right? That one fight that you were mentioning that they had no business winning. And just before the fight started, you were talking about how now that they have this Blink Dagger, they firstly recognize that they need it to make plays. And then almost as soon as they have it, the game just feels different. They can actually do stuff on the map. Before this, they still don't have a Blink Dagger on Shang-Chi, and I was sort of worried about this, about what would happen if Night Stalker gets to this stage of the game with nothing effectively, and he does kind of have nothing. So they were slowed down so much, but as soon as they get that additional Blink and they have some degree of mobility, some degree of playmaking, Aster.Aries just feel like a much stronger team. With this Aegis though, they still don't feel super comfortable going in for a straight up fight. They know that SAG is still on balance, much stronger as a lineup. They only really have all their power sitting on Ulu. But SAG's power is very well distributed. Hell, even Son Goku starting to get a bit up there, Drag and Drop, in terms of his effectiveness in these fights. Level 18, gonna get level 20 soon? Already has Aghanim Shot? Are you kidding me? This is great.
Yep. It's pretty good indeed, and yeah, part of the reason why Aries was able to handle that was because SAG was not running around as a 5-man unit. They were a little bit further spread out, so they were able to do enough damage to the Razor initially that they shifted like his priorities in a team fight. Like normally Razor, if he has more health, maybe just pops BKB and turns around to fight. As it stands, you pop BKB to try and run away.
Yeah.
Not dealing nearly as much damage back, right? These are the kind of margins that you have to play. But Aries also need to realize that they cannot do that when SAG are already there playing together as 5, because then the response will be obviously much, much more swift.
SAG recognize the same thing, and that's why they're all grouped up as well. They are, I mean, Kunkka's a little bit further away, but it is a Kunkka. He can get there relatively quickly. Sadly for Aster.Aries, it does mean that they can't do anything. And you can see that they're a bit frustrated, right? They've smoked and they've been moving around as a unit like twice now off the map. And they really want to do something, but they just can't. Red Panda might die for this. X back. TK, don't do it. No, TK. No, don't do it. Oh God, TK did it. I don't think they'll... They actually might... He's dead, dude.
That's fine.
Nah, they kill him.
He's still fine right now.
All right, let's see. 1 in chat if you think he lives. 2 in chat if you think he dies. I think he's dead for sure. And TK is indeed a goner. Got him.
He just wanted to go back home. I told you, he's fine. He just didn't walk that. Yeah, it doesn't really work. He is dead. He's buying back as a tier 3 falls. Top lane range tracks also being taken care of by creeps right now. So SAG only one set of racks away. Okay, Link over on Ulu. He's taking so much damage here. He needs some help, and he is, but still trying to man-fight MS. Oh god, alright. Night Soccer just disappeared. Ulu. The defensive relocate could have come in very handy there, but it didn't. Was not available. GG, well played is called as SAG.
Whoa.
Aries needed to play perfectly, but they didn't. I mean, just losing heroes one by one there. Really what did them in. Once again, communication, coordination, not where it was, not where it needed to be this entire game, it feels like.
Absolutely not.
At least the majority of it.
Oof. What a game from Sparking Arrow Gaming. 31-10 is the kill score here, Drag and Drop. 31-10. Aster.Aries got practically nothing done, except for the only thing they accomplished in this game, it feels like, is Ulu got really farmed, right? Got all the items that he felt like he needed, but ultimately it ends up not being enough. Despite ending the game as net worth leader, really felt like he couldn't do anything. And we saw in that last fight, got all his damage drained away. This is often why it's so scary to play TA into Razor. You know, Razor just runs at you, presses W, and gets the dub as a result in the fight, right? They couldn't get the TA out of there. You know, it's actually really sad for them, I think, for the side of Sparking, of Aster.Aries rather, is right before that fight started, TK relocates out to try and save Shang-Chi. Because he doesn't get the reload, because he fails to get the reload, suddenly they end up in a situation where they wind up not having it available for the Templar Assassin instead. Oof. Pain and suffering here, Drag and Drop. And as we look at some of these highlights, this game was just very difficult. It started out looking like this might still go well for them, but as fight after fight just kept happening, SAG just kept somehow coming ahead. You know, situations like this, huge overgrowth, but it doesn't matter. You have the setup with Morty's Kisses, and I think they end up losing Razor here, but it took a long chase, and in the process, they just lost so much elsewhere in the fight.
Oh man, it's also one of these great overgrowth, but Ulu doesn't really get to right-click the targets that he wants to. Razor comes in, not even linking them, but they just end up walking away because they realize, all right, we don't need to fight this. But then Ulu just keeps looking. Then they realize, wait a second, he doesn't have anything left. His team is also gone, so let's just turn around with kisses and kill him off. MS. Oh man.
This one was really funny, honestly. This was hilarious, yeah.
Oh boy.
This is the kind of game for Aster.Aries. I feel like it's like you mentioned, they had to play perfectly, but when we go into the next draft, I think they really are going to be considering to themselves, we can't afford to go as greedy as we did. We have to do something different. There's no way that we can go 2 games in a row in the same situation. If we do, clearly SAG, it's like you were mentioning at the beginning of the broadcast, right? They understand what they need to do when they need to do it. Even if the results haven't necessarily gotten them that, or the execution isn't always perfect, clearly the understanding is there. And when the understanding is there, and they're allowed to get themselves in a good draft situation like this, where they can exploit the enemy team, they will beat you. Right? You can't just look at their current record and say, well, they're beneath us in the standings. Let's get a bit greedy with the draft. No. If you get greedy with the draft, you have to get perfect lanes. If not, CDEC will exploit this.
Yeah. I love how in this one, like Windrunner had the BKB just running through a static storm. Someone's still finding the blink to catch up with the Razor to get that kill. So that was, again, playing on the edge right there. So this is the very last one, as they just get run over one by one. So yeah, I mean, Aries, it's not even 3-0-22. Very nice from these stones. Aries have got a reputation to protect. They've got a flawless streak to protect here. If they lose this best of 3, they'll still be in a good position in the standings. But 5-0 looks a lot better than 4-1 for sure. But for SAG, yeah, they've needed to show up. We talked about it, and they did in this game.
They absolutely did. So SAG, they showed up. You do love to see it. They get themselves that opening W, and this is how you set up for an overall series win here. This is how you try and defeat an undefeated team. Exploit a little bit of their greed, punish them for it. Do not allow them to just walk away with the game. And SAG, so far, good on the money in that regard. We will see whether or not they can keep that momentum going for themselves as we head into the second game. Right now, we're going to take a small break, see whether or not the second game is going to be as electric as this one. For you, though, don't go anywhere. Everybody stick around because we will be right back to continue with the series. This is Aster.Aries versus Sparking Arrow Gaming. This is Snare and Drag and Drop and Game 2 coming at you in just a moment. Ladies, gentlemen, and our NB comrades, welcome back here to the lower division of the China DPC as we continue with this incredible series between Sparking Arrow Gaming and Aster.Aries, a series that isn't just incredible from the perspective of the gameplay, but might have major ramifications on the leaderboard, on these teams' journeys to the upper division, and potentially to TI itself. Right now, Aster.Aries, though undefeated up until this point and having only dropped a single map, ended up losing game one. Sparking Arrow Gaming took it to them. They showed them what's up. And now in game two, drag and drop. Are they going to do it again? Is Sparking Arrow Gaming going to be the first team to put an L next to the Aster.Aries name?
Dire team ban.
That'll be quite a heist, wouldn't it? I mean, they're certainly coming in with the momentum of game number one. Aries looked like they were kind of a bit broken, like they were uncoordinated, like they were really not used to playing from behind. I mean, obviously the draft, it wasn't really conducive to that either, right? I mean, if you're running a Windrunner and the TA on the same team, and the Night Stalker too, those are all heroes that were momentum based, that really need to play from at least even, but really want to be ahead to really dominate.
Yeah.
And Sparking Arrow denied that, right? They were the ones just knowing exactly what they needed to do, increase the pace of the game, just get down these tier 1 towers very quickly, take over the dire side jungle, so that only one hero could really farm effectively, which was Ulu, which they had solutions for. So like that, they had a great game plan up against what Aster.Aries had to offer, and they executed it to perfection as well. So yeah, if they can replicate that same success in game number 2, I can definitely see them winning it. They've certainly got a lot of sparks due to the name here with the Razor and Disruptor on the field. IO once again on the other side, and this time with a very early Outworld Devourer pick, Outworld Destroyer.
I mean, how do we all forget that the name changed? Like, I also literally forget it. As soon as I see OD, with how often this hero is picked these days, I see this name and I instantly forget it. It's Outworld Devourer. Sorry, Valve. Y'all need to go and fix your copy, you know? But like you mentioned, Sparking Arrow Gaming starting off with a very similar draft from game one, which is a good thing, right? It was successful. They clearly are very comfortable playing the style necessitated by these two heroes. And you already have access to the Disruptor versus the IO. We saw how effective this could be in game one. The Static Storm, really, really good. Also, they have potential here to either grab OD in a rough situation or have a just make sure that any hero that is trying to get chased by the OD, there's a harder time for OD to catch up, right? Sure, you can set up the Astral to make sure that you don't get completely away, but Disruptor can make life a bit complicated. And Static Storm, one of the best spells against OD because that hero does absolutely nothing if he's silenced. Also, look at this. 3 heroes straight up that are exactly the same. And Aster.Aries, all right. After making sure to ban Night Stalker, Invoker, Puck in phase 2, they go for Queen of Pain. So it looks like we're going to be having the safe lane OD here from Aster.Aries. Ulu not done playing these mid heroes in the safe lane. IO will be probably backing up another aggressive hero for Shang-Chi, as Ogre will probably be in the OD lane. But now with SAG yet again have a game where they're playing into Aster.Aries, where Aster.Aries need good lanes, need a very good start, have somewhat to moderately greedy heroes. And then you just pick Doom. You press one button, one of these 2 core heroes from Aster.Aries does literally nothing. Between this and Static Storm of Disruptor, the game pre-BKB, I do not want to be in the server, honestly. Like, if I'm one of these core players for Aster.Aries, I don't want to play this at all.
Queen of Pain, if she gets doomed, she's dead. OD, probably the same. IO can maybe keep them alive, can relocate them back. But, yes, you're right, they don't do anything in a fight. Like, they don't do any damage. Even if OD gets healed up in the middle, even if he can't stand his ground, he doesn't have access to his orb, his orb attack, which is where the majority of his damage is going to come from. So this Doom has the potential to really wreck any sort of team fight if he gets that off in the right way.
Yep.
So, also very strong lane in general. He's not necessarily in the sense that he's going to win every lane, but that he's going to have a good mid game no matter what, because he just gets extra money from Devour. And then the Midas that they often go for. So I would like to see Aries kind of try and match that aggression with what is the question, right? You'd think maybe Legion Commander together with the IO seems like a strong lane, but you're up against the Razor, right? You always got to consider that, and got to consider whether that's worth it, and apparently it is in a different way here. Ursa,
Okay.
kind of annoyed with the Razor too. We can put the bear on a leash, you know, take him for a walk. Normally not too great, but at least you don't have the laning matchup.
10 seconds remaining.
How are they gonna lane this now, though?
They have to pick Quap off lane. I think they were too worried about the Doom pick, so they were like, okay, we can't actually play mid Quap safe lane OD anymore. So I think you shift Quap to the off lane, you put OD mid, you put Ursa in the safe lane. The Ursa versus Razor matchup is one of those peculiar ones where Razor can do really well, but Ursa one of the very few heroes in the game that can do damage fast enough to kill Razor before you lose too much damage. So that was the only thing I can imagine why they were like, listen, we have to do this, especially because Sparking Arrow Gaming, this Wraith King ban I think is genius. I think that absolutely was the hero they really wanted from Aster.Aries. It being not available, what are you going to do? At least get a hero that is still decent in lane versus the Doom. Doesn't hurt as much if you get doomed versus a lot of other heroes you could have gotten, but still feels like it's going to be an uphill game here for Ulu to play on this Ursa. A lot needs to be done. You need to get BKB super early. You need to make sure that you put a lot of pressure onto the lane against Doom. You need to make sure that you're not going to have IO as backup for you. You know, IO's primary job this game is going to be keeping OD alive. So you need to sort out your own survivability as well. Do you go for this diffusal build so you can be up and active early? Do you decide to build Barrow Fury so you have some scaling potential for later in the game? Doesn't feel like an easy decision matrix right now for Ulu. And SAG just round out the draft with a Lifestealer. Okay. Get some good old-fashioned fight into the Quap OD. Even Ursa, like a big enough Lifestealer, Ursa has a difficult time being able to challenge. You have to get bigger than him to be able to fight him back, but with the rest of the team set up as they are right now, like there's passengers for the Lifestealer, there's a strong lane for him. I don't think he dies on that side of the map. And they've actually switched this up now. Look who's going into the off lane. Shang-Chi OD. Off lane. Okay. All right. All right, Dragon Drop. We're seeing some new stuff today.
I mean, why not? You know, why not? We've seen Shadow Fiend safe lane. Why not see ODIO in the off lane?
Oh, gosh.
Stranger things have happened. I mean, any sort of IO lane should at least be stable enough, right? They should be not bullied out too hard here.
Yeah.
This Lifestealer pick, he should also be fine, right?
I
Click Awaken, Uline Rage.
it doesn't feel like the kind of Lifestealer game that I want to be in, though. Like, I'm not sorry that I want to be playing against, right? If I'm on the side of Aster.Aries, all these heroes, it's only really the Ursa that's kind of okay with this, but both Queen of Pain and OD, if this Lifestealer gets to the point where he has, say, Basher plus attack speed items, and then he gets on top of you, and they still have Doom to be able to cover to make sure that these heroes can't get away. They still have the Disrupted Glimpse to ensure that there's no real IO relocate option. They've got Static Storm for Queen of Pain jump in. They still have Morty's Kisses for that big magical damage. This is a hard game for Aster.Aries. This is a difficult game for them. But if they do weather the storm in the laning phase, they might be able to do it here. Because if they do, let's say, get an early Aghanim Scepter after this Meme Hammer for the OD, double Astral feels really strong against all the cores on the side of SAG. And of course, just having Meme Hammer here, they don't have practically any way to be able to cancel the setup of that spell or any channeling really from the side of SAG unless they commit ultimates. So that does mean that you do have some tempo options, right? It's not going to be like last game where after they got an item or two, they're like, okay, what now? We don't have a Blink Dagger on Shang-Chi, so we can't go in from him. Okay, do we have a Blink Dagger on Phoenix? No, not yet. We have to farm one at 25 minutes. This game, the options for them to start fighting emerge a lot sooner and a lot easier than it did in game one.
Yeah. Phoenix started with Blink to get
Wait,
the ward
what?
out quickly and undetected.
Hmm.
I'm not too sure about this. It kind of gives. I guess it's if you're up against a Razor, right? You want the Blink against the Link anyway.
Yeah, but D-Stones might
too
not
bad.
start with this. He might start with Plasma Field
Yeah.
just to make sure he gets the range creep.
The battle begins.
We'll see.
Ah, well, we'll see. It's probably not the biggest of deals. Especially if it allows this ward to stay alive and undetected, which it seems to be. So... Yeah, certainly an interesting approach there from Aster.Aries. We'll see if it pays off for them.
Yeah. I mean, we know that it's them having confidence on the side of SAG. Look how they planted the ward from D-Stones. They didn't plant it earlier when they were all around the area. He literally just walked up with the creep wave, plops it down. He's like, oh yeah, BT dubs. I want to do this. Yeah. And there's the drain. There's the blink away. D-Stones now knows that blink is up first, so can just stay around the high ground a little bit more because the cooldown at level 1, not the fastest in the world, but still going to be good enough for Phoenix to should get a creep or two off this first wave. We'll get this one. Let's see. No, not yet. This is not good, Dragon Drop. If he misses this range creep, things start to get a little bit dicey here, and indeed he does. Feels bad.
Well, game is lost. Congratulations, SAG, for 2-0 victory. Range creep was really the last straw.
Oh my gosh.
Is he missing another one? Oh no.
Yeah, he got denied in his face on the other one. Dude, D-Stones is actually unironically owning this matchup right now. He might end up winning the game off of this. This is not good for Phoenix. This is not good for Phoenix. So it's also not good for the rest of his team because they'll need his help. He'll need to come bottom at some point to help with the Sonic Wave. Unfortunately, you know, Ogre, not the support hero, but it's beefy, you know, can do a lot of protection, but will tank a lot of damage here against these two heroes, against Red Panda and Son Goku. Will at least keep them away from Ulu, but you'll never feel safe in this lane, and eventually they'll have enough to kill you, whether you like it or not on this hero.
It's like half a dozen creeps there, but somehow Red Panda still gets the ignite to go on both heroes instead. It's like, what? Not sure how that worked out. He almost got punished for it here, now back up to full health on the back of the salve.
Yeah.
Trying to do his thing. Ulu though gotta be very careful. Cookie forward does connect. Now this, with Ogre Magi eating the salve himself, is not available for Ulu right now, so... Oh, not playing this support live. They don't even have tangos between them right now.
Yeah. They are out of regen.
Now walking out, this is actually terrible.
Wait, do they don't seem to have a salve themselves still on SAG, so... Oh, they do still have one on Son Goku. Alright, yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Red Panda does cancel the salve though, using the Ignite, but ultimately Ulu is still the one that's going to be facing a little bit more difficulty and danger in this lane. And the top lane, you know, MS is not going to have this problem. Sure, he's laning into an OD, but all OD has as a weapon to deal with him is going to be Astral, and you do not level Astral this early, so... And Flyby. Oh my god, they actually got the kill onto Ulu! Oh no! That was not supposed to happen.
I mean, it was like it was full health when you had 200.
Oh no. Ulu,
it wasn't supposed to
why?
happen, but the way he was playing, it was inevitable, really. It was really weird. It would stick around there for so long, so aggressively.
Yeah, definitely. Ends up losing out in that situation when he really shouldn't have. That should have just been a out-and-out clear kill, or just straight-up lane situation until you get yourself back. But with him losing his life, this puts a lot of pressure now onto other parts of the map. They need to do really, really well to be able to cover this Ursa. Mid, not going super well, although there's been some good recovery for Phoenix. In the top lane, though, is where things really start to look interesting for them because the Shang-Chi OD is laning quite well, and he's not that far away from having this meme hammer. When he has it, it should be around the time that Phoenix is level 6, so we'll see a rotation, I think, from the Queen of Pain to help them get a Sonic Wave kill. But a rotation might also emerge from the Razor, who is doing really well in experience. He's a level ahead of Phoenix right now, who is just going to crack level 5, but D-Stones, for the most part, just happy with how everything's going. Been able to just calmly sit back, get his farm. You know, we're going to have a game where it's not MS on the Razor, but we're still expecting a Razor to have a pretty decent performance here for the side of SAG.
This Cookie dodge there on the Ursa, but Red Panda might still be in trouble. Actually got the Frost attack from Flyby for the extra slows, but now with TK also joining in. Extra attack speed for Ulu.
Nice.
Enough damage here between the three of them to bring down Flyby, so very nicely done indeed.
Did require it to be 3 of them though, which is a little bit of a problem. You know, always kind of sucks when you have to commit so much for a kill to happen, but nonetheless, you still make it go. You took away the IO though, so that does mean Shang-Chi needs to play a little bit carefully on the side of the map, and they're going back in for Son Goku. Red Panda and TK doing as much as they can onto the Snapfire. Now, sadly, Flyby is back. This is always one of the most terrifying things about laning into Doom. When he comes back, full HP, full mana, has some raindrops, and he's like, all right, y'all ready for round 2? Let's do this. They even bring XCJ, so we're going to have some tri-lane action on this side of the map, and it's going to start off with an aggression onto Flyby. Red Panda, though, Thunderstrike and Scatterblast will bring him very low. Flyby gets saved by XCJ and Son Goku. The Fire Snap Cookie enables the Doom to run away. Ulu almost died himself, but they didn't have enough to turn around with the Doom. Flyby kept alive, and this big movement from all the supports ends up benefiting the side of SAG.
Yeah. Very good, recognizing that. Yeah, I mean, top lane IO left because OD doesn't really need too much help, because MS kind of laning alone because he doesn't need any help either, which frees up both these supports, not just IO, but of course also XCJ. Find somewhere else to base, so means we have this tri-lane to work with.
Yeah. They're keeping this tri-lane pressure.
Russian again, Scorched Earth used. Could definitely be a lot more explosive. Certainly once these mids also want to start rotating around. There is level 7 now on Queen of Pain. So a good amount of damage potential from that. Razor, he's probably happier just farming up jungle a little bit more.
Yeah. Here comes the first Sonic Wave rotation though. She's level 7 like you said, and what can they find here? Son Goku gonna be the target. Oh, beautiful. There is range for 2 heroes to get caught in Sonic Wave, but Son Goku makes the correct play. Fire Snap Cookie in the opposite direction. Says, get away from my team. Don't even worry about them, or rather focus on me, and they do so dutifully. Alright, good kill. Good kill.
Under attack.
Good thing too that they didn't need a Sonic Wave, because Phoenix was kinda out of mana there. At the little charge could maybe put him over the edge. But yeah, still has that available, so threat is still real. Still linked up with the IO for that extra bit of region.
Yeah. Well, while all this has been happening though, Shang-Chi and MS have been having their own little war up on top. MS was being really out CS'd by this OD, but is caught up quite well right now. And with it just 1v1, you just have pretty much infinite farm options on the side of the map. We'll be able to get to your armlet with no problem really, as we see them fighting again bottom. Ulu is the one in danger. Fire Snap Cookie tossing them forward. He's inside the kinetic field as well. Io comes in with the tether. They've got the fire going from the Scorched Earth. It's gonna be enough. Flyby. They thought they might be able to kill him with the Fury Swipe. Sadly, they can't do it. And they lose the Doom, but here comes Shang-Chi to try and get more out of this as well. They also take down XCJ. They didn't have enough in the tank for both Red Panda and TK. So good rotation from Shang-Chi. Here comes D-Stones though, looking for additional revenge. Ooh. Nobody's in range for the plasma field. They saw him with this observer ward. If they didn't see him, Red Panda was actually walking in that direction. Very, very lucky to stay alive there, and D-Stones cannot utilize this haste rune.
Did have raindrops on Red Panda, so he might not have died to it, but look at this freaking meme hammer build. Just drop the hammer, the actual hammer on top of it too.
Double hammers.
This is so annoying from OD. That he can get away with just rushing into that.
Yep.
Nah, I don't need boots, whatever.
Boots?
Don't
Boots for who?
Flyby. Just TP back down here. If he dies again, this would be awful indeed. Instead, he's just left with 200 HP.
Oh.
Not amazing either. Can't really contest this as the meme hammer, not just great against heroes, but also against towers, obviously. So chipping away at this bottom, forcing out a glyph.
He's also rushing the Aghanim Scepter. Is Ulu dead? I think Ulu's
Actually,
dead.
top.
Yeah, Ulu's 100% dead.
Does have an ultimate to work with, so it could potentially turn us around here, right in front of the tower. Damage is being drained. Ulu starts to turn around. He has to start running. His damage is just not there.
I thought for sure they were going to be confident enough to actually chase for that kill. Son Goku with Fire Snap Cookie onto D-Stones. Like when he got dragged back from the glimpse, I thought they were going to utilize that for the stun, but they didn't feel confident. Despite D-Stones draining more than 100 damage in that situation, he still felt it wasn't good enough, and they let him live, they let him go.
Huh. New lease of life there for the bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy.
I'm just
Go round number 2, Red Panda in front. As these stones looking to nuke him down. He's still alive for a little bit longer. The Doom over the Queen of Pain despite the heals. Not enough to prevent that counter. So 1-for-1 trade. Cookie forward. Try and get in range. Nice little multicast here, but still the vision for Red Panda. Link back. Relocate. Save on him. Just a little. Never mind. Actually cancel that. I don't know if that was right here. Either way, Flyby dies on Goku as well.
Oof.
As Ulu comes in from the back.
oof.
What the hell happened there? That was a weird fight. But certainly in favor of Aries at the end of the day.
What that was
As
indecision.
Curious dice.
That was indecision. You know what happened? So they didn't want to. Flyby was very, very loath to use the Doom on Queen of Pain, and he wanted to reserve it. He thought they had enough damage to kill her without it. By the time he realizes that they don't, he wants to drop it, but then she's already used Sonic Wave, and then he realizes, wait, these stones is dead now. Okay, this is really scary. So then they get that kill on Queen of Pain. They should just back immediately from that situation, just get out. But they feel to themselves, well, they don't have the Quap anymore. We still have some moderately strong heroes with some magic damage, you know, Flyby's here with the maxed out Scorched Earth. Let's try and make something happen. Who do we go on? It's unclear who we go on, and they spend so much time just deciding on a target that they lose the fight. But now Static Storm out with Morty's kisses. This time there is no indecision, and it works out magnificently in their favor. They might kill Phoenix as well. Does have a blink again. No Sonic Wave to get both heroes. Flyby showing up. They will get the Infernal Blade out onto TK. Easy kill onto this IO. Snapfire does end up ticking out thanks to the Signite burn. XCJ also in a little bit of trouble. Ignite. Woof. What a spell this is. What a spell.
They get a bottle charges for safety. Even in the last fight, Ogre was doing 1.6k damage, 1.3k here. Exact same amount of damage as the Queen of Pain.
D-Stones?
Funnily enough. Hello?
D-Stones? D-Stones? Team?
That sounds more like.
Okay.
Well,
gosh.
MS is not enough. He wants to be a party to this nonsense in the middle lane. Maybe get that an eye. Very nicely done.
But why is he
Yeah,
showing up
this is
now?
a lot more chaotic than it kind of needs to be, but
Yeah.
Aries is certainly getting the better end of these overall.
I can't believe how well the game has been going for both Shang-Chi as well as Phoenix. It's been just magnificent times. Phoenix in particular is just so many close calls have been avoided. So many clutch kills have happened. He's going bottom now to go kill Flyby. They're going to set up for the reload, but he gets doomed. They will bring in the two heroes. Oh, and there's going to be the usage of the Stomp from the Centaur stolen away. The Meme Hammer not going to get dropped just yet. The real one comes out first. Not enough to kill Flyby, but the follow-up Arcane Orb hits are. And they want Son Goku as well. But now that Io is gone, they don't really want to keep this fight going without that additional sustain. He could port bottom, but there's not enough damage from SAG. D-Stones is not here. There's no like Maelstrom on MS or Deso, nothing that you have to be afraid of just yet. He only has this armlet. So they'll just keep in the area walking away with that kill. And despite what looked like a pretty cool setup from SAG, again we see indecision hurt them because XCJ doesn't want to commit Static Storm. And because he doesn't want to commit Static Storm, they just lose heroes for free.
Bit weird considering that Disruptor. You pick him against IO lineups precisely because of that. I mean, they're all linked together. They're all been stunned here. Nice little double stomp there from the Doom after getting the Doom out on the Quap and then follow up with the Cookie. But yeah, they just need to go balls to the wall. Like they're not having enough damage to really burst them down quickly through that IO heal if they don't use all their spells.
Yeah. Speaking of Io, assisting with this early Roche take. Lol, they left the Aegis in the pit though. This would have been so funny.
Ulu doesn't even want it? What?
He's not the carry. I mean,
The hell?
Ulu's only shown up to like a few of these fights, right? And we already saw, we were talking about it in the draft, that the true IO partner is not going to be the Queen of Pain or the Ursa. It has to definitely be OD, even though they're playing this hero in the off lane. This is still the hero that you have to keep tethered.
Mortimer's for an Ogre Magi, why don't you?
Alright.
Okay comes in though. Oh, XCJ, he's very dead. They've also got
They're
the
both dead.
imprisonment. I mean, surely XCJ is dead eventually. There we go. They also get the imprisonment on some Goku. And then they get back out again.
Okay, so why you? I'm so confused here, Drag and Drop. I'm so confused.
Yeah. SAG. I mean, I thought, alright, maybe let's get a quick kill and then get out of this area because it is pretty dangerous. But it feels like they're committing to the wrong type of team fights, you know?
Yeah.
Or to the wrong type of pickoffs.
Nonetheless, though, they're still trying to get their farm. MS in dire need of some catch-up. He's building into this Heaven's Halberd here. Obviously, some evasion is good in this game. MKB can be purchased by Ursa and is already queuing it up. Ursa knows what's up. Ulu is awake and aware, understands how this game is trending. And in the top lane, they're awake and aware enough to find Flyby as well. They get that quick kill. Now, what will they do here? There's no Aegis on Ulu, so that's a dangerous place to be. The reload will come, and the glimpse is there. Do they have the damage for this kill? Not just yet, because MS, he jumped into the fight, but he's just not strong enough as of this moment. They do not really have the follow-up. Shang-Chi gets an Astral out onto this Razor. D-Stones cannot progress further in the fight. And we just got the delivery of the Aghanim Scepter as well. So we have the double Astrals. 2 ways to stop SAG in their tracks. And he goes in, second Astral out. D-Stones in danger. Will they follow this up with a kill? The reload can still return when it's up again. And it is now available. Woo! Sanity's Eclipse, though, dropped onto the face of MS. Straight up kill onto this Lifestealer.
Yeah, how's it work? It's mana difference, right? Mana difference multiplier, and then if you cast Imprisonment, you're getting an extra buff up. Yeah, that'll work well against Lifestealer, I'd imagine, you know? Hammer him down, he did not account for that properly. Aries, they keep finding these small little skirmishes, and they keep finding the better end of it.
Yep.
Always making the right decision here. Once again, Red Panda in front. He might end up dropping. That being said, there is some help coming. Nice one glimpse back on Ulu, though.
Okay.
To prevent the impact of that, the Monarch's Kisses to ensure that long-range kill, and TK should be back in a couple of seconds here. Even takes Phoenix a couple of meters further.
Kind of surprising that they decided to use the glimpse onto Ulu in that situation instead of onto TK. But, you know, still allows him to get a Red Panda kill. SAG definitely behind right now in a very, very, very rough situation. We were talking about how Aster.Aries needs to come out super strong, and they've done that. In command of this map right now. And there's a smoke move, though. Oh, glimpse back onto Phoenix. Where did they catch him? Is there a Doom? Yes, there is. TK, they know for a fact that there will not be a relocate. And it's taken a while, but we finally get to see Flyby utilize the Doom onto a Quap, and that lead into a kill. 40 seconds on the deck. Will SAG do anything from this position? They'll need to make a push happen onto the safe lane tower, but they decide against it. They're feeling like this game is still a little bit out of control. Lifestealer still doesn't actually have any real items outside of the Somlet. So rather get him the Sange first. Get him the Heaven's Halberd. You'll play a little bit more catch-up. You'll wait until Doom is online, and then try to utilize that as an insta-kill opportunity for yourselves, especially when you know the relocate's down.
Yep. That pickoff brought to you by Vision Gaming, by the way. Walked on the high ground south of the outpost really is what enabled that, getting the long-range glimpse. Relocate was on cooldown as well, so Io was unable to link back up and try and save her.
Looks like Red Panda's not really a fan of Vision Gaming. He says, down with it.
Yeah, it's very obvious what happens there after the fact, so Aries get rid of that. At least get a bit of extra money that away.
Also, something interesting about this game, Phoenix changed his build. At some point was angling towards getting Orchid, decided instead to be a bit more defensive, go BKB, presumably into Sange and Kaya and Lincoln Sphere. You know, we'll make sure that there's more protection against the Static Storm, more protection against Doom. However, not having Orchid does mean that MS is a lot freer in this game than you're probably expecting to be. And this Lifestealer so far has only really died once. And the death was from a huge Sanities. One of these situations that just does happen. But it's going to be a bit difficult for them to reliably pick him off unless they commit the Sanities immediately with Fire Blast. And Aster.Aries, they don't connect with the smoke gank here, Dragon Drop. This isn't great. This isn't great because now this is time that's just being spent by SAG, getting more and more farm. D-Stones has full BKB, getting towards S and Y. We already saw in game 1 how tanky he can be when this build is complete, after he gets the... I don't think he goes Shivas in this game, but I could still definitely see him going AC into Refresher again. Well, last time it was MS, but Razor can still do it twice in a row.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Not sure if they're actually all that favored by
Radiant's
standing in this game here. I mean, MS has... He's 0-1-1. He's actually not been a part of this game at all.
Nope.
As Aries starting to chip away at this tier 2 up top right now. Ulu also getting stronger and stronger. BKB on top of the Basher now, so... yeah. Getting all of that ready. Lincoln Sphere in the works for UD. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Aries just continue to play like this, you know, very aggressive, trying to work around these objectives. Not particularly fast, despite the meme hammer, despite the catapult, but we'll be able to get that down eventually, opening up the outpost. Very nice, because it also makes the next Roshan a lot easier.
Yep.
SAG, at the very least, they have that helmet now, but I think they need to start fighting properly at one point.
Well,
Problem is, like, with these BKBs online, the static storm's not going to be near as effective, neither is the kisses. And you can only do one target, right? As they're walking forward, these stones, thankfully, very, very fast.
also has an inverse room.
Caught out. Ulu's still hunting. He's being doomed to linked. Static storm kisses, but defensive imprisonment #1. Could have a second one. Io actually linking up. Not exactly ideal. Ulu still can't fight. Just there's no damage left. They're running down the next one. Defensive imprisonment just to delay the inevitable as Phoenix and Red Panda able to clean up the supports at least.
Oh,
TK
no. He
came
got
back
back.
in to try and help, but he just feeds his second life away. That was questionable at the best. Phoenix, he'll be able to live through this.
Oof.
Just as we say that Aries want to play more aggressive, they end up playing too aggressive. Just with the smoke gank kind of going awry. SAG knew exactly what was going on, but Aries still chasing there, still just leading a charge with the Ursa, trying to find a kill. He just gets wrecked, completely taken out of the fight.
Yeah, it was.
Everyone else kind of far away, scrambling to try and help him out. It's just recipe for disaster. These stones, yeah. Get another free kill and get out on almost all of them, I think.
Yeah, everyone's fine.
Ulu.
All right, Phoenix, bro. Oh, Ulu's stuck. Lol. Lol. Earthshock behind the tree. Classic movement for Carriosa. It happens. Well, they now run to hunt for this Aegis, but not really sad. They're not going to find anything. Into the pit, but it's empty. They really wanted to try and steal it to recover from that poor fight, but like you mentioned, they went too over-aggressive. The D-Stones breaks the smoke, sees them coming, goes invis, but they still want to stick around for it. And we finally also get to see that Flyby. He's been kind of quiet this last while with his Midas, just been chilling, farming up. Slowly but surely getting really high up there in levels. Like, I was wondering in that fight, like, wow, this Infernal Blade is doing a lot of damage, but it's maxed out at this point. He has it available. And MS, you know, hasn't really been allowed to play fully in this game, but from that fight, finished Halberd, moving into getting the AC. D-Stones, we see what can finally happen if he does steal away all the damage from Ulu. And Ulu, even with the defensive Astrals coming in from Shang-Chi, wasn't actually able to do anything in that fight. There was 0 damage. He activates BKB and just dies heads up. And that was... The sad thing is that can happen, right? And you know what really terrifies me? You know, we've been talking a lot about this refresher for D-Stones. At some point, fam, refresher for Doom is going to emerge. Then what do? Like, we've already seen how detrimental it is to all of their heroes to get doomed. Lincoln Sphere is still far away from Phoenix. Ursa's not going to build one. OD's unlikely to build one as well. So if you have to deal with double Doom, how on earth are you actually going to fight around it? As we know that a Doom's going to be coming now. Flyby showing up with this Blink Dagger.
I mean, BKB might protect you against the support ultimates, but does not protect you against Doom, does not protect you against all this physical damage here. They're going to try and make it happen. Static Storm to follow here. Static Kinetic Field, the relocate comes out. Did not actually get the drop on the IO. Disarm takes over as Disruptor is dead. Phoenix blink off to the side. Son Goku with an extra bit of control. The hammer is being dropped. D-Stone's almost dead, but not quite. Gets infested.
First hit flash.
To walk away, but there's a Doom. Have to pick up the slack. They want some more, but D-Stone's found the TP out. Scouting up the Roshana's back, so this was great fight here just out of the Roche, but as he responds, that'll be a freebie for them. Huge turnout again. I mean, look at the graphs on this one. It's gonna turn into a roller coaster sooner rather than later here at this rate.
That fight for Aster.Aries, it almost went very, very well for Sparking Arrow Gaming. They get the catch onto this Ursa, but sadly they do not find the IO. Static Storm was down onto Ursa, but you know, if you don't catch IO, if the relocate does come out, then there's really no option. You can never kill Ulu in these situations, and we do see him survive. If he was inside that Static Storm, we do also see that he dies every time, if he provided that he's not being linked up by this Ursa, or it's IO rather. So SAG, proof of concept demonstrated. Execution though still needs to be a little bit improved. And now they're staring down the barrel of losing more real estate. Ulu this time around did make sure to give himself the Aegis, has Aghanim Shot as well, so we have that bonus protection available for this hero. A lot more difficult to deal with just from that one Roche play. If they don't get that Roche, it's not nearly this easy for them to siege at tier 2, but now they get to siege like this for quite a while. They're just playing scared to be prudent and careful, but they need to do the same on the side of SAG. If anybody steps out of position, they could also easily get jumped, astraled, and then the follow-up damage comes very quickly from the rest of Aster.Aries.
It's how much of a difference that makes, that quick little relocate IO being linked up with the Ursa this entire time. Keeping him alive throughout all of this. Because they did commit Doom, Static Storm, and Mortimer's Kisses to try and get that kill, but when you don't get that then, all of that is missing up against the counterplay from Ares. So can very much go both ways. Red Panda going in. Trying to set up here, but force off from Son Goku gets into safety. Man, we've got a game on our hands here.
We do have a game on hands. Top though, they relocate onto MS. Is he gonna get bashed? Of course he is. Relo is gonna take him back, and he infests into the creep. Are they gonna try leave one of these heroes behind? MS doesn't have access to TP, no allies nearby, so they are gonna kill him. But at the same time, they might take a fight on the other side of the map, as they've already managed to bring down Red Panda. Phoenix gets doomed by Flyby, so presumably will be following into the grave. All right, so it is core and supports traded for core and support on both sides of the map. However, for SAG, MS is their most farmed core, at least second most. At the time he was, but you know, death has an interesting way of depressing your net worth.
Yeah, just a little bit.
You know, after that, I'm not sure who actually feels more confident and positive about the situation. SAG are happy, of course, that they've gotten a kill out of Phoenix and they depressed the BKB charge, so that was the first one of the game. Losing MS always hurts, but he was frankly out of position anyway, you know, farming that close to an enemy tier 1. So I suppose it doesn't hurt as much when your core dies when he's legitimately out of position than when your team is playing properly, playing fine, but they just happen to have the necessary tools to kill you. So I think SAG are unhappy but okay with it in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, but I think they do realize that the pressure is mounting. I mean, Ares still have that Aegis available, and this time, alright, that's a good start. Sometimes it takes one of these bad team fights to remind you, oh yeah, by the way, we're supposed to kill Io first, let's do that. And then we move on from there, but Ares still feel confident here, keeping people in, SAG respecting that strength that they still have left.
Why would they respect? I mean, they don't have Doom, they don't have the Morty's Kisses available again, so
yeah.
Honestly, I don't think they should have respected it. I think that Aster.Aries' big strength right now is coming from TK, and if this IO is alive, then it's very hard to fight into them, but without him, I mean, let's just consider all the fights that SAG have looked really strong in. To come under one of two conditions, either when relocate is offline, not available for them, or when IOs are just not there in the fight. Every single time that that's happened so far, SAG have come away with something really, really important. So they should look to try and get these openings more. But I suppose they are still dealing with this Aegis on Ulu, so why take unnecessary risks? Just wait the 30 seconds until this time's out. Try force another fight. If you kill IO first again, then life starts to look really, really nice for you on the side of SAG. But life still looks good for Aster.Aries. Ulu smoking up with the crew. He's got MKB now, so not worried about this Heaven's Halberd of MS. And he wants to reveal it. He wants to show off his new toys to his friends that are chilling there on the dire side. And MS, buddy, get back to your team, please. Thank you.
Alright, flyby, being initiated on, hacks over on lifesteal, though if combustability cannon, just disappeared out of the map. Deleted these stones. Ulu trying to keep on top of him. The disarm not lasting for all that long through the ultimate. Meanwhile, it's gonna be a dead Doomy out of that imprisonment. Slightly mistimed hammer, but it doesn't matter. Just too much power. Let's not forget, OD also right-clicking pretty damn hard, and so is Phoenix, at least when it comes to supports.
Okay.
That was something, just fighting that hex over. Was it that? There was a hex, right?
Yeah, ODX. That was that hex.
Heal? I don't know.
ODFX. He hexed the hex out.
Was the first time that they saw it? Either way, like, I'm still dying there, not even getting rage out. That was crucial. It was devastating.
I was actually about to comment on that with MS saying that he 100% should have raged first because he got the vision. Right? It's not like he was under darkness where he couldn't see his opponent. This fight happened in the daytime. He had perfect vision. They have an observer ward already out. The smoke breaks. Why don't you just press... If he presses rage in that fight and he's not the first casualty immediately, there is still a possibility of turnaround, right? Because they eventually did run out of some of their tools, but mostly just ran out of damage on the side of SAG, even though there was no relocate up again, even though meme hammer and real hammer had been dropped. Just get the quick picks, and MS almost got picked off again here middle. Hasn't had the cleanest lifestealer game here, if we're honest. Dragon Drop needs to start executing a bit better as Phoenix jumps onto the higher ground. Oh no! Fire Snap Cookie out onto the Phoenix Queen of Pain. TK will be there with the heals, and D-Stones might have gone a bit too far forward. Turning around now. Got off the second Eye of the Storm. Is doing quite a bit in these fights. Flyby goes in. Infernal Blade out. They get the Sonic Wave going. He's trying to move away here. OD during this Astral. Saved again by TK. And TK with this reload. Is there anything this IO can't do? Two heroes in the fight that he saves. Oh my god. What a player.
He's a freaking hero, man. Like, the best sense possible.
Wow.
Big burst heal between the Holy Locket and the Mechanism, bringing Phoenix back up from the brink of death to about half health, enough for him to blink away, and then the relocate safe. The Mortimer's Kisses is trying to finish off the OD.
Crazy.
Absolutely ridiculous. And now, because of that, Shang-Chi also has the ability to go for the Blink Dagger. That's another thing, right? He didn't even have Blink Hex, it was just a normal walk into range for the Hex.
Wow.
In the previous fight up against a Lifestealer. But yeah, it just goes to show, if SAG don't kill off IO first, they're losing the fight definitely. And if they don't kill IO, and if they do kill IO first, then maybe they have a chance, right?
Yeah.
Because especially with those raids, he did pick up the refresher. We saw that start to do some work. It would have finished off Phoenix very quickly if it wasn't for that burst heal at the perfect timing. So there is some more damage coming out from them on the back of that.
Yep.
Between that and AC and Lifestealer, right? They have some ways, but they need to kill IO. Hands down.
TK, no matter what happens in this game, even if Aster.Aries end up losing, undoubtedly gonna be our game MVP. Done so much with this hero. So much space on the map's been opened up thanks to his plays, and they're gonna smoke up now again on the side of Aster.Aries. We saw SAG go for a smoke recently that didn't really net them anything. And they do have a decent read on where SAG might be. They're doing for the full wraparound here. They know they're not inside the Roshan pit, so high odds they're still positioned here on the high ground. They might have the space to move in. They don't have clear vision, but they're gonna come across the Doom. Oh, MS, he got off the rage. There's also a Doom directly onto this OD. Will they be able to save him? Of course they will. It's TK. Sonic Wave in the opposite direction. Flyby gets infested into, and despite them dropping Static Storm perfectly, they can't take the fight. Now, Ulu jumping back in. Fire Snap Cookie will save Flyby as well as a 4-star. D-Stones draining the damage away from Ulu. Refreshes to go in again. Flyby will die, but Ulu in danger. Ulu dies. They've now glimpsed back this OD. TK taken away from the fight. OD, no more options. Loses his life. Phoenix on the high ground. Fire Snap Cookie catches him. The Fire Blast from the Ogre gonna be good enough to, at the very least, stop and stall them for a second, but not good enough. And they take a full team wipe. Aster.Aries also brought back on TK, but nobody's alive for you to save anymore, my friend. And now SAG, they finally get some luck. They get the swing. And this is now their Roshan. The roller coaster Dragon Drop never stops going.
It never stops, indeed. And that was kind of weird because it started a bit rough. There was a double stomp from the Doom and like the Modernist Kisses and whatnot, but then the IO heals came through to once again reset the fight for Aries, but then they still ended up losing because they didn't have any ways to slow down this lifesteal, and also this Razor. Razor did 7k damage in that fight, lifesteal of 5.6k.
Yeah.
All this physical damage starting to add up significantly. And yeah, the beautiful glimpse as well on the Ursa, just bringing him back as he was already super low.
Yeah.
Yeah, just SAG. Once the cores get to actually play, these fights tend to get a lot easier.
Look real strong in the fights. I think it also helps a lot that Flyby is walking around with this casual plate mail. He almost died so many times, and they do eventually kill him in that fight, but they had to expend quite a few resources just on him alone. Queen of Pain wasted an entire BKB duration trying to kill him. OD was also in a similar boat where he spent most of his fight just trying to survive against Doom. He gets back, but that does mean that the spells aren't available for other heroes. He also dropped the Sanities directly on him. Even this Ursa, speaking of Ursa, he's right in front of D-Stones, but just gonna get forced back. And Ulu, who is starting to run into that problem where he's not killing the Razor fast enough. Oh, there's actually gonna be a glimpse back. They force a BKB charge out of him.
Yep.
But he's not killing Razor fast enough to not get drained and to stop Razor from getting off the double Eye of the Storm. And double Eye of the Storm, whilst you're next to AC, we saw in that fight, the physical damage output is now just obscene. So they're really starting to have issues with this. Nobody on the team has built an AC of their own. Doesn't feel like anybody can really. Nobody's going to be building. They might get like a Shivas on Phoenix or on the OD, but in terms of just being able to resist the amount of damage coming from SAG, no real tools to do that anymore outside of hoping that TK is able to save you in time.
Yep. The fights get a little bit more complicated from Aries because it's not enough to just extend them and heal up your heroes, because Razor does have that high sustained damage now.
Yeah.
So if you don't kill D-Stones, he'll just be able to run you down. Or if you're running away, obviously against Disruptor, that doesn't really work half the time. As long as he has a glimpse of somebody. So I think for Aries, the priority target has to be... yeah, it has to be the Razor. I mean, he has BKB and Cheese though, so it's not particularly easy. Flyby is also getting closer and closer towards the Shivers.
Yep.
Which is also going to make the healing a little bit more complicated for Aries if he's in the middle of a fight. So yeah, it's getting into the late game snare. The gold graph is very even. Experience as well, and that basically means that a lot of these fights, they come down to who finds the jump on who.
Uh-oh. Jump might be coming here.
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't want to go in on that.
Okay. Check this out, Dragon Drop. I was thinking about this as well, of the various sources of minus armor. So double Eye of the Storm, right? We have AC on MS. We've got Little Shredder from Son Goku, who also went ahead and got the Little Shredder talent at level 20. And Flyby is in this situation where he is... Oh, never mind. I thought he was going to like build a Deso or something. I thought I saw a Blightstone there, but he's like, nah, survivability. Let me just not die. Give me the Heaven's Halberd. Another source of making sure that we don't get right-clicked by Ulu. So double Halberd onto the Ursa. You only have one BKB. You don't have a refresher yourself. Maybe you get lucky and the Lincolns blocks it, but still feels difficult. In fact, I think it's always a very bad sign when your Ursa feels that he has to build another defensive item at this stage of the game that isn't Satanic. If it's Satanic, I get it. I'm 100% with it, but you just have to build Lincoln Sphere. That's how scary it is right now. Not just to get doomed, but to get drained by this Razor. Completely ruins this Ursa in the fight.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like a great Lincoln's game because there's so many things that can break it.
Yeah.
But a lot of these things are, like, even the lower value spells, as I said, like Link compared to Doom or the Glimpse. Glimpse has led to quite a few kills. If you block that, you might survive just as well. But the problem is that only one of them needs to get through half the time as the fight breaks out. Disruptor just straight up dead. Doom over. Sonic Wave not doing a whole lot here. Phoenix, he blinked in. Can he blink out? He can. Just barely. But the rest of this team is on the run. Red Panda is down for the count. And secondary Doom here comes through. And these stones, he's just burning through them.
Oh my god.
Buybacks come through and they'll remind them, oh, by the way, this is not our base. We should probably get the hell out. The blink hacks forward. Doom will give his life with the Midas off cooldown. So this game's actually just lost from SAG, but the rest of them get away. So in all seriousness, they should be fine. Yeah, but yeah, once again, very disconcerted fight. You just initiate on the Disruptor. It's just not something that you can afford, even if you get the kill.
Yeah.
He's not the problem right now.
Yeah.
Not by a long shot.
You're not also
Razor, again, took 7k damage by himself.
7k damage on Razor, stood his ground for so long. Lifestealer did 3. Queen of Pain, extremely fortunate to survive that fight. So, I don't know, man. This is one of the... And they had to buy back on 2 heroes in order to just get that 1 kill on Doom. And... yeah, sure, they still have those racks that they've claimed in this mid lane, but they've lost out on this gold advantage. D-Stones is just proving impossible to deal with. We saw in that fight not just the damage output of the double Eye of the Storm, but he had Aghanims too, so whoo! It really, really hurts. And we'll now have the potential that anytime that they lose another fight like that again, it's not just heroes that are under threat. Buildings now suddenly will just tumble over in a second. Up until this point, one of the saving graces of Aster.Aries has been that they're not really that afraid of the push potential of SAG. That is no longer true. If these don't survive the fight, you will lose at least 1 lane of racks. So life is getting very difficult for Aster.Aries. Ulu heard us. He heard our pleas. Changed his mind. No Lincoln Sphere, rather the Satanic. This is definitely better. You get the Dispel as well out of this. And you just have a chance to stand your ground. That's the one thing he just hasn't been able to do for like the last 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, it's turned into a very rough Ursa game. Yeah, again, these fights, they're very hard. You have to basically initiate these stones and hope to God that you can burst them down before... you kind of need the Blink Hex and then the OD Hammer to start with, and then also Ursa hitting him.
Yeah.
With all of that. I think the math checks out.
But
Fight isn't won on the back of that necessarily, but it's a requirement, I think, at this point. Seeing how much you can do, especially as you said, with that Aghanim Scepter. I mean, that's not just striking one person and nipping away at the armor, but 2 people at the same time.
Oh god, now that you actually mentioned this, that I just realized. If he gets relocated onto, right? If he doesn't get first hit bash, let's say this Ayo comes in with Ulu right now. If there's no first hit bash and he can press R, the Ayo will die. Like, just heads up during the relocate. That's a difficult place to be in right now as TK. Despite having this 2k HP, just so much damage from SAG, and they're pushing this bottom wave in as well. So somebody from Aster.Aries will have to come home to attend to this. You definitely do not want to let this tower get low enough that Razor can just walk in and then threaten to kill it. Razor as well with 1500 HP, and that he's going for the Shiva's God. I love that he's going for Shiva's, not just because they already have an AC available. Sure, we might ask, well, Flyby has Shivas too, why go double Shivas? You know, you need some kind of armor to help you out against the Ursa, but also you need to increase your int as high as humanly possible to make sure that when Sanity's hits, barely tickles.
Yeah.
It's not going to be that much of an issue anymore.
2 Shivas is not necessarily bad, right? You still get extra... And like, the way these fights have been going as well, Flyby and D-Stones aren't necessarily gonna be sitting next to each other all the time, right? Just D-Stone's just too fast for that. He's running running across his fight left, right, and center, trying to run whatever people down that he wants to kill. Flyby can't necessarily keep up as both teams walking into each other. The BKB comes out. Can't we use Doom on the Lincolns here? The BKB will allow Phoenix to reset. For 1 BKB exchange.
It's much worse as Phoenix to not have BKB than it is for Flyby, because now you can get doomed. Before they couldn't cancel the Lincolns with the Infernal Blade, but now they can. And that's why SAG smoke immediately. Instantly. They're like, let's go. Oh yeah.
Eternal Blade doesn't cancel.
Not
damage.
anymore. Yeah. By the way, they did change it, but they have other spells, right, that they can use, and they're coming. They want Ulu. Ulu does have Lincolns on him, and they have this right clicks out. TK coming in. The relocate will save. Red Panda not as lucky. He's inside the very far portion of the fight, but Ulu trying to jump in onto MS. Look at D-Stones go. Aghanim's refresher. The double storms are out. Gets him a double kill. Can he increase his return here? XCJ finally does die. TK though gets punished for being part of that kill. And they blink forward. Sonic Wave catches some heroes, but Phoenix might get punished for this one. He's in trouble right now. Huge scatter blast to the face does kill him. MF does eventually die to Ulu, or D-Stones rather, but the turnaround is coming in. They got the Doom out. Flyby was patient with the spell, utilizing it on the big core. MS also saves Son Goku's life with the Infest play. Red Panda can't TP out thanks to the Fire Snap cookie. Everybody's gone except Phoenix. Will he be able to get himself out of here? They are chasing. They're coming. They want to arrive as soon as possible. I don't think they're fast enough, so they have to let this one go. And Red Panda, though, getting tipped by absolutely everybody. Oh my goodness. The psychological warfare is also in with the warfare on the field and with no buybacks remaining. Fortunately for them, D-Stone doesn't have the double Eye of the Storm, but one with Aghanim Scepter and 2 Sea Dragons. This should be more than enough. I don't know why they didn't cliff that. No. No.
I mean, it's game either way, right? There's a creep wave being skipped up top, so that I think that was the reason, right? Get rid of the creep wave there before, so they can't actually go high ground right now. Ares might have another shot because of this play, but it's looking very rough. I mean, Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, and another free axe for you.
Alrighty.
I feel like they've been hyping up these stones too much. So, and they heard us somehow, so MS was like, yeah, by the way, I'm also a hero. End up doing 9,999 damage in that fight, on top of saving Son Goku, as he multicasts himself. Or gets multicasted.
Oof.
At the very end there, so it's, this is just ridiculous.
SAG, man.
Ursa cannot play this game, like he can't fight, can't really fight Razor, can't really fight Lifestealer.
Nope.
Health is just going way far too quickly. It's crazy.
It's almost like he can sort of stand against one or the other, but if both of them are alive in the fight, it's just not possible. He had to buy back, come again, in order just to be able to take out D-Stones once. Now D-Stones is sitting with an Aegis. You have potentially triple Storm available from this hero. And not the worst part about all of this is, honestly, them losing the Roshan, you know, at some point they're probably expected to lose an Aegis. You can deal with that, right? You can. It's okay. It's okay. I don't think here, Dragon Drop, that they'll be able to deal. Well, okay, it doesn't seem like they want to do it. Never mind. I was going to make the point that if they give XCJ this Aghanim Scepter, what on earth do they do against Ag Static Storm? But they in chase that to give it to Flyby so that they get the bonus duration on the Doom, the break effect. And, you know, given how good this Doom has been, and given how on point Flyby has been with targeting who to use the spell on in the fight, definitely a justified decision to give it to him. And they almost want to end the game. They're going for the smoke here. They're waiting. He has ninja gear, so they just want to find one target, jump on them, and then end the game right now.
Okay, whatever.
Just woke up. Yeah, that was me this morning, actually. Just woke up and lagging.
Oh no, it's Phoenix.
Though, as the fight breaks
Phoenix.
out. Phoenix. Okay, gets the blink away. I think, yeah, but his friends are just dead. What happened to him? I think he was in prison and walking away. Either way, this doesn't even matter, does it?
It's over. Yeah.
Just too much. Ares might have bought some extra time, but is this the triple? It's the triple! The triple Eye of the Storm! Woo! Woo!
What
legendary!
buildings?
It's just
Wow.
SAG, dude.
SAG.
They actually did it. These mad lads actually did it.
Woo! They not just won the game, not just won the series, but they're the first team, the only team so far, to have put an L next to the Aster.Aries name. Look at them go, SAG. Damn. A very impressive showing here from them. I really like what we've seen. I like what came out of the squad. And this draft, it feels like this could easily have been a messed up draft, right? This could have been a situation where this doesn't work out for them at all, and they just wind up losing hero after hero after hero. And it looked like that for a large portion of time, right? Aster.Aries was playing on the front foot, playing with that massive aggression. But eventually, it stops being a thing. It stops being possible. I mean, look at this early game and how good it seemed for Aster.Aries. What happened, Dragon Drop? What changed?
Times like these, I wish I was smart. And I wish I would be able to give you an answer. But yeah, I mean, they were looking good, but then Ursa stopped being relevant. I think once again it was one of these situations where there was a lot of craziness, a lot of back and forth. This entire game was super even, so it's really down to who gets a jump on whom. And these small individual plays, like the Infest here, the Hex there, the Doom at the right time. And but yeah, the moment these stones got that refresher, they just stopped having damage issues.
Yeah.
So, and they just ended up kiting out the Ursa too much.
Just a bit too much kiting.
Yeah. I think the SAG just ended up outplaying, as crazy as that sounds, up against the Aries, but yeah.
It's a very good game.
Also, let's not forget, Aries still not playing with White Album, because that was also pretty great though. TK with the big heals. But yeah, they're still not playing with White Album. I believe still might be stuck in Romania or in quarantine or one of those. So it's a bit tough to not have the full squad, the full top tier players. But it hasn't stopped them in the last games in this bracket, so can't really put it all on that at the moment, I would say. It was just SAG really showing up and showing us what they can do. Like, it's not like this is completely unexpected from them, right?
Yeah. They've always been on the cusp, it felt like, even in the games that they did lose, right? We have to take note of the fact that they have always, no matter what, every single series that they found themselves participating in, they take at least a game. Against Magma and Shenzhen, they couldn't get both, but they always took at least a game. They always had an idea of what to do. And here, the idea really comes to fruition. As the game went on, it just became kind of impossible, really, for the side of Aster.Aries. This Ursa couldn't do as much as he really wanted to. The double Doom is too much to deal with. I mean, we were talking about it in the draft that Aster.Aries, if they make sure that they're ahead enough that they don't have to worry about double Doom, things will be great, but they weren't. And when double Doom came out, the game almost ended. Double Eye of the Storm was too strong. And this Lifestealer, at the end, you were talking about how we sort of forgot about him, you know, quietly doing his thing, trying to get back in the game. Yo, ends the game as second net worth, only behind Flyby on the Doom, who had a phenomenal performance. Barely died and did a ton of his own damage in these fights. Spent a large portion of the game not doing any damage. This 27k hero damage you see here, most of it comes in like the last 15-20 minutes of this game when he finally gets online, finally picks up his items, finally able to really show what he's made of here. And at the end, Sparking Arrow Gaming 2-0, that keeps their hopes alive, right? I was talking about how 3 losses is done. There's no potential for you to get upgraded, but with only 2, it's possible. And now Aster.Aries are the ones that start to get a little bit worried because they've copped their first loss against the Sparking Arrow here. They still have to play the other 2 teams that are right now occupying the top positions in Team Magma and Extreme Gaming. That means that they potentially have to worry about 3 overall losses. And after this hot start, it would be so heartbreaking, Dragon Drop, if they didn't go into the upper division. Like, wow, it would hurt so much if that happened to them.
That's the kind of thing that can happen in this very competitive bracket. I mean, apart from Neptune and CDC, the other 6 teams, they all have what it takes to just upset and even make it to the upper division. Like even the qualified teams, of course, we've seen and hyped up YBB for good reason, but Shenzhen also not something that's to ignore, not a team to underestimate.
Yeah.
But yeah. SAG, they've yet to play YBP and Extreme Gaming, so those are their 2 last matchups. Not gonna be easy, but it's definitely possible. Like might be more than halfway through this bracket, but questions have yet to be answered, and I think those answers are gonna be exciting, no matter what.
Absolutely, no matter what, the answers will be exciting. They will be electric, and now SAG can get some well-deserved rest after being able to secure a massive victory here against Aster.Aries. So while they are resting, we yet again, thanks to a 2-0 win, have a fairly large break coming in for ourselves. Once more, another hour that we have to wait whilst we get the next teams ready, while the next teams are preparing themselves, while both teams will be going over any replays they have, going over their drafts, making sure they bring the best ideas to the third and final series of the day, which is also going to be a cracker, because between Team Magma and Extreme, both of them, Magma 3-1, Extreme Gaming 2-1, both in a position where, provided they keep the momentum going, you can still get into the upper division, you can still get yourself into that really good place. And you know, it's not going to be easy for anybody, but it does mean that literally every game counts. We could be looking back on this one series and it being the difference between one of these two teams getting into upper division or not. But for now, we take a small break. Aster.Aries, sadly, 0-2 for them. My life might improve once White Album returns, but Phoenix, shout out to him. He's held it down so far. It just hasn't been possible today. So now as we close this one out, I am being subbed out, so I will see you all for some future Dota. Dragon Drop has not dropped. He will not drop today. He's staying online. He's staying with you.
Not anymore. Yeah.
Dragon Drop turning into Never Drop. But thank you for spending this time with us. 2-0 victory for Sparking Arrow Gaming. And as you go take that hour break, remember, make 100% sure that you do 3 things for me. Number 1, go to Twitter, type in @DragonDropDota. Go follow him on Twitter. He's a great guy. Drop some good stuff there. Follow me on Twitter as well, @Snegrodamus. And of course, make sure that you're following the channel here, Perfect World Esports, PWRD Esports on Twitter. Of course, that's the channel name here, so follow us. That's the thing number 1. Thing number 2, those of you who are going to be salty about Aster.Aries, remember that these are still humans. These are still just people doing their thing, plying their trade. So the fact that you bet on them or you're a fan doesn't give you license to be rude, to be mean, or to have any kind of disrespect towards the team, because they absolutely put on a show and they've been entertaining us with every single series. And the third thing, please, 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 go find somebody in your life who's important to you, who matters to you. Remind them that they matter. Remind them that you care. Remind them that life is better with them within it and that you love them. Do those things, be happy, and be back here in an hour as we continue with the Dota action. This has been Snare and Dragon Drop. This has been Aster.Aries and Sparking Arrow Gaming. This is the lower division of the Chinese DPC, and we will be right back.
DOTA 2开启全新篇章 ，DOTA Plus 加入游戏，英雄修行解锁徽章，陪伴你从入门到精通，从新手成长为英雄。英雄语音聊天轮盘，诙谐幽默，
值得信任的
你心中的话语，借英雄
我可不吹牛皮，升级绝对是好
完成任务
东西。
即可获得英雄碎片，全新特效套装等你兑换，彰显不凡和尊贵。英雄圣物记录成就，带你回味每一个精彩瞬间。游戏中获得的数据将被忠实记录，数据也许冰冷，但其中跃动的记忆无比火热。勇士联赛再度开启，呼朋唤友挑战极限。信任与配合是 DOTA 2不变的主题，更有 Plus 助手带你快速上手游戏。也许曾离开，但全世界的玩家都期待你的归来。DOTA Plus，DOTA 2的新时代。
读书人的事情怎么能算通这世界？自作自受。
你非常酷。
毁灭。时间结界，
裂地监测，青蛙快跳！可怜的魔导，
死亡之指。你软绵绵的法术真是扶不上墙的来。进攻！超新星，月食，雷神之怒。神灭斩，末日接招，原来是这样的。黑洞，来吧！
要陪丽娜玩吗？会被烧焦的哦。
他们无论怎样武装，也不足以战胜我。
第一份极品已经奉上，欢迎来到奈伦摩尔的地盘。They call me Spleen.
They call me Spleen. 我的爱上你难上，有5个你。是谁在呼唤水晶侍女？
如果世人不承认我的存在，那就有必要再重新造。
还需要介绍？
并列若已经消失，只有主宰尚存。看看这群待宰的狗呀！
没有什么角色是我模仿不出的。
我沿着地上的一个大洞跑到了地下。这东西是座铁链，铁链上还有很大的钩子。最后，死亡之神以为被偷走了，嘿嘿嘿，要我说是无为人主。杀戒的好日子！开工时间，眼观六路，给我叫起来！嘿嘿嘿嘿，好大二鲜肉，来亲热亲热，小鲜肉。1、2、1、2，几乎没了在我这儿。给你切个漂亮的豆花。 火腿罐头，烧烤时间。马上就好样的，你才是土东西起家。
Welcome to Dota, friend. It's Dota time, baby!
大招踩到了4个，但是敌还在对面之上，基本上没有突破环境了。对上好像还不活，被铁锤死了。诺瓦直接跳出来，今天恭喜李逵！恭喜李逵，拿到了本届Super Major的冠军。
世界游戏主办的2018 CSGO 亚洲邀请赛。
大高地，鬼王爷换烟打3个。
恭喜拿命，获得这次 CDEC 亚洲邀请赛的冠军。
第二条有没有锤？还传一下，传一下，漂亮！一个2级走，来走。
这样，这一盘老坑爹其实已经没有什么机会了。恭喜 Manesky， 恭喜 Manesky 拿到了DPC亚洲邀请赛的一个冠军。
最后的1秒钟，我估计 Works 都没有想到。啊，他以为在 B 吧？站起来，泽宝迪打下了这个不可思议的残局。
我大有个什么东西？这是开着吗？我又要提一个问题，3胜！恭喜 Monster！ 恭喜 Monster！ 2-0战胜了来自于芬兰的 Major 亚军 N。
Welcome to the International.
好像有点创造不了奇迹，扔在飞机脸上又是秒被带走，
直接打出了奇迹。
看看这边，看这一波滚滚的发挥，跳到侧翼，正面女王两吊有刷新，直接秒掉天涯默克。正面偏这里睡一下骷髅王，想要队友想救，但是噩梦结束之后偏正面硬刚，再刷 BKB 跳过来千剑魂，这回也吃不住这个圣剑的伤害。红毛大吹风吹自己的，落地之后又被女王魔击沉默了。这一波圣剑 PA 效果还是比较不错的，但是火猫也买活刷新过来，这一刻 PA 没有 BKB， 有点被对面随便宰的意思了
啊！圣剑掉在地上，这一局应该是结束了。
这个时间点，如果夜眼方不想想办法把大招配合起来的话，被动刷钱是越打越难受的。这个位置有机会救一下吗？叶春心吃早了，然后这个大招带了4个，萨尔狂大效果还可以，但输出够不够了？反正有一个推波，赛飞亚装也很差，靠不跳过来追弱，赛飞亚先死，时间也不是很好，但是关键后续伤害没有了，时间彻底开起来，我们看朝天剑状态掉的也很快，直接直死 ，DB 后面能不能遭得住呢？天再过来继续补助住，天也没了，完成了一波3杀，前方现在只剩2兄弟，红毛飞魂上来，美国他只能被迫交大，天再过来引一起找萨尔。怎么办？好难受，盾一交，萨尔要死，一丝血，加盾冲击啊！美杜莎的话中了大骨灰，自己没蓝了，魔法护盾也没用了，而且还有这边被动的缴械，美杜莎也倒了。
来，走过来，直接疯狂生长，末永小狼贴上来，凤凰能不能飞走？飞不走，再给复魂。凤凰阵亡之后，小强也走不了，破小强跳下来有点尴尬。是的，
凤凰是没有选择变蛋，
他刚刚是有机会变的，
有机会，但是他可能觉得时机不好。
看一下这波怎么说啊？
主要这个萨尔他没大呀，他杀就杀了呀。但把 BKB 交了之后，后面这倒影一给加速冲击。
哎，水人被沉默了，人直接被打死了。水人顶到那个TB的脸上，这边又是一个残音吸入了小精灵，哎，我也被打死。
这里摆大了，摆大招了，深圳再想现在进可能就有点晚了。
大圣 BKB 开的这么早，
开的很果决，国王跳起来，
抢到了，
国王拿到了不朽之守护。远程小松鼠给到一剑，默克赶紧给复魂，但是女王这个大招还是成功收掉了天涯默克。骷髅王交出第一发绝命再生，狼人在后排切小松鼠，死亡先知眼睁睁看着他杀掉了自己的小松鼠，吹风之后用残音吸到了召唤物上，但是后续的爆发还是成功打死了狼人。
DOTA 2开启全新篇章 ，DOTA Plus 加入游戏，英雄修行解锁徽章，陪伴你从入门到精通，从新手成长为英雄。英雄语音聊天轮盘，诙谐幽默，你心中的话语，借英雄
我可不吹牛皮，升级绝对是好
完成任务即可获得英雄碎片，全新特效套装等你兑换，彰显不凡和尊贵。英雄圣物记录成就，带你回味每一个精彩瞬间。游戏中获得的数据将被忠实记录，数据也许冰冷，但其中跃动的记忆无比火热。勇士联赛再度开启，呼朋唤友，挑战极限。信任与配合是 DOTA 2不变的主题，更有 Plus 助手带你快速上手游戏。也许曾离开，但全世界的玩家都期待你的归来。DOTA Plus，DOTA 2的新时代。
我沿着地上的一个大洞跑到了地下，这东西是座铁链，铁链上还有很大的钩子。最后，死亡之神以为被偷走了，要我说是无为而治。杀戒的好日子！开工时间，眼观六路，给我叫起来！嘿嘿嘿嘿，好大块鲜肉，来亲热亲热，小鲜肉！1、2、1、2，今晚我就陪你们来我这儿，跟我一起，给你切个漂亮的豆花。火腿罐头，烧烤时间。大家叫我骗子，你才是偷东西起家的。
Welcome to Dota, friend. It's Dota time, baby!
大招踩到了4个，但是敌还在对面路上，基本上没有突破环境了。对面路上好像还不活，被铁锤死了。诺瓦直接跳出来，今天恭喜雷奎！恭喜雷奎，拿到了本届Super Major的冠军。
世界游戏主办的2018 CSGO 亚洲邀请赛。
大巴蒂，鬼王爷混爷打3个。恭喜拿命，获
第二条命有没有锤？还差一下，差一下，漂亮！双手好起来走。这一盘老坑爹是不是已经没有什么机会了？恭喜 Manesky， 恭喜 Manesky 拿到了野鸡亚洲邀请赛的一个冠军。
我估计 Works 这个都没有想到。啊，他以为在闭门。站起来，泽保迪打下了这个不可思议的残局。
我到底有个什么东西？这是 carry 吗？我又要举这个问题3胜！恭喜 Monster！ 恭喜 Monster！ 2-0。战胜了来自于芬兰的飞车亚军
Welcome to the International.
好像有点创造不了奇迹，扔在飞机脸上，又是秒被带走，直接打出了奇迹。
看看这边，看这一波苦苦的发挥，跳到侧翼，正面女王两跳，有刷新，直接秒掉天尔默克。正面偏，这里睡一下骷髅王，想要队友想救，但是噩梦结束之后，偏正面硬刚，再刷 BKB， 跳过来千剑魂，这回也吃不出一个圣剑的伤害。红毛大吹风吹自己的，落地之后又被女王魔晶沉默了。 A 波瞬间 PA 效果还是比较不错的，但是火猫也买火刷新过来，这一刻 PA 没有 BKB， 有点被对面随便宰的意思了
啊！圣念掉在地上，这一局应该是结束了。
这个时间点，如果夜眼方不想办法把大招配合起来的话，被动刷钱是越打越难受的。这个位置有机会救救吗？叶春心吃倒了，到了个大招办了4个，萨尔狂大，这我还可以跟输出够不够了？反正有一个推波，塞尔菲亚中也很差，靠漂亮跟弱，塞尔菲亚先死，时间上也不是很好，但是关键后续伤害没有了，直接彻底开起来，我们看传来这个状态掉的也很快，直接直死 ，DB 后面能不能遭得住呢？天再过来继续补助住，天也没了，完成了一波3杀，前方现在只剩2兄弟，火毛飞魂上来，美国他只能被迫交大，天再过来引一起找萨尔。怎么办？好难受，盾一交，萨尔要死，一丝血，加盾冲击啊！
美杜莎的话中了大骨灰，自己没蓝了，魔法护盾也没用了，而且还有这边被动的缴械，美杜莎也倒了。
来，走过来，直接疯狂生长，末勇小狼贴上来，凤凰能不能飞走？飞不走，再给复魂。凤凰阵亡之后，小强也走不了，破小强跳下来有点尴尬。是的，
凤凰是没有选择变蛋，
他刚刚是有机会变的，
有机会，但是他可能觉得时机不好。
看一下这波怎么说啊？
主要这个萨尔他没大呀，他杀就杀了呀。但把 BKB 交了之后，后面这倒影一给加速冲击。
哎，水人被沉默了，人直接被打死了，水人顶到那个 TB 的脸上，这边又是一个残音吸入了小精灵，哎，我也被打死。
这里
摆大了，
摆大招了，深圳再想现在进可能就有点晚了。
大圣 BKB 开的这么早，
开的很果决，国王跳起来，
抢到了，
拿到了不朽之守护。远程小松鼠给到一剑，默克赶紧给复魂，但是女王这个大招还是成功收掉了天涯默克。克鲁王交出第一发绝命再生，狼人在后排切小松鼠，死亡限制，眼睁睁看着他杀掉了自己的小松鼠，吹风之后用残音吸到了召唤物上，但是后续的爆发还是成功打死了狼人。
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the last game of the day. It's going to be a good one. Team Magma versus Extreme Gaming. My name is Dragon Drop, and Snare has better things to do apparently, which involve some sort of Tekken tournament. So he's on the road, but I've got Neff Sensei with me, who would never abandon me, which is always great. So how are you doing, Neff?
I'm doing amazing. I get to snatch the best series of the night out from Snare's hands and cover Magma and Extreme. And
He
Extreme
was mad
have
about
looked.
that, by the way. He told me, "Oh God damn it, I'm missing the best series."
Yeah. Well, all series are created equal. Let's be honest, Dragon Drop. But some are going to go to 3 games, and I have a good feeling this is going to be one of them.
Some are more
Magma,
equal than others.
Yeah, some are more equal than others. Magma, absolute giant of a team, have been together for a super long time now. Coached by these old boys of China and Extreme Gaming. They look pretty good so far.
They do, yeah.
I know they have a completely different roster, though they did end up dropping a series earlier to YBB, which has some members of their former squad that they replaced with giants like Paparazzi, which, in my opinion, is the best storyline that we could have.
Yeah, they got Paparazzi in mid, even though some people do argue that they would have gone better if they had Euros instead. But it is what it is.
Did you say Eurus or Euros?
Euros.
Okay, yeah, no. Europeans, not so good at Dota.
Not what I meant, but anyway, Extreme Gaming, absolutely right. Sitting at 2-1, but they've yet to play some of their games. Team Magma at 3-1, but 2 of those were their 3 wins, quote unquote, against Neptune and CDEC. So they did end up losing to YBB. Head into the draft proper here. We'll see what they can do. This is, I think, the first real true test for them, and for Extreme Gaming as well, honestly. This is really where it comes down to show where these skill levels really are and which one of these teams will actually make it to Division 1, because this is still a very competitive bracket for most of these teams.
Absolutely. For Extreme Gaming especially, who have played a lot less series than some of these other teams. They didn't play the first couple of days, and then they didn't play, I believe, on the 6th as well. But every single day that we're on, we're going to see more Extreme for the rest of this tournament. Do you know that, Dragon Drop?
Yeah, it's gonna be some extreme Dota.
Nice. I see what you did there. Clever stuff, my man. Clever stuff.
Now, is that what? Would you going for that? Oh God.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, Extreme Gaming being only 2-1, and Aster.Aries, it looks like while I was asleep in my bed, Sparking Arrow Gaming took a series off of them. So there are many teams with several wins under their belt, but only 1 loss: Aster.Aries, YBB, Magma, and Extreme. But by the end of this match, one of these teams is going to have to take an L. So we'll have things a little bit more sorted of who's going where in the second season, of who's going to end up where on the bracket in this first season of the DPC Dragon Drop, which makes this a very exciting series, not only because these teams are amazing, but because it has huge implication of where the standings are going to go.
Yeah, absolutely. So with all of these heavy implications in mind, what do you think about these drafts? I mean, we've got the Mars and Arana on one side.
Very exciting on the one side. The other side, the Ball of Light and the Dumb Ogre. A little bit less exciting.
What do you mean dumb? He has 2 heads. How can he be dumb?
Yeah, it's twice the brains right there.
I love Ogre as a character. Like, he's so many cool voice lines. Also, pretty strong hero. Like, he buffs up your carry, whoever you want put in that position that can benefit from Bloodlust. So it's always nice.
Yeah. It enables a lot more carries to feel a little bit underwhelming. Otherwise, they very much need that buff. One of the heroes that comes to mind is the Juggernaut.
Yeah.
Which, very much could be an option in this game, given the fact they're playing against the Mars. Juggernaut does decent against it in the lane. It does okay with it after the laning phase, as he's not able to get that Arena Spear combination off onto him so easily. They do have a BKB piercing disable right now, though, in the form of Winter Wyvern. So that one, at the very least, might make them a little bit hesitant to picking up Juggernaut. Cold Embrace is also amazing when an Omni Slash or a Swift Slash comes out.
Yeah.
5 seconds remain.
Not sure if we're going to see the Juggernaut here. Like, I feel like you need someone that can do a little bit more reliable damage early on, because you have a Void Spirit now. I'm not a big fan of that hero nowadays. I've seen it just not do anything time and time again. Every game that I've casted or watched, he just falls off because he doesn't straight up do enough damage, right? He's offers a lot of control, a lot of escape, but he doesn't allow you to set up for these kills by yourself anymore like he used to, it feels like.
Yeah, just not enough damage, huh?
Morphling comes, Morphling will help out. He can join into some of these early mid-game engagements, perhaps, but I think you also need an offlaner that can really provide that extra bit of oomph, you know?
10 seconds remain.
Yeah, we need an oomphy.
Yeah.
I'd
say Legion Commander perhaps is an option, together with the IO. That's a very strong lane, good against Queen of Pain.
It is Radiant's battle.
A bit questionable against Winter Wyvern, of course.
Yeah. Now, Dragon Drip, do you know that Ogre Magi and Mars are among the most picked heroes here in the CNDPC?
Yeah, I'm not
They're
surprised.
ranked first and second for most picked, according to the stats that I got up here.
Why is that, Dev? Why is that?
They're beefy boys. They're able to get in there and get in there.
Yeah.
That's I mean, Mars is a consistent offlaner. He's able to do draw a little bit of CS or provide something even if he loses the lane. He's always going to the arena. He's always going to have an amazing stun in the form of spear, and he can at least get a couple of CS. And a lot of lanes he does quite well against and will just win. Ogre Magi, a little bit like that, enables his carry. It definitely falls off towards as the game goes on. It's not a super high damage support, but it does what it does fairly well. It's consistent. I feel like they're great opener picks for that reason, and that's why they're so popular. There's not a lot of things that can completely counter either Ogre as a support or Mars as an offlaner. But enough about those. Last picks coming out. Magma, for some reason, opting to pick their offlaner as their absolute last hero rather than their safe lane carry. So they know that they're playing up against the Morphling here, and they're going to have to play the Morphling against the Queen of Pain, who does have some heavy burst. But now they're on Extreme. They're up to picking up a carry, and I think they probably want to grab somebody who uses an IF Scott. You know who I don't hate here that I don't see so often recently is Phantom Lancer.
Oh yeah, I can see that being good. I mean, you always run into the issue of Morphling turning into you and having its own army up and running. Thinking of maybe
you don't get the ultimate.
Radiant's turn to pick.
You get the spear.
Warrior.
And the illusions have you do get spear, and the W and the illusions actually do spawn more illusions.
Oh yeah.
But you don't get it off your own right clicks, absolutely right. But there's Ursa. I was gonna say maybe some Ursa or Troll Warlord, someone that's in your face. Ursa not natural Skadi builder, not necessarily, but he can fit it into his lineup, into his item build if he wants to.
5 seconds.
And
builds a diffusal blade as well, which does the trick.
It's great to just kill off the IO very quickly as well. And the Void Spirit, if you can grab a hold of them, does offer you a lot of DPS if the rest of the team allows you to actually get it out if he's not being kited.
Yeah, 100% agree on those things. I mean, almost every time we see Ursa pick up the Diffusal Blade, and if he isn't forced to play super quickly, he will go Battle Fury, but when he's up against the Morpheer, I think he'll try to play as fast as possible. You don't want to draw this into the ultra late game. Yeah. I think what it's going to come down to is if Void Spirit's able to come online and do enough damage. And I think one of the major issues with that is people haven't been building up the Aghanim Scepter fast enough. Like, this is an amazing hero jumping the backline, but without that AoE silence tool, you get punished for it pretty easily.
Yep.
Anyhow, last pick coming up from Magma. They need an offlaner here. I'm trying to think about who rounds out this draft, but I don't know if there's a perfect solution here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I still want to say something like a Legion, something that's in your face that can offer more damage. I would not be happy about a Titanter here, which is still in the pool.
No.
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
Enforce your will upon the battlefield today.
Quite good against Ursa in lane as well. You stack up that Napalm, can't really get rid of it early on until you have your ultimate. It does do tons and tons of damage, especially if you get some farm going, get that Boots of Travel to run around quickly, maybe the shard for the extra flame break. Is it going to be enough though? I mean, Good against Wyvern. Lasso for the Queen of Pain. Control up the Ursa more. Can fly out of the Mars Arena. Yeah, I can see that working.
I like it. It punishes the it's something that can actually play against the Earths from the offlane that's going to round out their draft. You're able to kidnap somebody, either grab this Queen of Pain, this Ursa, this Mars at the beginning of a team fight, blow them up in conjunction with the Earth Spirit, and if Ursa commits onto you too hard, you can turn around on until he's level 6, right? Once he's level 6, you do have issues. He's usually going to be able to TP out or get on top of you and just blow you up and then TP out. But until then, the Batrider will have the advantage in this lane. So it'll shut down the Ursa at the very least, unless TZY makes some major mistakes. But he's not that caliber of player who I think is going to mess up in this matchup. And, you know, I'd hate to caster curse him, but I genuinely believe that.
All right. No Castle Curse here, hopefully, as we get into the game. Always happy to see Magma play, of course, with Mercy, also known as Mian Mian.
Prepare for battle.
This used to be the big... Yeah, Mercy is Mian Mian, if you remember. The big Earth Spirit player. Also
big Earth Spirit fan here.
Wonderful.
I'm not a big Io fan. I'm not a big Io fan. I'm not a very big Ogre Magi fan. I understand that Io is like an amazing hero in a lot of matchups, but I'm not sure how strong he's going to be here. I do like the Barrier to round out the draft and make up for the fact that your supports aren't doing a ton of damage, though, because you need a big damage offlaner, and Batrider will provide that this game.
Yeah. Moving in very aggressively here, scouting out that... Well, there's probably some vision here. That's using a sentry just yet. Everyone with the Wyvern. DY holding onto it, and they fight it now. Just finding the perfect position in the river to get maximum coverage here. Make sure to cover all your bases where that observer could be.
Very nice.
Yeah.
You'll love to see it. I mean, if you're an Extreme Gaming fan anyway. They kind of had to commit all of their heroes onto that one, though. Sometimes you want to give up the Observer Ward XP to the mid laner so they can hit level 2 before the first wave goes down. And it gives them a lot of harassing strength in the lane.
Little connects you over onto the IO. That's first blood actually right off the bat.
We're already looking for more.
Very nice indeed.
Yeah. A little bit of Batrider humor for us. Nice one, drag and drop.
I did not know what I said there.
Said right off the bat.
Right off the bat. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
That was completely unconscious.
But it goes the way of Paparazzi there. So your mid laner has a pretty big gold advantage to start this game off. And already I feel like he does pretty well in this Void Spirit matchup. With how Dagger is now, the fact that you heal up on every tick of it, it does make a pretty big difference for how well you're able to trade against these enemy mids. And Void Spirit is somebody who struggles against it quite a bit. So he's got level he's got level 2 when he's still level 1 with the second creep wave met here on this Void Spirit, so he's able to continue to click him down underneath the tower. I think he'll be okay, but he just tried to dodge that one now and he missed.
Yeah. I did get the range creep though, one of them. So also very nice if you're able to secure that, but yes, that's the Shadow Strike. Don't dodge that. It's gonna start stacking up. It's like one of the problems that we see with Void Spirits these days. They don't often win lanes anymore with return of these more classic laners on the other side. The other spirit heroes are generally stronger, like versus Storm. Yeah, that one didn't get dodged either. The Queen of Pain also their classic lane dominator with the yeah, so there's a second point into it already.
Yep. This is something that a lot of mid laners actually practice, like the Queen of Pain Void Spirit matchup, the Queen of Pain Ember Spirit matchup. Because if you can dodge out the Shadow Strikes, like with your Sleight of Fist, with your Dissimulate, then you do fairly well in the lane. But Dissimulate has a higher cast point than Sleight of Fist, so it's much more difficult to dodge. And Paparazzi's been kind of faking him out. So it ends up landing around the same time as the dagger connects, and he hasn't managed to get the dodge quite yet. Which is kind of unfortunate. He's losing the lane a little bit harder than he should be because of it. He was slow to get his bottle. He was forced to pick up the water before his bottle got there, which is just unfortunate.
Barati also trying to play that game of, forcing out the Dissimulate. Can't see the animation on the Shadow Strike, so it's
Yeah,
harking back
mind
to the
games.
classic, the classic Puck versus Queen of Pain, where the Puck would also have the dodge available for the Shadow Strike projectile, so you'd have to kind of play those mind games.
Yeah. But Puck a little bit easier time doing it. He doesn't have to commit to 100 mana when he does it either, so this is really messing up with this Void Spirit's ability to CS or even exist inside the lane, and it shows. 18-3 right now on this Queen of Pain to the 11-1 on the Void Spirit now. The man's mind flayed.
Maybe he can get unplayed. Magi down bottom, full of arrow. That's a lot of damage. Into arrow, not a bad combo. So this is still potential down bottom. Starting to come into play. Dust also taking a lot of punishment. He has level 2 in the shift, so he will be fine. But his courier also died. He cannot get the Morbid Mask out for a while. Unless this wants to wait and bring it to him. But it's actually TPing mid because his mid lane is also calling for help.
Yep, he needs a bottle refill desperately on the Void Spirit.
You always thought about how the bottle refill actually works?
Yeah, you kind of cup your hands and as much water from the fan as you can, and then you just gotta pour it into the bottle.
I like to think that he's just taking the big gulp. Keeping it.
Oh no, that's just unsanitary.
It's
You
kind
want
of
to
need
share
your hands.
with Ogre Magi?
I mean, you need your hands to cast the teleport spell, right? You see him like clapping and whatnot, and what he's doing.
I don't know what's worse. Ogre Magi doesn't seem like the kind of guy who washes his hands. Bottom lane.
Price you pay,
Yeah. I thought Dust would go down there, but he's gonna be just fine. It's like you said, 2 points in the attribute shift means he's gonna be okay down here. They don't really have the kill potential. I think that's part of the reason why they opted to go this, but he does get his Morbid Mask now. His courier is back up, and he's gonna send down Raindrop as well, which I think is the next one to pick up. Yeah.
Why gets a flame break out just in the nick of time, pushing Ursa across the little things to get more distance. That was very close indeed.
Surprised that he nearly got TCY there. I guess he's just playing a little bit too far up. They don't have much kill potential on Ursa right now, as he's sitting at fairly high HP, and he's got 21 charges. And I did mention this, that once Ursa is level...
okay.
What? That was only a matter of time.
Bottom as well, though. Looks like they got the... Not even a
they got the
combo,
Morbid.
just a couple of spells from the Mars.
Yeah, and this was just before his Morbid Mask and his Raindrops arrived. He would have been just fine if it had gotten there, but it was just a couple seconds too late, and he ends up going down.
That is not great, isn't this? Why needs some help from the IO, you would think, and there it is coming in. Just barely enough, but not a ton of regen here. Actually has the bottle, but oh god, no, he's going back in. What the hell? Why? Why, TZY?
Questionable, but just didn't have complete vision over there. I mean, on the dire side, they could see the Batrider wasn't too far away. If he was inside the lane, that observer would have given him vision of the Batrider exiting. But yeah, they cleared out now. Oh. And it was a giveaway with the ward. They knew the Batrider was somewhere around there. That's why Ursa stuck around instead of walking too far away. So they tried to make a prediction play there on TCY, and it ended up failing miserably, unfortunately. But the logic, that was the logic on that one there. Batrider thought, okay, Ursa's not going to stick around these trees here. Well, he had no reason to leave.
Yeah. They gambled and then they lost. Now they're going to try again. Isles kind of around there. He's got the Raindrops to block some of that damage.
Ursa's 6 now, though. This is the timing that we mentioned in the draft, right? Yep. You were saying it. Once Ursa hits level 6, he's able to dispel the sticky napalm stacks. He also has huge tank up ability. So he could run at TCY without a care in the world up here now.
Yep.
The man's got to be careful. And it's going to get worse in a second. Phase boots are about to come out. He's going to have that much more rundown ability.
There they are. Especially if DY also lands a Splinter Blast and the Arctic Burn, because it's so much slower to work with.
Yeah.
And that's why Io's also kind of playing far away from the Batrider, only linking up when he has to. Because if you're too close, you can just be the target for this extra slope,
Yeah. It's very important for them to have vision up. Speaking of, placed an observer ward up on top of the hill there. I think Daya probably saw them drop that ward. So that one will get dewarded by the Winter Wyvern shortly. As soon as he gets Sentry out anyways. But for now, he's just going to stack. I think he's trying to stack up. That's why he dropped his Arctic Burn there.
TZY was bullying him as well. He was stacking up napalm. Meanwhile, can't really get paparazzi mid. But yeah, TZY is stacking up napalm on his camp. Alright. Pay more attention to this lane as Morphling just solo dies.
Yeah. I did catch that one. He ended up just getting hit out by an arrow. Lost all of his mana, so he wasn't able to waveform away, and then auto attack down underneath the trees.
Like the play from DY here, also he gets the observer ward, but he also denies his own because he knows that it was bound to get dewarded.
Yeah. But state of the game not great now for Extreme Gaming. You know they're down 4k net worth already at 8 minutes into the game. We're 0-6. They're getting picked apart all over the map.
It's not just on supports that these kills are happening, it's on core. It's the second time Dust ended up dying. We saw Void Spirit die once in mids, more or less solo. And the Mad Rider as well. I mean, it's... how do you play from behind up against the Ursa this laning stage? You don't really have a lot of great fight control outside the Void Spirit, who is not ready yet. He's not feeling comfortable engaging into any sort of play.
No, not until he has this Yule Scepter. Not even close until he has this Yule Scepter. Like, that is going to be his big setup. That's what's, you know, stopping him getting killed as well. He does do decent burst damage right now, but, you know, he is pretty far behind his Queen of Pain. He's 1.6k net worth behind him, and yeah, we lose another Morphling off the board. We're running out of Marios here.
Technically infinite respawns together, right? As the arena being committed to bring down Kazi as well. Wild made rotation in, and he might be able to play for counter kill here. But that shadow will make this a lot harder. He does not have detection. Gonna have to run him down the old-fashioned way, but just impossible to keep track.
Just like that, another kill that they can't turn when they dive. Grab that Ogre Magi up in the top lane. You don't really have the rundown potential onto this Morphling just yet. Maybe a Diffusal Blade might be able to burn out his mana and chase him down, but... Oh god.
Paparazzi's there, ready. Ah, okay.
They can keep going. They probably could keep going. He's morphed to full strength at the moment, though. He's got 18 wand charges, but I think if they wanted to, they could turn this on him and run him down. The fact that ultimate missed wasn't great. Nice dodge on that Shadow Strike. That Shadow Strike landing there, I think, would have killed him. And was way too low HP.
Get to live, got a Sonic Wave.
Oh, I thought the Sonic Wave came out at the same time the Arcane Rune did, but he popped the Sonic Wave first. So he's got the full cooldown on it. Paparazzi's gonna be just fine, he's baiting him. He's still got Blink available.
He looks like it. But yeah, Paparazzi with their target still able to play aggressively at least, and making sure that the rest of his team can finish off this tier 1 tower scot-free. There will not be a trade whatsoever. A bit of chip damage done by the catapult here. Able to deal with that as well.
Yep, not the ideal first tower. I mean, it kind of helps for invading the enemy triangle and for invading, or for taking Roshan, but you'd much rather have mid or the safe lane of the Radiant team for establishing map control. So I imagine that's going to be their next objective, but they're not really ready to take these fights until their first item completed on several of these heroes, and that's going to be, you know, Diffusal Blade on the Ursa, Orchid on this Queen of Pain, and Blink Dagger on the Mars. Speaking of Mars...
Oh god. I was not quick enough for that, I do apologize, but...
I went off on a tangent there, my bad. I'm distracting you with my honeyed words.
Still looking at the top there, so trying to get an extra tier 1 tower, but with this kill down bottom, the extra pressure, but Frost and Mirana will be able to trade this one. No arena means they will not feel...
Kazi? Oh.
No, he is actually so dead. But okay, comes in, I want to get some revenge, but what's about detection?
Yeah, they just walk away. I mean, this is the second time where they haven't managed to catch anyone with detection. I mean, they have detection, but unfortunately, Okamagi is the one carrying it. Top or bottom lane. Looks like they might finally get a counter kill.
Mars paid attention though, as much as stick chance to work with. Follow control, arrow. Nicely done. He's still alive. The Sonic Wave turns his one around on a Bat Rider. And now Void Spirit out of mobility. He gets knocked down. Kazi is next. They got the Mars kill, but what cost? Up top. There's being run down as well by Ursa. What?
Yeah. And that's where you say no, comma, Mercy. Saving that one. Not exactly, it didn't land great, but at the very least, Magma, they're on the board. They get themselves a single kill. They end up losing 4 heroes across the map, getting that kill, but they are on the board now. It gives them a little bit of XP, but they're now behind AK now with here at 13 minutes of the game. This is an absolute beatdown. I have not seen a disadvantage like this in a while.
Like AC always says, at least they turned the bagel into a breadstick, but the other team has 14 breadsticks already, then you're still gonna end up hungry.
That's a lot of breadsticks.
It is. Yeah, Extreme Gaming. Extremely far ahead at the moment.
Enough breadsticks for a pizza party. Which don't have the best reputation here in Dota. Void Spirit. Trying to drop his blink.
Yeah, that was a good mean. DD rune stolen away, and now they're still simulating another run, but right into Paparazzi. They don't even need to spend anything else really big, or maybe they want Spear missing. Mercy tried to help with first heal, but ultimately, yeah, he realizes his fate. Just going for Bat's worst on a blink forward, or hit reveal. Over on the Bat Rider. Just click him down, why don't you? He gets the kill, stunned up with the multicast on the Q3 tower, but he does not care. The pause to rub it in. Come on, XG. Come on.
Absolutely no honor. No, I imagine it's something else, but these are the timings that I talked about. The Orchid being completed now, the Queen of Pain, the Blink Dagger on this Mars, and the Diffusal Blade is coming out to Ursa as we speak. And that was the last big time, and they haven't completed any real items inside of Magma, so they're ready to bring the hurt here. And in fact, even before his Diffusal Blade's completed, with the amount of pressure that his team is putting on the mid tower, they're just going to go straight into Roshan and use this.
They have all of the big items. The first big timing window, they're going to get Roshan to do.
Yeah. There it is. Aegis the Immortal going the way of the Ursa, and yeah, have clarities for him as well, so he's got to keep going. Has absolutely no need to get back with his team.
Shadow to cover
got the
them.
observer ward, but this scouts 3 of them out.
Let's go really controlling up the Queen of Pain. Buying up time for the Voice, but still gets geared up though. Take him up to damage. They don't have sufficient to finish him off. But they do bring down a Battle of Paparazzi. Healed up, still alive. He gets to live. Tank, not so much for the extra multicast. Couple right clicks. Surely he's gonna get this kill at least. And that's the one to end the wicked sick kill streak on the 4th position Mirana.
After the dust settles, I feel like that may actually be worth it. Tank going down there for the cost of, you know, your off laner and your mid. Yeah, XP advantage actually went the way of Magma there. You get the support, but you lose too. That is the kind of disadvantage that they're at, but they did significantly more damage than that last team fight. 4,800 coming out from the side of Magma, 3,600 from Extreme Gaming there. They just can't quite finish any of these heroes off. Again, they have so much more XP, so much more gold in them. All these big items have just been completed. Mid lane.
Cast there, but still gets spear to the side of the arena. Mercy linking up, dodging the spear. The arrow just in the nick of time, but Kazi slowed down so much. It's almost fell out, and that's it. Even the Sonic Wave committed though. Maybe that's a bit overkill for an Ogre, but I guess it was just done with that particular engagement. Just wanted to put an end to it. So take control over this Radiant jungle.
One thing I've seen about Paparazzi in this game is, there's absolutely no hesitation about dropping this Sonic Wave. Just if it's off cooldown and he feels like he's going to be able to secure a kill with it, he drops it.
Yeah.
And I do like that.
Yeah, in a game like this, like it's not like you require it for the other kills. Like, there's plenty of other ways they can finish off people.
Yeah.
A bit careful now, though, perhaps. Still Arena, there's still a Winter's Curse. I've not seen that yet this game, have we?
No, we haven't.
Dyer's top tower
I mean, I think at this point they don't really need to drop the Winter's Curse. If anything, it'll kind of mess up the amount of AoE damage that they have on their side, which is a lot of AoE damage. But they're going to be playing this safe, just like you mentioned. BKBs are being worked on by several heroes on the side of Extreme Gaming. That and a Lincoln Sphere for the Queen of Pain. So, despite the fact they're winning so hard, if they want to break high ground, they need defensive items. They don't want to give Magma the opportunity to turn this game around. Very disciplined gameplay here on Extreme. There's your first Winter's Curse.
Just to slow them down, the TPs come in. At the same time, they're also running into Dust, who is getting killed here before the arrow even connects. That runner dies up top at the same time. But this kill on the Morphling in front of the secret shop, I mean, just the confidence on XG. They see, all right, Wyvern's going on, is getting gone on up top. Let's all TP. No, it's just some of them are TPing. The other ones are still hanging around, looking for the backstab and finding a juicy extra kill on the carry.
Yeah, ends up ripping that Morphling apart before he's able to attribute over to strength. Only got like part way there at the amount of damage that came out from this Ursa. And that BKB almost dead now. Once he's done that, maybe the BKB on the Mars and the Lincoln's on Quap. At that point, they're going to be ready to go high ground. IO, no mercy.
Arrow and a half is stunned up. Lasso back on the Mars, but there's silence over Morphling. They've got the turn well and nuking him down. Good fight, Dust again. Bad Rider 2. Kazi finds the nuke down on Mars again. At what cost? The answer is too high of a cost. We lose 4 healers again. We will be able to take down the CDEC towers sooner or later.
I mean, it's kind of annoying to deal with thanks to this bloodlust. Ursa, despite the fact he's got this ages and he's so tanky, he doesn't want to deal with the bloodlusted tower.
Don't want it, alright.
Yeah, fair enough. It does hurt. Tier 2s do him as much damage as Tier 4s, I believe.
172. 172, yeah, absolutely right. Tier 1's only do 90. Wow.
Yeah. When you start diving Tier 2s, you can turn fights around pretty quickly. Like a big thing that you can do when a team goes too far forward is just drop the tower flag if you're able to hold anyone down, and it completely turns a team fight. It's, you know, when you got Bloodlust paired with that, and the attack is like double attack speed, and you're hitting everybody, it can make a pretty big difference. So, it makes sense to play this a little bit more careful. Even if they're up 15k now with here, 20 minutes in.
Well, Ogre.
Truth. Eva here. No mercy on him either. He's edges closer towards this BKB that he needs to be able to sit on top of the high ground. Once he has that one, he's not really concerned about the magic damage. These constant dots, spammable spells coming up with Bat Rider and the Void Spirit. Speaking of Bat Rider, he's working on his own BKB. He's quite far behind his timing though. He might just opt to go Egg and Shard here.
Even if he gets BKB, what does it really change?
I mean, don't go down so easily, Ursa.
That's one way to do it, you know, just bait out the engage on illusions.
And you can get out of the arena of blood as well, because Firefly doesn't actually make you fly; it's Fire Walk.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Yeah, you're still at ground. You know, you just have you can go over unpathable terrain. It's like one of the only abilities that does that, which doesn't get you over the arena.
Well, thanks, Valve. I'm glad that all of your mechanics are very...
we call them mechanics in the industry.
Mechanics, exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
Very easy to remember what everything does, because there's no exceptions and everything is consistent. There's full 5-minute smoke, so perhaps Desperation smoke time. They've got the blink as well. Now on Bat Rider, and you got the Winter Wyvern. Good target again, if you can get out. But this arena getting to the spear over Bat Rider. He's just done immediately, but got the arrow! Lands on the IO, they have to let it go as well. Kazi Limit Cape TP, there's no way to stop this one.
They're hunting. They want to be able to get this Void Spirit here, and he's got Astral Step up in a moment, but
God. Gold Rune still on cooldown, so couldn't spell that silence. Even the Queen of Pain as well.
Middle tower has fallen.
They got no time left.
Bloodblaster Tower, they will have the glyph, the instant counter glyph there from XG,
I mean, I still
but
think
then won't last needless nothing.
Oh my god. See, this Bloodlust Tower flag actually makes quick work of the creeps there into that tier 3. So they're forced to get back for now, but I don't think they mind on Extreme Gaming. If they give them box in their base when they get this next Roshan, then they're going to be just as happy. And they are working on, you know, these next set of defensive items. The BKB on the Queen of Pain is coming out, and the Blink Dagger on Ursa, who wasn't even popped his first BKB charge. He's going to be able to jump the backline and wreak havoc here on Magma.
No, it's a good game when it's beyond even 420. We're 10 better than that. We're at 430, 23 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's like they always say, Dragon Drop, 430 nerds. I believe that's a classic line.
Yeah.
It was almost done his BKB as well. Needs another, what, 340 gold, and he'll have that one completed. Which, I think he'll get with like 1 or 2 more creep camps in his Roche kill. Ursa, he's probably going to clear out the Ancients, the Triangle, or... No, he's wasting... Come on, Alright, never mind. He's going to make a beeline over the Roche pit.
Big guy is back up and available again. So Magma, first they don't succeed, try again. This is the only shot that they really have. Get a quick pick, ideally on a really good target, and then get out somehow. Because if XG get this Roshan for free, it's gonna be a bit rough. Smoke breaks, 1 hero each. Also being spammed every which way. So everyone knows what's up here. Smoke or no smoke.
Yeah, I mean, Magma know how far behind they are.
Green initiation onto the Yoga Magi. Beautiful Winter Skirts on the back here, right next to Dust. He's not shifting, he can't, he's silenced, he's dead.
They might just, yeah, they do. I would say after that, they might just call it perfect initiation. I mean, the Mars, he jumps forward. They think it's going to be great. The only hero they catch out with that arena is the Ogre Magi there. They think, okay, well, we can take this fight. Now on the other side of the team fight, that fresh Blink Dagger revealed did absolutely nothing on the Bat Rider because Winter Wyvern got that curse on you when the Morphling was beside him, no less. A worst case scenario, Orchid comes out afterwards. Flawless game by Extreme Gaming.
That was a ruffle stomp and a half, which is something I did not expect. I mean, thought Magma might at least be able to put up a fight, but Extreme Gaming, they showed up. They won every lane, just a couple of outplays here and there, a kill. Especially on Dust, like him being picked off so often, meant that he could not contribute a whole lot as the game went on.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Magma, it's a solid team. They ended up tying for 2nd place in the 2nd division of CN Division 2. They came down from the upper division in Season 1, but Extreme Gaming, they made them, you know, look like a team that isn't able to contest some of these other teams here in China. They're here to win, man. You can obviously see why they ended up replacing the majority of the roster here on Extreme with some of these players that they have now, like Paparazzi. Man has played absolutely insane in every game that I've watched him play so far. Just dominates the mid lane. The Void Spirit got punished in a number of ways, not just out harassed, out CS, zoned out of the lane. It ended up being too much, but they're going to need to change things up in game number 2. Is I think we're going to go over to some highlights of the last game.
Highlights as in kill feed.
No.
Highlight, like a kill reel for XG. They could just take this and put it on the website or something. No
a montage.
No, teams sometimes do these frag movies for CSGO and whatnot. I mean, this is this, but for XG. Mercy just realizing, yeah, alright, just kill me already. I want to go. I don't want to be in this team fight anymore. This as well, a turnaround while they were killing Morphling at the same time, so just incredibly efficient. Yeah, they are able to kill Mars barely at the end of all of this, but it's just so hard. thus just dying over and over again. It's just not a great situation, especially if your mid laner is not the type of hero that can really pick up the slack.
Was not doing a great job playing behind, but I think this came down to excuse me, Paparazzi's ability in the mid lane. I mean, you couldn't dodge out any of those shadow strikes coming out onto you. You did an amazing job of faking them out. You wasted a lot of mana trying to drop those to some lanes and not getting the dodge off onto the daggers. So I think you put a lot more. Oh god, yeah. And just the last play of the game when it all ended up falling apart. But I think you put a lot more emphasis on winning that mid lane matchup with this next series. So I think, you know, against a player like Paparazzi, you really need to prioritize not going down in that 1v1.
Indeed. So we'll see whether Magma can get some heart back into them, if they can shrug this one off, or whether Game 2 will be similar here. Extreme Gaming certainly showed up today and showed up Magma in some ways too. So I do hope that Game 2 will look different. We'll find out soon. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Time for game number 2. And should we just call it game number 1? Should we just forget about what happened just a moment ago? Because that was not pretty.
Unfortunately, there's a match ticker there, so we gotta keep score.
All right.
It was a pretty quick match, but you're right, it was not pretty. What was the underscore of that one again? It was like 3 to 4 to 30 something, 5. They got a 5th kill at the end, right?
4 to 33. No, they did not.
Oh, I am crazy. That's trauma for you. You just gotta misremember, kind of insert your own reality onto what happened. It was only 4 kills to 33, but I do believe they're going to mix things up this time. Last match, I talked about how they should prioritize the mid-lane matchup against Paparazzi a little bit more. The main had way too easy in time in that Queen of Pain Void Spirit matchup. You're of the opinion that the Queen of Pain, that the Void Spirit is a little bit underwhelming right now, though, right?
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Like, especially if you're playing from behind. If you're playing from ahead, you can do what you want to do, but even if the game's even, you need someone else to really pick up the slack, provide that extra bit of damage to actually get kills. And playing from behind, it just feels so bad.
Yeah,
you don't provide anything.
Well, Magma, they're going to play a little bit safer this time as they go for the Razor. One of the more consistent picks at the moment. I feel like it does well no matter what lane he goes in. He's usually able to tank up, serve his purpose with the double BKB once he gets the refresher. Does tons of damage with that and double static link in Eye of the Storm. So consistency is there. But they gave them the kind of beatdown that consistency doesn't really help you with in the last game.
Yeah.
And they go for the Queen of Pain again on Paparazzi. So you know what you're playing into in the mid lane at the very least. The question is if it matters.
I mean, that is a really big question because I'm pretty sure Paparazzi can outplay a lot of mid players, including this one on the Queen of Pain. Like it's a hero that doesn't have. It's not like Queen of Pain has no counters, but a well-played Queen of Pain has less than a mediocre one. Right?
Yeah, I mean that's the face of a cold-blooded killer right there.
Yeah.
A man who just does not care.
I do like the Razor though. It seems like a very stable pick these days, and can offer a surprising amount of damage, especially once they get towards that refresher orb. You know, you have 2 Eyes of the Storm going, just stepping away at the same target, just reducing armor twice, basically. You know, every 0.4 seconds, I think, if you get the talent.
Yeah.
That is a ton of minus armor, a ton of physical damage coming up from that in every single team fight. So that's something that you have to keep in mind. So either burst them down, which is possible in this game, certainly with the Earthshake as well. Let's talk about that a little bit, because I believe XG is one of the few teams that actually run this Earthshaker now, even first picking it here. So how do you think that matches up? Ooh. I think you're going to be happy about that one as well, aren't you?
I am. I had the clean feed open and not the stream.
Oh, yeah,
not the in-game client. So I'm going to switch over to the in-game because I did hear the rubric in the background being picked up. It's a little bit uncommon, but you've got some amazing spells to steal. You get, Earthshaker's kit. You get, the damage coming up from the Queen of Pain. It's usually quite easy to steal her ultimate because she blinks in after she drops it. I mean, even taking a blink, you have a great mobility spell. But fun fact, drag and drop. Did you know that if you steal any abilities from the Earthshaker, that you actually get his Aftershock passive?
Oh wow, that is...
Yeah, so you can drop your Fade Bolt, you can drop your ultimate, and you can even like telekinesis someone like beside you, and it'll drop an Aftershock around you and stun everybody.
That sounds very balanced, thanks Valve.
Yeah, Rubik is very weird like this. There's a couple abilities that he takes like the hero's passives of as well, and there's others that he doesn't.
Yeah.
Earthshaker is one of the heroes that he does get that effect from. And next we see...
I thought we were behind on the clean feed draft, but I think they're just missing the Rubik at the moment.
What do you mean missing the...
Like, it's not... If you look at the clean feed now,
oh,
it's not there.
Alright, that is bizarre.
Yeah, let me just go towards in-game to make sure that we're all on the same page and people don't think we're crazy.
How the hell did that happen?
Yeah, who knows? It's fine though, it's fine. It's all good.
Yeah, but I would still like to know. That's confusing. So, anyways,
it's like
Rubik is picked up.
It's like the heroes picked so little that they
Mhm.
don't have it in their overlay software or whatever.
Yeah.
Nah,
They're just
it
talking.
does bug out sometimes in Dota. I think if you use that, because there's a different mode that you can enable to have these old style hero portraits rather than this new age draft screen, and sometimes that bugs out. I think.
5 seconds remain.
Well, pick up the Phantom Assassin immediately afterwards. The PA I do like against the Rubik. This is not great abilities for you to steal. It's a great hero at jumping the back line as well. They can pump out a lot of damage with this one. And immediately they counter out with picking up the Timbersaw. So hero that they're going to need strong laners to deal with, heavy magic damage. I do feel like Timbersaw is pretty bad against the Queen of Pain. Quap has a very easy time rotating whatever lane Timbersaw is in. Just dropping down the dagger, using the ultimate, and even if you get an early Hooded Defiance, it doesn't increase your base HP. So the pure damage that the ultimate does obviously goes right through Timbersaw, who's normally sitting at pretty low, around half HP, to build up his reactive armor stacks and continue to play pretty aggressive. So it's a great picture of the Queen of the Phantom Assassin, but not so much into the Quap. So we'll see if they can maximize the usage of this one here. TZY definitely going to have his work cut out for him. And I do imagine this is in the offlane. Once in a while, you see Timbersaw mid, and Beast Coast has run it in the safe lane before, but I don't think we're getting that spicy here.
These Qs are crazy though, so crazy good, but still crazy. So, I likely to see that here. I mean, probably gonna see the mid hero here. Let's see. Do you want to run Raze against Queen of Pain? Is that fine? I mean, Queen just tends to blink away from the link, right?
I mean, the build to go. Well, a lot of people have been running Razor in the safe lane as well. It was other tournament I was casting with you, D2CL. It was Chrysalis running Razor position 1 almost every single game.
I'm expecting that to be +1 here. I'm just thinking that if maybe they can, if they have something else in mind for the 1 position, they could still run the Razor against Quap mid.
Yeah, well, they do have last pick, so a lot of options on their side. One of the few benefits of that one. Extreme Gaming. I mean, I feel like several of these matchups are going to be Team Magma favored. Enchantress is going to have her work cut out for them. If you're a great Enchantress player, then a lot can happen. But it comes down to part RNG and what creeps that you end up getting, and part how disciplined is the enemy at keeping your camps blocked. At level 1 especially, the Enchantress can either completely dominate your lane or be kind of useless, depending on how if she gets a D ward off. If you don't ward your camps at all, because that level 1 enchant only lasts 30 seconds and how long you steal the creep, you have to go all the way across the jungle in order to get something. By the time you get back to lane, you get 2 auto attacks on your creep off, and then a single spell before it ends up expiring, which is very sad.
Yeah.
5 seconds remain.
Definitely gonna have to keep an eye on that and see if Magma blocks that camp as they should. But yeah, Extreme, we've got the mids, got the Earthshaker, or the off. So are we looking for another offlaner here? The Earthshaker in a support position, or is it just another support being picked up here?
I think you're looking for position 3. They can kind of sit in lane by itself, allow Earthshaker to rotate, stack camps, play with the creep wave a little bit.
Well, Doom is
Tidehunter is a hero that comes to mind. But Tidehunter isn't great against a lot of these heroes, unfortunately. Clockwork deals with Tidehunter pretty easily. Razor, builds an early BKB, can run the Tidehunter down. Timbersaw, great against strength heroes. The stun is great, but outside of that, it's not amazing. So I don't think it'll go Tide. Oh. If they do, I'd be kind of surprised. But it's a consistent hero.
Beastmaster still. What?
Storm Spirit.
Ooh boy. So they end up pulling a gotcha on not only Team Magma but us as casters here. Drag and drop.
Yeah.
Extreme Gaming. The Storm Spirit is their last pick, and Magma, they're probably going to be scratching their heads on this one. So certain that they're going to be paparazzi in the mid lane.
Contrary to popular belief, we do not know everything that's going on here. And
they are scratching their heads. Look at their faces right now. They're so confused about who is where.
swap back to that. Yeah, to definitely putting the thinking caps on.
Oh boy,
don't have a lot of time left.
These cameras are good. I do miss me my lands.
It's great that these guys actually get to play in the same room together, though. It's always a very different dynamic, just being able to practice and play together.
Ember Spirit.
There's the Ember Spirit as the last pick.
An interesting choice. So they could still switch things around. It is going to be Paparazzi on the Storm Spirit here. I feel like he's going to have an easier time dealing with the Ember. And, you know, he does. A single Static Remnant will end up breaking level 1 Flame Guard, which, you know, does survive a lot of other spells at the moment. And you don't have to do that same fake out with the dagger pulls there on Paparazzi against, you know, this Ember trying to dodge out the Shadow Strike. I mean, last game it was a lot more difficult to deal with the Shadow Strikes coming out because there is a little bit of a cast point on the Dissimulate. Sleight of Fist, obviously, an instant cast ability, so very easy to get those dodges off when you see that dagger coming, especially when you're on low ping like a lot of these players are. Yeah. Against the Storm Spirit, not so easy, and that means the Queen of Pain's gonna have an easy time dealing with this offline matchup. Whenever that Razor tries to run at you and drop that link, you simply throw the Shadow Strike out and blink away, and there's no way he's gonna be able to chase you.
Yeah.
So they're going to have their work cut out for them here, Dragon Shop.
It is certainly something. Extreme Gaming pulling out the Spirit Hero after all for the mid lane, matched up against the Ember Spirit. So yeah, fairly even as far as that goes. Queen of Pain offlane though, it's yeah, not unheard of, but it's a little bit on the weird side for sure. Basically means that you have two heroes that do pretty much the same thing between the Storm and the Co-op, with slightly different power curves, but they can match up decently well with each other. And it certainly means that you have plenty of damage if you ever want to rotate in towards Timbersaw. So TZY not necessarily going to have the freest of games, even if he gets to this 10 to or 5 to 15 minute mark where he's normally invulnerable, unless you bring 4 heroes.
Yeah. I mean, you do have the benefit of Earthshaker being a relatively weak, you know, rotating support. Doesn't do a ton of damage. Just provides a small stun. But I think that's like one of the only things you have going for you in this game. Well, that and Phantom Assassin being, you know, a safe lane here that doesn't deal great with this Timbersaw. They might try to run these heroes in the bottom lane though. They're starting down here, so we'll have to see. Interesting enough, Phantom Assassin didn't start with any extra regen. Just ended up going Slippers, Magic Stick, Double Branches, and Quelly Blade. You can get yourself extra regen at the beginning of the game with the extra gold that you get from bounty runes. So hopefully they don't punish this too hard.
She has it queued up, but yeah, I mean, this is where we go on a rant about how carries aren't titles, you know? Because if you don't buy any regen, it's all just gonna have to come from the support, you know? Oh, give me tangles, give me Sal. I need my last hits, I need my money. Yeah, this is exactly how it goes more and more these days, right?
Yeah.
Salves and tangles being pulled over from the 5-position support. Because it carried
my favorite thing was I should learn to be studying like double ring of regen or something like that on Spectre, and demanding, it's like double ring of regen, Quelling Blade, and then demanded his supports pull him tangos as well. That was happening for a little while. They actually won BT like the Summit 13 online with that. It was hilarious to see.
He's gotten one set of tangos himself coming out from the courier. DY also first level up in Nature's Intendants. Some extra heal coming in from that. Of course, the sticks will also be fueled up by some Timbersaw spam eventually. It's down bottom. We have the Fissures trying to be a bit annoying. Dusts being clicked away at quite a bit here, actually.
Well, if they're going to be able to trade with him, they're going to do it now at level 1 when Static Link is a little bit underwhelming. Only 7 damage per second drain rate. In the mid lane, Ember Spirit doing pretty well for himself. Paparazzi sitting at very low HP already, but once again, Paparazzi the first one to get his bottle, so he's going to go back up to full, get himself the water runes, and continue to deal with his Ember Spirit fairly easily.
Can he get the range creep though? And the answer is yes.
So he's out-CS'd him here, or at least, yeah. And he's
yeah.
traded favorably with the Ember Spirit so far, and he ended up losing a lot of HP, but now that he's got his bottle, I don't think you can actually fight him, Ember. If he drops a remnant and you like commit too hard onto him, he turns it around on you.
This little two flame god is able to maintain that, get rid of the creep wave with it. And secure these water runes. Paparazzi has to drag the creep wave around a little bit. We will not miss out on too much here.
Top lane.
Oh. Fighting. Mercy. Does have some stick charges to work with, also fairy fires. So.
Also, with Nature's Attendance there. I mean, maybe for the point of impetus, you get the kill, but you force to play a little bit more defensive, unfortunately. But that was a nice play there by Paparazzi. He didn't actually drop any revenants on that last creep wave. Instead, he let Ember Spirit push it in with his flame guard instead of picking it apart, and that means he's able to drag the creeps over to him and bottle that rune without losing out on any EXP. So, man even lets him. Man even controls the creep wave when the enemy is controlling it. That is sick.
That's some next level shit for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, he just pulls it back under his tower. I imagine he's gonna have a pretty easy time. Null Talisman means, yeah, he's gonna be able to secure every CS under the tower.
Can also drag them across again, getting the old bounty rune as Mercy.
Yeah.
I don't know if he needed to deny that one. He could maybe grabbed it himself, but these Paparazzi didn't
he would
get
have
it.
come up short. Yeah. I think you don't want to take any chances against Paparazzi. That was a very much needed rotation. He ended up denying the range creep from him there. Got the bounty rune.
It's
I ended up finding that courier.
Pulls a Storm Spirit to walk all the way back home, and basically that alone is erasing the great start that he's had. Just going up top. He's already diving on TZY.
Yep. He's only got 2 points in the reactive armor though, so you don't do enough. Nice deny down there in the bottom lane. Looks like Dust is about to drop down.
Well, that's first blood right here. The courier. Okay, Ava just realized that a little bit too late that courier is also there. Doesn't get that kill. It's a couple more heroes going down.
Lose 2 down there. Until in the top lane, he's starting to bring the hurt. Yeah. The top lane is starting to bring the hurt now onto the Phantom Assassin. PA, she CS pretty nicely down here, so you haven't managed to slow her down with this Timbersaw pickup, unfortunately. So I'm
they can play Paparazzi again. Ahead of level 6 here, this is the best possible time. If you can grab a hold of him, you can with the chains inside the cogs. Great timing. DY trying to trade here, was unable to really stop this from happening though.
You don't have amazing heroes for these rotations. I mean, Earthshaker maybe, but they saw him TP down to the bottom lane. He wasn't able to TP over the mid, so they couldn't slow him down or fisher him out of those power cogs. You actually can do that. It's a little bit tricky to land though. You can displace where the heroes are inside the cogs with a couple abilities. Nature's Prophet can do it as well with Sprout. Very nice there by Tank. He walks towards the Centaur camp as the clockwork goes on him. So wouldn't be able to finish him off if the battery assault was disjointing all the damage. Now, Kazi out of position.
Tried to go for the deny, but just not quite powerful enough. So nice little catch. Just clockwork a little bit too aggressive. TZY, he's gonna find it hard to be too aggressive right now. It's 3 points up reactive armor, keeping the stacks going. So this lane is his right now. DY trying to what? Alright, they bring him down too. Great.
Oh, there's another hero.
A couple of right clicks.
Very nice. I was about to touch on what just happened up at the top lane. Timbersaw ended up getting baited by this Phantom Assassin to walk away from the tower, and the catapult went down because of it. So his ability to take this tower is getting slowed down. The Enchantress is assisting a lot as well. If the creeps aren't clicking away at the tower, then you aren't going to be able to take. You just do way too little right clicks on the Timbersaw. So they got the catapult, the 5-minute one. They pulled away the creep wave, and Timbersaw is not accomplishing Timbersaw things. His Phantom Assassin is continuing to find farm. And you're not taking the tier 1 tower in the top.
Just yet anyway, but you are making life a little bit awkward with Phantom Assassin. Now forced to TP out with 3 juicy range creeps that she did not get any experience of, I believe.
No. I mean, the bright side is that Timbersaw isn't going to find too much of that XP either. He ended up losing half the creep wave while he chased the PA down. But definitely an underwhelming game for this Phantom Assassin. Hopefully they can make up for it elsewhere on the map.
I think so. Is Paparazzi going on in mid again? DY with Centaur Runner legging around. At the same time, down bottom, they do run down tank. Eva able to really help out, of course. Now, that's still a bunch of damage. You're getting a few extra right clicks in on Eva. Gotta watch out for that.
Ava's got the escape though, as long as he holds on to this blink. You know, if he goes forward too aggressively, he does have a 12-second cooldown, so he can end up getting punished, but he's played it fine so far, so I've got complete confidence in him. Earthshaker doesn't have such an easy time dealing with the clockwork though. He went down the first time, and he may just go down again if the Earthshaker walks any further forward.
Kazi
he didn't have vision of him there. Now he's got vision. So Kazi's just going to walk at him. He doesn't have boots yet though, so he needs to be able to get on top of him. He's got the Windlay, so he's got some movement speed. Oh, he got played.
Blocked off, of course, no hookshot just yet, so the full D-Ward comes out. The Observer and the Sentry. Tier 1 tower top did end up falling with the rotation, so of course it's getting tougher and tougher to defend that. TZY he's in this nigh unkillable state.
So far away from a tower.
Oh, what the hell? What? Yeah, why was he there? I did not even realize what you were talking about. What do you mean dust?
Yeah, dust is dust.
That was a bit too confident here. DY though, we have enough to burst him down. They're trying, and not enough. Okay, there we go. One last round of spells. That stage is close, and that was before the ultimate is even online.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that dust being that far forward, when you kind of have your relative idea of where the enemies are, you can see them in the mid lane moments later. When you play against Storm Spirit, he has such an easy time gap closing and getting on top of you. You can very easily punish heroes that even have a lot of movement speed thanks to Storm Surge on Razor. Speaking of Razor.
Where are you going?
Still here, so trying to make a play on the Emissary. Just get to run it out, but nice little couple of stuns here onto Kazi. Needs a bit of extra damage. Paparazzi committing forward, and it's just enough mana to get back out. And now it's DZY. 3 against 1. I don't think it's going to be enough. Chakram doing a lot, just stacking up the Shadow Strikes. He's already got the Hood of Defiance. Ava does have the Sonic Wave, but the Mouth doesn't quite check out.
No. You would have been able to survive that one. The Hood of Defiance ended up blocking too much of that magic damage with the barrier. He had a stick with 10 charges as well, so it would have just ended up wasting the ultimate if he tries to commit onto that one there. Queen of Pain working on this Spirit Vessel. Once he has that, finding these kills on the Timbersaw is going to be much easier.
This should be wide. Quick jump in there from Paparazzi. Kill on the Rubik. Can they get more? Kazi too slow and too dead right now. One of the chains onto the Y. Hastrun's still going though. He can just walk away. What a guy.
That easy. Just walk out.
Just walk out.
It was definitely a misplay by DY. I don't think he figured he could push back into the tower though, then chained up underneath it.
Yeah.
But he makes it out alive, and they do lose the clockwork, so well, results are what matters, I suppose.
Incredibly lucky that the rune spawned top and there was a haste rune though. Like if that's any other rune, then he would not have lived there for sure. Stars draining damage from the wrong target. Phantom Assassin able to stay on top. And the Echo Slam committed just to make sure they can get the skill before any reinforcements arrive. So Assassin once again. Is that his job this game? Is he just the top lane guy?
I mean,
he's trying to create space?
You can push in towers, you're creating space, but who are you creating space for? I mean,
Exactly.
Timbersaw? I mean, if you lose these kind of kills,
And right now, he's burning them. Tank will fall eventually. No, what? He's still alive! The flame, the flame guard stopped. He couldn't burn him down. He lives. The other two don't.
Yeah, they lose not one but two there, and that was after they lost the race. They couldn't find any of those kills. And again, who are you making space for right now? Like, Razor was dead at that time. You lost Ruby, you lost Ember Spirit. Kazi's on the other side of the map farming, but that's a support hero. The later this goes, the easier time this Phantom Assassin is going to have. And she is planning on taking this game light as she's going farming items. This Battle Fury, it's become a little bit less popular going back for this game. And we're behind where you want to be on CS. You're 4.4k at 12 minutes into the game, but she is playing catch up in those 2 kills, or well, 3 kills that she was just a part of, are going to help you get there.
Yeah. Once that Battle Fury does come online, like maybe Sports have the chance to get a couple of stacks up and running. There's none in a triangle right now. But yeah, your farm speed is going to accelerate quite a bit for sure.
UI forced to pop that barrier pretty quickly. I'm concerned about this Queen of Pain. She doesn't have the Spirit Vessel yet, so you don't have to be extremely concerned, but
she's working on it, not too far away, all things considered.
Yep.
There's a couple more minutes, a tower too, if Extreme Gaming can... God.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage coming out onto him. He does heal up fairly quickly now. He's got 21 stacks of that reactive armor. Salve is going to help as well.
Oh boy. Certainly doesn't feel as unkillable though as he kind of wants to on the Timbersaw at this stage in the game. It's always something that you have to be concerned about.
Yeah. Alright, now up in the top lane is the Ember Spirit. This does work a lot better. You know, he's able to just press his panic button, get away.
Okay, just initiate on him and get the step to secure the kill. Tank might give his life for this one here, but gets stun out. A bit of extra help from the Dark Troll. Someone actually gets pushed away. I think he wanted to catch him inside the cogs, but it's just TZY now. Back and forth, Paparazzi. Another bit of lockdown here. Enough magic damage. Yes, indeedy.
And that's going to be Blink completed on Tank. He did have to drop his Echo Slam in that last team fight, but oh man, was it worth it. And now I think he'd be able to get this mid tower off as well.
Not where you want to be right now. Pushes them back though with the cogs very nicely positioned. Okay. Big Jar will keep him safe through that Sonic Wave, but big jump over towards Mercy. That's a very easy kill if you can get a bit of extra damage on him, and they can indeed. Should take out through the poison in a moment. Drags that back though over the Queen of Pains. Yes, yeah, he does die. TP out. Kazi interrupted it. Ava is that triple kill for the Ember Spirit, who's also able to finish off the 2 supports.
That was such a quick reaction on that lift from the Rubik. Yeah. He only had a single point in it, but it ended up coming out onto the storm fast enough that he gets stuff on the Shaker immediately afterwards, and everybody ends up falling because he couldn't blow up the hero quite fast enough on their way out. So super sick fight there. Rubik did a lot of damage. Razor weren't able to take him down in that fight either. Once he gets his BKB, I think he's going to have an easy time staying on top of heroes. He just fine down there. He have an easier time staying on top of heroes, and that's when they're going to have to rely on this Phantom Assassin a little bit more. Because right now it's all magic damage.
Why?
Enough magic damage that your Defiance means nothing.
Nope. Plenty of control too between the 3 of them. You know, Storm Spirit. Even just the 1 point up in the Electric Vortex. All the stuns from the Earthshake, and they're also having holding onto Sentinel Conqueror right now.
Where's our Phantom Assassin cam?
PA cam. Oh yeah, we need one of those now.
PA cam. Status farming. Battle Fury is completed, so at this point she'll start accelerating pretty far ahead of the rest of the heroes in the game. Nobody's gonna be able to keep up with her. Razor, not an extremely fast farming hero. You can like spam Plasma Field and drop Eye of the Storm in order to clear things out a little bit faster. Yeah, that's what he's gonna do right now. But there's no way you're keeping up with the Battle Fury on PA.
Yeah. Kind of also need the Storm to fight with as it's going in very aggressively. Long zip. control for this one. The hook shot over on the side. Doing a bit of damage back here. Jump across. And Paparazzi needs to zip, and he does. Just in the nick of time. The rest of the team will have to pick up the slack. DY chased down by Dust, but he's pretty damn fast. Sonic Wave actually missing. That's a bit awkward here as they lose the PA. In the middle of all of that, Tank buying back as Ava falls to another jump forward. Another triple for his Ember. How does he do it?
They're crumbling this Arcane Rune, putting in work in his team fight. It is even better than a double damage in my opinion. Not only do you get the bonus 160 euro damage, but the reduced mana cost, 4.2 second cooldown with that bonus damage. It is just too much to deal with. He ended up doing 4,000 damage in that last team fight. It was all him.
My god, and Spike's not quite over just as long zip across here, trying to get rid of Mercy, but he's all alone. Call was made up, dude. That's a bit too deep.
Yeah. Kasi thinking about going in, does have a hookshot available. Can get on top of the Earthshaker with this. Earthshaker does go down, but he would need follow-up.
Yep.
Alright, looks like he's going to back up for now. But yeah, that Arcane Rune came out at a very opportune time.
Commit instead. Nice hook shot set up in the chains. Kill right there.
Yeah, in much better shape this game. Mid lane not so one-sided. The cores, I think that's what's going to decide the game here. Dust, unfortunately, is not going to scale as well as the Phantom Assassin, but you do feel very strong once you're done BKB Refresher on the Razor.
Storm Blink Echo though after the initial stun. Mercy's dead, and so is Ember. That's a ton of money. Double kill for Paparazzi just like that, about 1,000 gold extra. Oh, okay, 760.
Yeah, huge Echo Slam there by the Earthshaker. And
did you notice how Paparazzi always Electric Vortexes Mercy? I feel like he's being mad about the laning phase. Mercy kind of single-handedly ruined that for him. There you go again, Kazi. Stop putting in at the wrong time.
He's conditioning him.
Yeah.
You do that to me in the mid lane again. This is what's going to happen to you for the rest of the game.
No, but he understands that Tank is dead as Dust walks in with that BKB. Paparazzi cleans up the backline and Mercy down again. Yeah, it's just, he has it out for him, I'm telling you.
I mean, you could argue that. You could also argue that, Storm Spirit is a hero that jumps the backline this game, and Rubik is the only backline hero that they have. Everybody
makes
else
too much sense, Ned. Get out of here.
My bad. Won't happen again. I think there's some sort of vendetta here. Just very angry, emotional player. Paparazzi.
That's a story that we're going with.
Mm-hmm.
Chains off the mark. Alright, where does that leave us? We've got the Storm Spirit that's popping off. We've got PA, who ended up dying a little bit earlier, but still the battlefield going, working on that BKB, more than halfway there.
Yep, just needs another 1,250 gold, and that one will be completed. Then she's going to be able to participate in some of these team fights a little bit easier. A lot of magic damage from both these teams. But again, when it comes to the late game, this Phantom Assassin is going to do great against the Razor.
There we go. Hook shot. No. Did not want him. They were not expecting him to be alone, but they now see a couple more heroes down bottom. Easy while will get to walk away. Could have been a good kill if they just pulled the trigger there.
Yeah. I think both teams are a little bit nervous though. Well, more so than they were before. There's been a lot of times where the other team has just turned it around. Yeah. They have a bunch of stuns this game, so.
Did not want to get echoed again, I guess. I did not see the.
Yeah, if you don't know where the Earthshaker is, then you feel like he's going to be sitting behind the Storm and turning things around. Stormer, other heroes. You have to be always concerned when you don't see the Earthshaker on the map, especially when Echo's off of cooldown. Bottom lane.
Running down to Y here. All alone. Takes a while. Yeah. Saw Ember sitting there, like waving his arms around, like, what's he doing? Oh, that's a right click. Yeah, that makes sense.
But like you said, it does take a while. I don't really think they mind Enchantress going down, especially on the other side of the map. So if multiple heroes are forced to rotate down, we call that space created in the industry.
Exactly.
Yeah. And with that space, Phantom Assassin finishes up her BKB, and now she's going to be ready to fight. Potentially starting to play around the Roche pit. Because that's going to be the next major objective of these teams. And you take it a lot easier on Extreme Gaming. I mean, they've got several heroes that are good at it. Enchantress, Phantom Assassin, both able to tank Roche up, and Storm, excellent Aegis carrier.
Is under attack.
But I think they're going to smoke up instead. Yeah, they're looking to take control of the Roche pit area.
Catch Dust here. Start off with the fissure. Echoes down to make sure. And the BKB comes out. He's walking away. He's not living though. The right clicks are enough to finish him off in the end. The BKB coming through from Phantom Assassin, pushing her against Kazi, and Paparazzi again with the Vendetta on Mercy. That's a dead Rubik too. In a blink of an eye, 3 of Magma's heroes fall. The tower soon fall with barely any health left on it.
Yeah, and so the moment those items are done, like even before that BKB is completed, the rest of the side of Extreme are set up and ready to go. They're wasting absolutely no time. They're playing this so fast around their time. They're moving to Roche pit right after grabbing that tier 1 tower, but they're not willing to give this up on Magma.
Why being crazy, but fun space. Amber Spirit with the BKB, tons of damage here. The magic is real. Killed off DY, everyone else super low. They do not want to continue here.
Yeah, that's the BKB revealed there on the Ember Spear. He did not have that in the previous fight. He didn't have that seconds ago. It did just come out onto him, and so Earthshaker punished for his initiation, or his attempted initiation there.
Yeah.
Excellent finds.
Like how TCY is playing though, even though he's certainly not unkillable, they still need to take a little bit of time. They need to spend quite a lot of resources to actually bring him down quickly. So he's still the hero of choice to go in and create this kind of chaos, make sure that Ember Spirit can have all the information that he needs to go into this fight safely.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Moment smoke.
And you did get that BKB completed before the Storm Spirit finished up his Orchid, so you're a lot safer than you would be otherwise in the Ember.
Ooh, no. Assassin!
What can you do?
She's the one who got assassinated. This is the best possible hero to catch in this situation. Just smoke up his 4.
Yep. Top net with hero on your team. PA ended up losing 300 gold when she went down as well. And they got 800 in total for that bounty. 2100 XP, that PA kill.
That seems like a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty good. This will allow them to take a little bit more control of the map as well. Storm Spirit playing inside your triangle at the moment, but I think they're about to... I thought they'd be about to smoke up here on the side of Magma, but it looks like they're just going to walk towards these heroes in the top lane.
I don't think they have any smokes left at the moment.
Yeah. I'm not crazy about TCY playing by himself down near the bottom lane, but he feels underwhelming in these team fights. I think he really wants to finish this Lotus Orb, especially given that he sees the Orchid completely on the Storm Spirit. Yeah. If he can reflect the Orchid coming out onto a hero, then Storm Spirit will just end up dying. He also wants to be able to get the silence off himself, obviously.
Yes, he ults for that, but it still leaves you up in the air for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, reflecting on Paparazzi would be big. He does not have defense here. He did use a lot of mana for this Mercy kill though. Cockwood does go down. Paparazzi, then together burst down. That's
yeah, I mean, he's got Kaya Sanj, but if he goes too far forward, they do punish him for it, and they did punish him for it.
He's going straight in. Ah, okay. Don't talk about that one just yet. Tank will still end up dying, presumably here, especially with Dust popping. The BKB actually is going back in. The BKB comes through. Tank with all of this chaos. He gets to live.
Ow.
Yeah, alright.
But that
chasing to 3 heroes.
I mean, he feels very strong. He's gone to his Flame Guard DPS, and he's got the Flame Guard absorption. And he's got another shot as well. Unfortunately, it was a lot of physical damage that he took from that Phantom Assassin the moment the stuns came onto him from the Earthshaker. Just held in place. He's like a fraction of a second from getting his searing chains off as well. So if he had caught those heroes out, I think that he just like 2 of them goes down for the like just him dying there, and it does become worth it. But unfortunately, they reacted pretty quickly to him going on them.
Control here, loads of reflecting the lockdown on Stormsword. Paparazzi still gets to jump away. Meanwhile, up at the back, Kanji also falls. So no more support stuff left for Magma. PCY also left to zone devices, could not escape. 1 against 5. And this is finally the opening XG we're looking for earlier into the Roche pit.
Yeah, and you do have to be hesitant about trying to contest this one. I don't think that they're even going to try now. I guess later down on the Phantom Assassin as well. So, losing your 2 heroes there, losing the Roshan. And Phantom Assassin, I believe, will start to run away with this game with a huge amount of damage from the Desolator and the Battle Fury, and Magic Community playing a massive part in this game as well. Get 3 neutral items drop. Yeah. I think the Mindbreaker is better this game, but the Phantom Assassin hasn't gotten it. Yeah.
Well, it might still drop him in his first couple of items for tier 3 items for each of these teams, of course. Just hitting the 27 mark.
At the very least, you get to play grass with his Paladin. So the Elven Tunic, all right, that's a nice find for the Razor. That's probably the best item you can get.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
All right. Plan is load up Rubik. Stormsword can't kill him instantly as TZY has some other issues. Perhaps the BKB comes out. Just want to treat from him either way. It felt like that.
Yeah.
TZY not getting very far with the Timber Chain, but yeah, it's they do defend. Also a few cooldowns here with obesities at least.
Yeah, there's a 7-second BKB on Phantom Assassin, so it's down to the 6. And now she's gonna play defensive for the next little bit. You don't want to waste too much time with his Aegis though. You're looking to take all the outer towers, and that one, the top, they did manage to defend. You see here, they ping her out.
Do have some good vision here on Extreme Gaming right now with this defensive observer ward on the high ground, so they're smoked up. They run into the enchantress. One of the better ones to tank this one if they even get this kill. DY is healing like crazy, but there's the heals, another set of burst. Should finish her off. It's like an Abaddon, you know? Yes, you can kill them, but it's taken forever.
Yeah. Which, you know, gives them ample opportunity to just back off. They don't want to give up any more kills. So if you do just give up the Enchantress, then it's not so bad.
Yeah. Where do you go from here, though, if you're Magma? I mean, you're still fighting into an Aegis. I imagine you don't want to be too crazy aggressive going towards the other side of the map.
He swaps that Titan Silver in. He's thinking about it. Oh, he does. Okay. I'm not big on that. I think I'd rather see the Elven Tunic for the evasion. You're going for Butterfly next. But where do you go from here from Magma? I mean, Refresher Orb on the Razor. I feel like that's pretty important. You need that extra magic immunity. Double Eye of the Storm, double Static Link is also a pretty big deal. I'm surprised he hasn't gotten it yet, but I guess he feels like he needs defensive items more than anything else in this game. So instead, he went for the Sanjin Yasha, went for the BKB as his first items.
Yesterday he CQ'd up, and you've seen that as well before the refresher at times. He also already has the Hyperstone, but it's not nearly as effective damage-wise.
Yeah, I mean, it'll help him survive the Phantom Assassin burst. But he didn't go to Plate Mill as his first item. Like you said, he went the Hyperstone as his first.
Bit weird.
Yeah, strange stuff.
Like I said, trust that they still have enough magic burst damage here after these low duration BKBs are through.
I guess the Razor's playing the front line, then it lets Ember Spirit chip away at everybody.
Yeah.
He can be completed now on the Storm Spirit, and it's going to be that much more difficult to bring him down now, because again, a lot of your damage at the moment magical. The Ember Spirit is relying almost completely on that. The only person who's doing physical damage, or well, and is not obviously the BKB, is the Razor. So the Hyperstone will help with that.
Yeah. And if you get the drain out on PA, her damage output is severely limited too. Okay. Dagger on one, jump on the other. That's both supports in a lot of trouble with Kazi. There's no way out.
32 seconds left on this Aegis. Lane's pushed too far in for the PA to get anything from this, though. They've gotten the bottom tower, but I think this is going to be it for this first Aegis. Unfortunately, I don't think Magma are capable of fighting into Extreme, even if the Aegis expires.
Yeah, not when they're in a good position like this, when they're in formation, you know. Whenever they don't see tank, you always gotta worry about the Snake Echo. Turning things around.
Tank's turned so many of these team fights around.
They're setting up here for the Timbersaw. Only not a target that you want to go on, but if it can burst not so quickly, why the hell not? Paparazzi zip out as TY fights back into this, burning down TY, at least trying to.
You gotta be careful with how far you chase, though. Tank is looking for a reinitiation.
Back, Cersei dead again. Zip back and out and forward, and Dust is dead. They all jump on top of him. Kazi, not long for the world either. Just TZY in the front lines. Embersman just trying to do what he can, which is not a lot. They're stunned up actually behind the tree line. Echo's time to follow. It's a full 5-man wipe.
Yeah, you did not have the vision there to take that team fight on Magma. They completely played you there. Everyone was waiting on the high ground, waiting for you to walk further forward. And if you don't have vision on them in these other lanes, especially when they're being pushed in like this, top lane is so far forward, then you know that they're planning on turning things around on you. The Magma, they got baited there for sure and tanked. He ends up turning another team fight around with some sick fishers coming out. And the Phantom Assassin becoming a little bit too much to deal with at this point as well. So much damage from her. She actually got an Aghanim Scepter queued up, so going for that dispel with the blur and the cooldown reset when she manages to find a hero kill. You can make quick work of the supports, and it makes all the difference in the world. They've got Ghost Scepters queued up now on the supports, but I'm not sure they'll have the chance to finish them with the rate this game is going at.
It just completely fell apart a little while ago, and now it seems unrecoverable. 20k gold lead for actually 2 sets of racks. Third one not open to them. There's still tier 2 up top, but can't imagine that to survive much longer either here. Gonna back off, reset. Get the cooldowns back, get the mana back here. Tank is completely out. His tank is empty, Nef.
Oh no.
It's getting the classic 34 minutes power treads.
Yeah, that is
that's something that you only do when you know that the game's about to end in the next couple of minutes anyway.
The very, very late game power treads, yeah. I can see it.
God, this is
He's got cheap stick queued up next. It's big dreams for someone who builds late power treads. But he's looking to play in the middle of these team fights. Doesn't want to sit back anymore.
Yeah.
Ceremonial Robe is such a big pickup on the Earthshaker as well. I mean, they're just going to completely crush them in this next team fight. And they're trying to build these next couple of items before the next fight. I mean, this Hyperstone, this Fight Mail. Dust is probably kicking himself right now, wondering what this is going to do for him when they're pushing the base, because he's just going to get blown up. He needs to be able to, at the very least, complete this Assault Cross, but they're not giving them the time. They're not going to wait for this next Roshan. Instead, they just want to push high ground.
Watch his Phantom Assassin right now. So DD on her. And jump up. And goodbye. Timber just disappears. A shower of red numbers here. Some of the damage is being drained, though. Jump away. Gotta recharge. No heroes lost just yet. DY, he's super low, but not low enough. He gets to live.
Heal us.
Gets to heal back up.
Yeah. PA just trying to heal up as much as he can off of these creeps. DY is going to top everyone back up as well. Courtesy of his Holy Locket plus Nature's Attendance with the extra Wisp. And right back in they go with the Timbersaw dead this time. And Echo Slam now available.
Let's go on Dust here. Doesn't have the BKB available here. They're all just running around on him. And that's a dead Razor. Again, only so much that the Ember Spirit can do here. The moment he gets stunned, he is dead. This smash, this crit. Buyback is available, but I don't think if it even matters at this stage.
That's it.
I realize it. GG, well played in game number 2. this was not as much of a storm, but at least not immediately.
Extreme Gaming, they keep up with everybody's expectations now. 3-1 overall in this Division 2 here. Dragon Drop. The only team that they had dropped a game to was YBB. Every other game they'd taken a very convincing fashion. Such quick series coming out here from Extreme Gaming.
Very impressive showing right here for sure. Very quick games overall today. I mean, all 3 series ended up being a 2-0. So, not all of them as devastating here as game 1 was for Magma, but also in game 2, like, when was the point where of no return? When was the point where Extreme Gaming really, really became unstoppable? Then it got started against Paparazzi, right? I mean, they shot him down in the laning stage.
Yeah, they did. It's hard to quantify the exact time they shot him down because, like, even when the Earthshaker got blinks, they still managed to find a couple of kills. But I don't know. I would say that maybe it's after the I don't know, like the 3rd Ember Spirit death, where it just became a little bit too much to deal with. They just didn't have the damage to bring down these heroes anymore. They weren't able to take this into the take this in the early game, which they absolutely had to, because you did way too much damage on the Phantom Assassin towards the end of this one. So you tried to run at them. You built all these tanky heroes. You built like the early game items on a lot of them as well. But unfortunately, the Phantom Assassin didn't have the opportunity to get online, get items, and end up picking you apart. And a lot of this I do think is due to tank. This Earthshaker ended up making some amazing plays. Perfect positioning by him, allowing him to turn these team fights around. And moments of brilliance. I mean, Paparazzi, he got punished for going too far forward a couple times, but tank is still good, man.
Setting up 3 times to get the right fissure, and then just enough time for Paparazzi to come in, make sure playing guard stops, so tank doesn't even take out with the 20 health points or so that he had left.
Yeah,
great play from Mercy here.
Rubik under the storm was just so quick.
Stays
because of that, tank does fall because of that one. So nice reaction time there by Mercy, but didn't end up being enough. After all was said and done, block off there. They end up getting a jump onto Mercy. Mercy had such a difficult game this time. I mean, he's playing against several people who are jumping him on the back line, and that makes it a kind of a miserable Rubik experience, unfortunately.
The Sonic Wave. One of the few really good fights there in the mid game for Magma. You're bringing down the PA. The time was when they got the pick off, but this one, this is one of huge examples. Huge turnaround. So trying to chase down the Storm Spirit. Here we go again. Quick burst down. That's barely dying there, but a death is a death, you know?
Yeah, it was a nice try by Kazi to turn that one with the hook shot, but didn't end up being enough. And this was it. See, he's zeroing chains up, but that was so fast. He preemptively dropped that enchant totem. I was curious how he got it so fast.
Yeah.
He saw the Remnant drop come forward, and I think like it was like within, it was nearly perfect frame.
Yeah.
Because the Ember Spirit didn't have vision of the heroes, or like could not humanly react fast enough to that enchant totem coming out. And then after that, he ends up dropping the Echo Slam onto him. It was way too quick. If he lands the chains, or gets Sleight of Fist off like immediately after he lands the chains as well, then those heroes do go down there. The Ember Spirit survives, and I think that might have been like the turning point of the game. That like perfect timing as the Remnant comes in from tank.
Yeah.
Oh.
Time again in these clips, you see Mercy just being shown no mercy whatsoever. It's being cut down time and time again. 11 deaths in total, and 12 on Kazi, so even Claw going even worse time and so slightly, but it's just XG, too many tools for them. Great play from Tank in particular.
Once all these BKBs are out as well, they just did not have the damage to bring the heroes down anymore. But you get holding their ground in these team fights, and eventually just became too much. This fight as well. Razor, he wasn't able to contribute too much. I mean, I do like the Assault Cross. Like, as this game went on, you need to be able to deal with the Phantom Assassin, but unfortunately, you didn't end up finishing that assault, and so your net worth is kind of wasted towards the end. MVP is Paparazzi, though. I'm not sure I agree with that. I feel like it had to be Tank, man. The man's plays on the Earthshaker were absolutely insane. Paparazzi has been playing an incredibly sick tournament here, though, in the Div 2 China. I have no doubt in my mind that this is going to be one of the 2 teams that makes it in the upper division. But no, we do have a lot of teams sitting at only 1 loss still.
Yeah, I mean, if they keep showing up like they have today, I mean, they must really be kicking themselves in losing against YBB, who are also a very strong team, but certainly in this matchup, Extreme versus Magma, they made Magma look like the kids, you know? Just like, yeah, come on, guys. You think you can beat us? Yeah, think again. We're just gonna smack you down 2 games in a row. So, extremely powerful showing. Paparazzi 15-2 win 15 final scoreline for him. Most damage dealt, so I guess that's the reason for the MVP. But yeah, there's been a lot of setup from the rest of his team to make that happen. So. Yeah.
I'm glad I got to cast this Magma versus XG series. A little bit disappointed that we got nothing but 2 O's today. But now some days it's just quick and easy for the players.
Quick and easy for the players. Hopefully, you guys still enjoyed the broadcast here. We did have some hiccups at the start of the day, so I do apologize for that again. But yeah, we've got some decent enough Dota here. Some again, a masterclass from Extreme Gaming, making a mark in this bracket, saying, hey, one of these slots for the upper division, that one's ours, that's where we belong. So. Yeah, with that, thank you very much, Dev Sensei, for joining me for this last series. Thank you to Snare for the first 2, and yeah, DPC China will continue tomorrow, I believe. Not crazy,
that is
right?
true,
Yeah.
and we got one of the other best games happening. We have the Magma versus Extreme today. And then we got Aster.Aries versus Extreme to close out tomorrow. But first match is going to be CDEC against Shenzhen. I'm excited for that one. That is another team with only 1 loss under the belt. Aster.Aries have looked incredible. In my opinion, they should have been promoted to the upper division. They don't have White Album playing the mid. Instead, they have Phoenix, who was on Aster.Aries the previous season. But it should be a sick match. With how good Extreme looked today, I'm not sure that Aster.Aries are going to be able to take them down. But again, my favorite team in the previous season, and tied for my favorite with YBB in this one.
Oh yeah, definitely go ahead and tune into that tomorrow. Mark your calendars. Tomorrow at 6 a.m. Central European time, I believe 1300 is GT or Chinese time. And if you want to look all of that up, you can also check out dpc.pwesports.cn. They've got all the brackets, all the standings, all the schedules that you could possibly need. You can also follow the guys on Twitter at PWRD Esports or PWRD_Dota2. You'll be able to find the tweets on time. I've been Drag and Drop. I've been joined by Neff, and we say thank you guys and see you next time.
我们的基地的就这种配置和网速肯定是比酒店好。感觉这英雄比较吃那个吃体系吧，然后可能看着队友需要的话，
你都他妈自己说了，你可能我说我来不了，你自己走，你他妈还非说。当时康火啊哈，谢谢。我踢过踢历史有毛病。